Jihad.
Up.
Lance Armstrong, for instance, improve his performance greatly by learning to stay seated for a longer proportion of his riding time, reducing wind resistance. Each time he stood, he faced a little more resistance and experienced a bit more fatigue. Draining your attentional resources has a similar impact. Practicing the use of your software enables you to quickly access crucial information on the fly with a minimum of effort and delay. Reading the tape. This is obviously most relevant to short-term traders, but is also valuable to the position trader who needs to get good prices to maximize profits. There is no sense losing execution ticks when you can, with a bit of patience, buy the bid or sell the offer. Traditional charting programs, which display prices in bars along with volume, are of minimal help in tape reading. Instead, you will need applications that allow you to see how much volume is being transacted at particular prices so that you can track whether price is being accepted or rejected at each level. Longer-term traders can utilize the market profile for such analyses. The WINDTRADR program is an excellent implementation. WINDTRADR allows traders to monitor volume and price developments at multiple time frames, flexibly chart these in real time, and replay market days for practice in interpreting market-generated information. Shorter-term traders can rely on a program such as Market Delta, which breaks volume down into the amount transacted at the bid versus offer so that you can see whether buyers or sellers are more aggressive at given price levels. Scalpers will employ depth of market DOM information, such as the latter displays pioneered by trading technologies. These depict the shifts among quantities being bid and offered so that traders can track the flow of potential buyers and sellers in and out of the marketplace. Initial exercises should be devoted to simply reading supply and demand at a given price and time by calling out whether buyers or sellers are in control or whether control is evenly divided between them, and whether you think the next ticks will be up or
Down.
Historical pattern analysis. This skill is most relevant to quantitative and systems traders, but I have also found it to be a helpful supplement for discretionary traders who seek a source of edge in trading apart from their tape reading skills. Examples of historical trading patterns can be found on my research blog, Trader Feed, and on the Market History web
Site.
the very creative sentiment trader service developed by Jason Gopfert also provides useful models for historical pattern analysis.
The
idea behind such analysis is that you identify distinctive features of the present market and then see when those features have occurred in the past and what the market has characteristically done following those occasions. Large databases of historical market information can be acquired from such sources as tick data, Pinnacle data, and real-time data vendors such as CQG and Realtick. These data can be easily transferred to spreadsheets, databases, or analytical programs to explore patterns. Many of my analyses simply sort and filter data in Excel to pull out my sample so that simple analyses are completed in a matter of minutes. While this may seem daunting at first to those unaccustomed to spreadsheets, the process of picking through a historical sample of data becomes near automatic once you develop a routine, requiring yourself to perform simple data sorts in simulation. What happens the day after a market rise or decline? And then working toward more complex analyses. What happens 3 days following 3 consecutive drops in the market? Builds one's confidence with analytics. Your reaction to the preceding may well be, I can't do all that on my own. You're right. Most traders, including myself, need help before becoming proficient at using their software, reading the tape, or identifying historical market patterns. And these are only a few basic skills. See Exhibit 4.3. There are many skills specific to trading styles, spreading options analysis, fundamental and econometric analyses, not included in the preceding. Utilizing the resources mentioned here and in the appendix to this book will be important to getting started. My personal website now includes a section entitled Trader Performance that explains nuts and bolts about moving forward as a trading performer. It also includes a trader development page that updates links to helpful learning resources. Others can be of tremendous help as well. Software firms and their help desk staff are invaluable in learning to master the functionalities of your trading platform. The purveyors of high-quality simulation programs, NeoTicker and NinjaTrader come readily to mind. Also have helpful user groups and support staff to aid you in setting up simulations. Even if you are serving as your own mentor, and perhaps especially if you are mentoring yourself, you can't afford to go it alone. It is important to reach out and find traders who can assist you in learning online trading. Rooms, seminars/courses, user groups, electronic forums, and bulletin boards. The resources are considerable. The right kind of trading books, those that explain and illustrate specific trading methods, are also quite valuable by providing methods that you can practice and eventually modify on your own. Jim Dalton's work on market profile, Thomas Bulkowski's work on chart patterns, and the trading patterns described by Linda Raschke, James Altucher, and Larry Connors come to mind. Finally, make liberal use of sources from the appendix that can help you learn how to identify and track market patterns. Your best start is to subscribe to an order execution platform that fits your style of trading, allows for detailed simulation, and includes an active users group that addresses questions similar to your own. That base alone will provide you with many tools for self-mentorship. Network if you are your own mentor. Many people and resources can light your performance path, making your start the best advice Dr. Brett has received. The fundamental skill of trading is pattern recognition. This is true whether you are a short-term trader or a longer-term one, whether you are discretionary in style or mechanical, whether you trade beans or buns. You are trying to anticipate future market movement, and you are looking for patterns in supply and demand that will guide your decisions. Later in the book, we'll break down trading into mechanics, tactics, and strategy and explore how you can work on each. As you develop confidence, however, you don't want to become so inundated by possible patterns that you become the master of none. One of the best pieces of advice I ever received as a developing trader was something Linda Raschke wrote quite a few years ago. She suggested mastering just one pattern before tackling others. I took that advice to heart and never regretted it. Linda believes that every trader needs some way to frame the market, make sense of patterns that present themselves. Technical analysis is one way to frame patterns. Historical pattern search, market profile, and fundamental analysis are others. When you have a frame for markets, you have a basis for making decisions and for knowing when you're right and wrong. Over time, you are apt to modify your frame. It will no doubt become more elaborated as you gain experience, but it will always serve as a compass, a way to orient yourself during market hours. The best start you can make in developing your trading competence is to look among the resources presented and find just one that seems to speak to you. Utilize it to identify one or two trading patterns and then track these patterns in past markets via simulator and in real time. Don't even worry about trading the patterns. Simply focus on identifying them as they are occurring. For instance, if your pattern is a breakout from a consolidation range, train your eye to find all such consolidations and breakouts. Participate in online trading rooms that can model the pattern search for you. Only once you are proficient at identifying the patterns should you attempt to find prices to enter the market and take advantage of the breakouts. Review by simulator will help show you when you're right and wrong, and most important, will show you why. For instance, during your reviews, you may discover that breakouts are most likely to occur in the direction of the longer-term trend, a key piece of information that would aid your future pattern search. The evolution of expertise. Evolution is the most basic of natural experiments. Imagine an environmental change that results in a massive drop in temperature and precipitation. Plants rapidly die off, and failing to reproduce, approach extinction. Animals living off those plants similarly meet their fates as species. Cold-blooded predators, facing a food shortage and unable to sustain their body temperatures, also perish. Mammals, however, regulate their internal environments and face less threat from predators. Their population expands, especially among species able to hunt for food. Over time, those species able to create tools and modify their environments fare best in the new environment. Their reproductive rates expand as these successful species migrate to new environments with different demands. Their best adapted individuals survive and multiply, generating new and distinctive populations. At each phase of the evolutionary process, environmental constraints select for particular adaptations. The result is a world that is transformed from one ruled by dinosaurs to one in which humans are dominant. Imagine, however, that we speed this process tremendously by conducting natural experiments with individual human beings. New environmental constraints are introduced daily. The majority of individuals cannot adapt to these changing conditions and drop out of the experiment. From the scientist's perspective, they become extinct. Those who remain in the experiment begin with certain advantages that permit resilience in the face of changing environments. They subsequently develop adaptations that improve their fitness in the face of changes yet to come. At the end of a long selective process, a relative handful of unusually well-adapted individuals remains. The elite performers in the game of natural selection. To no small extent, expertise development is an evolutionary process. Many children start out in Little League Baseball. Fewer take up the sport in a more rigorous way in high school and college. Those who star in the sport at school continue to minor league organizations, and of those, only a fraction make it to the major league. I recently talked with an executive of a well-known brokerage firm. He indicated that the average time from a customer opening a trading account to closing, it was a little over 6 months. This was not due to lack of satisfaction. Their surveys reported general approval of the firm's service. Rather, it took only half a year or so for new traders to blow through their accounts. These were evolutionary casualties, dropouts from the natural experiment. What makes our speeded-up version of natural selection different from the evolution of species is that we can control many of the variables that affect survival. Imagine if dinosaurs had training programs that taught the great beasts to control their internal environments, adapt to new diets, migrate and forage, and so on. The elite performers in the dinosaur training program would have had a better chance to survive changing conditions than program dropouts. In the world of human performance, we create extreme environmental conditions, competitive sports, games, warfare, and finance, and then generate training programs to evoke superior adaptations to these conditions. Training for performance is the evolution of the individual. The modifications resulting from such training create, in a sense, new species, ones as different from their predecessors as humans are from dinosaurs. Training creates the conditions by which performers evolve. Expertise is the result of individual evolution. From competence to expertise. Recall our definition of trading competence: the ability to consistently cover one's trading costs. Expertise connotes something greater: the ability to sustain a living from one's trading. Given that the majority of traders are running through their accounts in a matter of months, it follows that both competence and expertise are the exceptions in the evolutionary world of trading. If each trader is a mutation, a particular combination of trading genes, we find that, as in the natural world, few mutations are well adapted to the environment. Trading is no different from other performance fields in this respect. There are relatively few competent musicians and athletes, but only a subset of those sustain a living from their performance. For every rock star or NBA legend, there are many competent musicians and athletes playing anonymously in their communities, and many more people who long ago put aside any dreams of concert halls or sports arenas. In the previous chapters, we saw that competence begins with a constellation of inborn talents and a set of personal interests that encourage the development of those talents. Guided activity, in the form of training and mentorship, challenges the performer and builds the sense of competence, sustaining a flow state of high motivation, concentration, and learning. In this state, growth proceeds rapidly. Mere skill development becomes evolution through continuous multiplier effects. As competent performers pursue expertise, there is an important shift of the training focus, one that radically alters the selective pressures on performers. Recall that as learners gain skill, simulations become increasingly realistic and demanding. Among athletes, simple drills give way to inter-squad practice, games, and then to preseason contests. Actors and actresses first read scripts, then practice scenes, and eventually hold dress rehearsals. Simulations we've seen are effective in generating competence by reproducing the realities faced by performers. When it comes to expertise development, however, simulation takes a very different cast. To facilitate expertise, simulations become more challenging than the performance conditions they are intended to model. This is extremely important if you want wrestlers to be supremely conditioned for weekly matches that last 3 rounds. You have them wrestle every day for multiple rounds. If you want special forces troops to survive and function in hostile terrain, you create months of hostile conditions in a training program. 2. Battle-proof performers. Put them in more strenuous battles than they're likely to face in the real world. Many of the performers will drop out. The dropout rate from special forces training exceeds 2/3, but the remainder will be the fittest of the evolutionary breed. This is because extreme training creates radical adaptations, accelerating expertise development. The more people sweat in practice, to paraphrase Navy SEAL Richard Makowicz, the less they'll bleed in performance. Tiger Woods' father, Earl, resorted to tactics that seemed almost cruel to aid his son's development. He would purposely make noise and distract Tiger while he was preparing to hit the ball, forcing the frustrated youngster to develop mental toughness and superior concentration. Only a strong bond, linking parent to child, mentor to student, can ensure that such challenges do not backfire and contaminate the learning process.
Seal instructors routinely
Tempt their recruits to abandon their training programs and the restriction of food, sleep, and comfort in favor of a warm meal and bed. Some soldiers, unable to tolerate the discomforts of training, capitulate and drop on request. Those who graduate emerge with a confidence that they can face any challenge because they have already mastered the toughest possible conditions thrown at them. Extreme challenges, once mastered, create extreme confidence. To prepare for extraordinary performance, performers tackle extraordinary demands. Recall Bobby Fischer's chess lesson advice to his biographer: play all the games in the chess book, then do it again. The cyclist who wants to master climbing cannot stay on flat land or even small hills. The steepest mountains prepare one for the terrain of the actual race. This is because tackling the steepest slopes forces the cyclist to develop muscles and aerobic conditioning that otherwise would never evolve. An actress required to convincingly pantomime a scene with no props will develop expressiveness that might never emerge under normal conditions of acting. Bodybuilders always set weights just beyond the level where they can sustain multiple repetitions. One must tax muscles, not merely exercise them, to generate growth. In the office of an expert trader, at my trading firm, King Street Trading, LLC, I am blessed twofold. I have access to real-life expert traders, ones who make their living from day to day trading year after year, and I work in an environment that supports the development of expertise. From the first day I came to the firm to deliver a talk to the traders, owner/founder Chuck McElveen emphasized to me that the firm's mission was to grow large traders. For that reason, King Street spends far more time and money developing traders than the average trading firm. Many times the investment doesn't pay off, but when it does, the rewards are substantial. From the start, Chuck understood that you could not develop highly successful traders by keeping them on a short leash. A former trader himself, he knew that you learn to trade by immersing yourself in markets. You learn to trade size by raising your size. Developing traders cannot rise beyond the goals they set for themselves and the challenges afforded by their environments. Before I take you into the office of an expert trader, allow me to illustrate what expertise truly means at a proprietary trading firm. The traders at the firm trade actively in and out of the market all day. 50 or more trades per day and thousands of round turns are not unusual. Imagine the commission overhead on so many trades, even given the favorable rates available to professional firms. Imagine the slippage involved in 50 or more entries and exits a day. Add to that the overhead of fees that pay for comfortable office space, dedicated computer and network support, direct lines to exchanges, and the latest software, and you can see that competence alone, breaking even with respect to expenses, requires immense skill. Against that backdrop, imagine the skill of traders who make 6 and 7 figures a year, year after
Year.
To be in the presence of such talent is an inspiration. In his late 20s, brash and outspoken, Mark Greenspoon moves and talks with energy. While he is trading, he talks, fidgets, shifts in his seat, and occasionally bursts out with expletives. But his attention rarely wanders from the screen. His focus while trading is palpable, not unlike that of a surgeon intent on a procedure. Ask a casual observer to describe Mark, and you might hear words like cocky and even hyperactive. My image of Mark is far
Different.
I see him in front of 8 screens, intently watching each tick, asking, "What do you think here?" even as he's preparing his next trade.
I
Recall him phoning me at home to talk about his goals for the new year after making millions of dollars the previous year. Trading, social life, vacationing, conversing, there is little that Mark does that is not high octane. My word for Mark is committed. He pours himself into what he does. This morning, he is down tens of thousands of dollars. He is near his drop dead point, the level at which he and risk managers have agreed that he should stop trading for the morning. Hitting a drop-dead level is a bit like pitching a poor game of baseball. Eventually, the coach will come out of the dugout, signal to the bullpen, and take you out of the game. No real competitor is going to eject himself, so the coach makes the call. Thus it is with risk managers. They are the ones who take the traders off the mound. For many traders, having to stop trading is worse than sustaining the losses of the drop-dead level. Perhaps you've watched professional boxers get pummeled in the ring, barely able to lift their gloves, absorbing punch after
punch.
At that point, the concerned referee stops the fight. What is the defeated fighter's response? He protests to the referee.
He doesn't want the
Fight stopped. He wants a chance to win.
The punches don't matter at that
point, only the desire to stay in the fight. So it is with many elite traders.
It is
difficult to find a highly successful trader who accepts the stopping of the trading fight with equanimity. They will cajole risk managers, accept smaller size limits, anything to stay in the fight. Mark is one trade away from the coach's visit to the mound. I visit his office to see if he can pull this one out. Understandably, Mark is frustrated.
Can
you believe this market? He says as soon as I enter. Have you ever seen anything like this? He doesn't wait for me for reply. It's trading thousands at every level, but it's not moving. He pauses for a second, eyes still intently on the screen. I can't believe how badly I'm trading. Another pause.
I
know if I'm just patient, I can bring it back. That's the key, I reply.
Piece by piece.
You don't have to get it all back at once. Mark knows that I'm merely repeating something he had written at the start of the year. He is a piece-by-piece trader, making his money with one good trade after another, not by sitting in a single trade for hours at a time. I return to my office where I can watch Mark and the others on my screen. Risk management software allows me to see their positions at all times and the orders the traders are working. I also have real-time profit/loss, P/L, calculations for the traders updated tick by tick as trades move for or against
them.
This information allows me to see when traders are trading well and poorly, when they're trading in their usual style, and when they're out of their
groove.
My challenge is to identify problems and help traders before initial losses reach the dreaded drop-dead point. The market has indeed been trading in a narrow range, as Mark has noticed. Each time it climbs to its highs on good volume, it swiftly reverses. Similarly, at lows, the market suddenly finds bidders. Not a few of the firm's traders have incurred losses by buying highs and selling lows, looking for the breakout move that seems right around every corner. Many of them have pulled in their horns, waiting for the move before trying to jump aboard.
They
know that one or two more whipsaws will take them out of the game for the
day.
The market is trading near its highs and, sure enough, sellers start hitting
bids.
This time, however, the reversal itself reverses and the market bounces a couple of ticks. Then it sits there and sits. Intently, I shift my gaze between my screen of traders and my market screens. I'm as focused as Mark, watching for the traders' next moves. The market trades at the offer. Mark doesn't wait. He lifts the next 600 from
the book.
A few more orders hit the market, lifting offers.
Then a pause, then
more volume at the offer. Suddenly, it's as if a tipping point has been reached. Buyers enter the market in full force, propelling the ES contract to new highs
for the day.
Some traders are quick to take profits, and the futures pull back a couple of ticks, but Mark stays in the trade. By the time it's over, he's up 2 full points on his 600 lot. That's $60,000, more than enough to turn his P/L
green on the day.
He participates in 2 more upthrusts and, by the end of the day, has added 6 figures to his account. I congratulate Mark at the end of the day on his turnaround. I should have taken more out of the trade is his characteristic response. I'm just mad that I let myself get down so much. I'm digging a hole for myself every morning, and it's killing me. To hear Mark talk, you'd think he'd just lost a lot of money, but that's Mark. He'll come in the next day trying to figure out how to not go down money in the morning. The memory of getting close to the drop-dead level will be stronger than the memory of the comeback, and that will provide the next day's motivation. Like I said, committed. Locating the source of trading expertise. Where do we begin in locating the source of Mark's expertise? Is it his ability to read a market so well that he barely takes heat on a well-placed trade?
Is it
a capacity to accept the risk and reward of large size and stay in a trade with conviction? Or maybe it is the competitive drive that leads him to raise the bar each time he experiences success. All of these contribute to Mark's performance, and yet none of them was what I found most impressive during his morning turnaround. What I saw was simpler, but no less remarkable for the fact. Mark's trade, placed at the edge of a range while he stared straight at his drop-dead level, was automatic. It was the same trade I had seen him place dozens of times before. He saw market activity, an important price level, and a trading range. The experience of hundreds of market days and long days of intense staring at the screen made the scenario familiar to him. He calls it a feel for the market, and that's exactly what it is. There are many traders who know more about the stocks in the S&P than Mark, and there are many traders who can run rings around Mark with their talk of technicals, fundamentals, and macroeconomics. The vast majority of them, however, don't make in a year what Mark made in that single day. They know a great deal about markets, but Mark knows markets. His familiarity with trading patterns is such that he can place a trade flawlessly even when he is frustrated and on the verge of leaving the mound. Only a deep level of knowing could allow him the conviction to enter and ride his trade. Mark has followed the market closely for years, but has undergone no formal training. His friend and fellow successful trader Pablo Melgarejo brought him to Kingstree and served as an early mentor. But Pablo is not one to tell people how to trade. He provided advice and encouragement to Mark, as he has with other traders, but most of Mark's learning came in front of the screen. Indeed, when I first came aboard Kingstree and guided the training program, I was horrified to learn that Pablo was encouraging the trainees to trade hundreds of times a day on the simulator. I was convinced that this was wrong-headed, that it would only teach traders to overtrade. Now, a bit older and more experienced, I see the wisdom of Pablo's advice. The way you become automatic in your trading is to do it so often that it becomes automatic. Tiptoeing in the water never taught anyone how to swim.
Mark
Followed Pablo's example and traded so often in practice, and immersed himself so much in market action that he developed the muscle memory of a rifle marksman. When the heat was on and he was about to hit drop dead, his performance didn't waver. Expertise, I would argue, is not merely skillful performance, but the ability to replicate skillful performance over time and across challenging conditions. We remember a Babe Ruth for a career full of home runs. There are many one-hit wonders, but how many Mozarts, Shakespeare's, or Einsteins sustain lifetimes of achievement? Dean Keith Simonton has it right in his book, Greatness. Elite performers are distinguished by their productivity. Given enough cracks at the ball, they hit their share out of the park. I doubt that the ratio of winning trades to losers is all that different for Mark than for many less successful traders. His success comes from knowing when he's right and making the automatic trade with size even when the chips are down. Expertise is skill internalized to the point of habit. But where does the automaticity of expertise come from? For the answer to that question, we must return to our first chapter, deliberative practice, and learning loops. Deliberative practice. The common denominator of expertise. Janelle and Hillman, summarizing research concerning expert performance in sport, refer to practice as the common denominator. Erickson, studying 3 groups of violinists of different performance expertise, found that all of them spent similar amounts of time with their music. The most accomplished violinists, however, spent the most time in solitary practice.
The best
musicians spent over 10,000 hours in such practice, compared to 7,500 hours, and 5,000 hours for the middle and least accomplished groups. The same pattern, expertise accompanied by extensive practice, has been found among other performing artists, as well as chess players and athletes across a variety of disciplines. The key to the idea of deliberative practice is that it is both the quality and the quantity of rehearsals that generate expertise. We saw earlier that mere exposure to a performance field is not sufficient to yield elite performance.
as
Exhibit 5.1 summarizes from Erickson's research the practice that facilitates expertise is very different from normal exposure to a performance field. Exhibit 5.1 Deliberative practice versus normal exposure to a performance field from Erickson, 1996. Characteristics of effective deliberative practice. Deliberative practice, normal exposure. Tasks well-defined, unstructured. Difficulty level matched to performer, not controlled. Goals specified, not present. Feedback immediate. Detail delayed, general. Repetition emphasized, avoided. Performer aims self-improvement, enjoyment. Let's compare 2 developing traders, Chris and Pete, to illustrate the difference between deliberative practice and repeated exposure to a field. Chris follows the market for a few minutes before the open and makes trades mentally as a way of preparing himself for live trading. He enjoys seeing whether he's right or wrong and likes the fact that he's using live market data for his practice. This keeps the learning interesting and relevant. If he makes mistakes during trading, he writes them down in a journal at the end of the trading day for review the following morning. That way, his learning doesn't prevent him from losing trading time. Pete, however, engages in deliberative practice on a simulator. He works on specific skills outlined by a mentor, such as learning to identify market transitions in which a correlated, leading market begins moving size at the offer while his market continues to trade at the bid. When he detects such transitions, he is expected to work in order to take advantage of the shifting supply/demand situation. Periodically, Pete pauses the simulator and replays market moments when he finds his timing off. He continues the replays until he identifies what he might have missed in detecting volume shifts. This exercise will continue for a period of time before Pete shifts to a new drill. Chris has structured practice for enjoyment and action. Pete emphasizes the drilling of skills. Over time, Chris will make many fewer self-adjustments in response to his practice experience than Pete. The planful nature of Pete's practice, its deliberative aspect, makes the experience less fun than Chris's, but more effective as an engine for learning. Erickson's research suggests that the concentration of the performer is an essential element in deliberative practice, another factor that distinguishes it from playful experience with a performance field. This means that the duration of effective practice sessions must be limited to allow for rest and recuperation of attention and focus. Naps and rest periods are common among elite performers, reflecting the intensity of activity during practice. In addition to recuperative breaks, the presence of concrete goals and immediate feedback help to keep performers focused on learning during practice sessions. Good mentors, think of coaches during football practices and scrimmages, know how to keep players on task during practice. Janelle and Hillman observe that competitive activity itself may serve as a form of deliberative practice. This is because many sports require strategy, goals, generate rapid feedback, and provide repetitive experience. For this reason, they, as well as Erickson, note that deliberative practice does not always require formal mentoring. Self-taught jazz musicians play in clubs each night, receive feedback from listeners regarding their improvisational skills, and work on those skills between gigs. We saw earlier that a chess expert can play practice games against opponents, record the moves, and review these for learning. Such practice is different from mere play. It is self-directed learning. This brings us back to Mark Greenspoon, our expert trader. Consider my observations of Mark while he is trading. He is highly focused and rarely takes his eyes off his screens. He trades actively, following market activity very closely. He typically takes a midday trading break to renew his concentration. He keeps a journal of his trading, records his P/L, and writes comments, including goals for the next day. He follows his intraday P/L meticulously and focuses on the success of each individual trade. He tries new trading tactics based on market conditions and trading results. Clearly, Mark is engaged in a process of deliberative practice, even though he is not formally structuring the learning with a mentor. The active nature of trading is itself an incubator of learning because it sets Mark up for clear expectations and goals, rapid and detailed feedback, and ever-changing challenges. One of the conditions of deliberative learning that is also central to generating the flow state is the matching of performance goals and learner skills. Mark is a highly skilled trader, as his results attest. The only way for him to build his performance is to set goals that extend his skills. By definition, these must be prodigious goals, the kinds of extreme challenges that generate extreme confidence. When I first met Mark, for example, he was trading the DAX in the morning and the S&P E-mini (ES) futures in the afternoon. When he saw changing trading patterns in the DAX and greater opportunity in the S&P during the morning, he switched to trading the ES all day long. This was during a year in which he made significant money. Mark knew that he would not extend his performance unless he tackled a new challenge. To reach expertise means that we demand of ourselves performance beyond competence, beyond what we can readily accomplish. Performing outside the comfort zone. Erickson makes an excellent point regarding the development of skills. When expertise and implicit learning Observation of Mark and other expert traders has shown me that expertise is the result of implicit learning under highly challenging performance conditions. While performance can always be described as a series of steps, as in a standard battle drill, the expert's performance is always something more than a faithful and competent replication of the steps. The battle-hardened veteran develops a feel for when to advance and when to take cover, when to lay down fire, and when to observe enemy behavior. Similarly, expert traders develop a feel for handling situations in which their orders are unexpectedly
hit.
They do not merely ape standard operating procedures. I have asked the expert traders at Kingstree how they knew when to attack a market and when to reverse their positions, and the responses have been similar. They couldn't get him down, so I decided to buy, or it was just like last week, you just knew they were going to take them down once everyone was long. These traders have seen so many markets and market scenarios that they develop an anticipatory sense, a conviction that something is likely to happen because it has happened so many times before. Research reported by Axel Clearmans and Luis Jimenez supports this notion. Their studies investigated sequence learning, the ability to anticipate the next item in a series. This is relevant to any performance activity such as sports or trading, in which the ability to anticipate the behavior of a competitor is key. They conclude that implicit learning results in a deep understanding of the statistical structure of event sequences. That's a mouthful. Let's unpack what the researchers are revealing about expertise. A good illustration is research reviewed by Curran that investigates serial reaction time, SRT, the ability to respond quickly to items in a series. Participants in the studies are shown a cursor on a screen that appears at one of several locations. They press a button corresponding to a location to indicate where they see the cursor. Researchers measure the reaction time of subjects under two conditions: when there is a pattern determining the location of the cursor and when the cursor location is determined randomly. The pattern is not a simple one. For instance, if there are 4 possible locations for the cursor, designated as 1, 2, 3, or 4, the pattern might be 4, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1. This pattern would repeat many times over blocks of trials. Several results emerge from the SRT studies. First, reaction times improve over the blocks in which the cursor's location follows a pattern. This means that subjects are learning to anticipate where the cursor is going to appear. Second, reaction times do not improve for the random blocks. This indicates that the improvement in reaction time is not just a function of familiarity with
the task.
Third, although it is clear that subjects are learning to anticipate the pattern, they cannot verbalize what that pattern is. Their learning truly is implicit. Curran cites a large body of neuroimaging research that finds differences between implicit and explicit learning in terms of the brain regions that are activated. Specifically, the SRT studies appear to draw upon the brain's motor cortex, areas involved in the control of our bodies. This makes sense, given the intimate connection between pattern recognition in the studies and rapid responding to the patterns. Clearmans and Jimenez observe that implicit learning occurs during noisy sequences, ones in which random elements are mixed into patterns, indicating that subjects can pull patterns out of streams of data, a skill that sounds very similar to the activity of short-term traders. The authors conclude that subjects in the SRT experiments become sensitive to the statistical regularities in the data, that over time, certain cursor locations are more likely than others to follow an appearance at one portion of the screen.
In
essence, the subjects act as neural networks, using new data to update the estimates of an event occurring. Note that implicit learning occurs only after many learning trials.
In
essence, the SRT experiment provides a kind of concentrated drilling. After dozens and dozens of trials, subjects internalize patterns that they cannot fully describe, just like the Kingstree traders. Most important, this learning is not the kind of absorption of facts and figures that occurs in classrooms. Rather, it is motor learning, the connection between a perception and a response. Perhaps this is why so many highly successful traders are not distinguished by their book learning. When they say they have a feel for the market, they are speaking a literal truth. Expertise is not what is known, but the connection between knowing and doing. Implicit and explicit. Learning in performance. Ted Williams is considered by some to be the greatest hitter in the history of baseball. His book, The Science of Hitting, is a classic account of elite performance. Williams spent long hours, indoors and outdoors, perfecting his
swing.
He carefully placed his feet 27 inches apart and made sure his bat was a proper weight. He divided the strike zone into 77 regions, 7 rows and 11 columns, and calculated his batting average in each region. Armed with such a spatial awareness, he developed a keen sensitivity to whether pitches were in or out of the strike zone. Perhaps even more impressive than his ability to hit over .400 in a season was the fact that he struck out only 709 times in 7,706 career at-bats, but walked over 2,000 times. His formula for hitting success was simple: get a good pitch to hit. Notice, however, that getting a good pitch to hit is not something that can be accomplished by explicit thought alone, given that pitches are typically coming at the batter at speeds up to 100 miles per hour. Knowing what are good pitches and what are bad requires motor anticipation, not unlike the skills displayed in the SRT experiments. From the motion of the pitcher's arm to the point of the ball's release to the spin of the ball, hitters like Williams rapidly assemble cues that alert them to the probable location of the ball.
It is
impossible to imagine such expertise developing without thousands of learning trials. If you watch footage of Muhammad Ali's early fights, you cannot help but be impressed by his body control and foot speed. He would pull his upper body back when he anticipated his opponent throwing a punch. As a result, many jabs and punches thrown by opponents hit nothing but air.
I have
observed expert traders suddenly remove orders from the book in response to a single trade or large order being entered. Just a second or so later, it became clear that they avoided being filled at a bad price. Is this so different from the skills of an Ali? The advantage of the very short-term trader is that every trading day contains hundreds of learning trials. It is as if the trader is in a continuous SRT experiment. Implicit learning occurs rapidly under such conditions. This helps to explain a phenomenon that initially baffled me. The highly successful traders that I encountered at Kingstree were, for the most part, in their 20s or early 30s and had only been trading several years before reaching a point of making an excellent living from their craft. Recall Chapter 1, in which we encountered the 10-year rule, a durable finding from performance research.
It
generally takes 10 years of preparation and deliberative practice to attain expertise in a performance field. To my surprise, none of the highly successful traders I was observing had anything like 10 years of experience. The solution to the puzzle, I believe, is that it is not the number of years that is necessary to generate expertise, but the quantity and quality of the learning trials. A short-term trader can place 100 or more trades a day, day after day, and observe thousands of trading patterns in the order book. A surgeon, however, would need months to complete a similar number of learning trials. A baseball hitter would become quite sore trying to swing at an equivalent number of pitches each day. Expertise for them takes longer because learning trials must be spaced out over a relatively extended period. For this reason, I strongly suspect that the learning curves for longer-term traders and scalpers are quite different. See Exhibit 5.2. A trader who trades on an end-of-day basis might observe only a few hundred patterns in a year, the same number that a scalper might encounter in a matter of days. Nor is it entirely clear that implicit learning plays the same role in longer-term and shorter-term trading. The advice "plan the trade and trade the plan" makes sense to a position trader, but is irrelevant to a scalper. There is no explicit planning to scalping. It draws upon the motor anticipation we see in the SRT studies. Yogi Berra once responded to a questioner who asked what he thought about when he was at the plate by saying that he didn't think about anything when batting. He didn't have time for both activities. So it is with the very short-term trader. Exhibit 5.2 differences in expertise development between longer and shorter-term traders. Shorter time frame trader, longer time frame trader. Thought process, implicit, explicit. Learning process, repeated trials, market research. Trading style, intuitive, by feel, analytical, by rules. Source of trading edge, experience, knowledge. Duration of the learning curve, accelerated, extended. The longer time frame trader, however, is more likely to rely upon explicit patterns for entries and exits. These might be chart patterns that unfold over minutes or hours, or they might be patterns from statistical analyses. These patterns form the basis for trading plans and systems. Such traders behave in rule-governed ways, and a large part of their success consists of following their rules. Pitching great Nolan Ryan, for example, was rule-governed. He studied the tendencies of each of the hitters he was scheduled to face and knew whether they were fastball hitters or not, whether they preferred pitches high or low, inside or out. He mentally rehearsed this information before each time and used it to help him select pitches in particular situations. As Ryan describes in his Pitcher's Bible, he knew that the Yankees' Steve Sax was a high fastball hitter. This led Ryan to emphasize low breaking pitches to Sax. This is similar to a trader who calculates the odds of a market making a breakout move and then uses the information to either jump on board new highs or fade them. When performance is largely dependent upon explicit reasoning and learning, as in the case of chess or the medical professions, we can expect a lengthy learning curve. Indeed, one advantage of systems trading is that it can test trading patterns over years of market data quickly, condensing lengthy experience into a brief period. It also can eliminate the learning curve associated with the development of execution skill by automating order entry. The longer-term discretionary trader faces the reality that, without simulation, it would take years to experience the full panoply of bull, bear, and range-bound markets. The value of simulation for the longer-term trader is that it permits many more learning trials than could be achieved through live trading. In reality, most performance expertise is a blend of explicit and implicit knowing. Despite his rules, Ryan was quick to acknowledge that you could not predetermine how you'd pitch a game while you were in the dugout, waiting for the first at-bat. A feel for the hitters and for your own pitching that day play an important role, too. While Ryan used explicit information to guide his pitch selection, his actual pitching mechanics were honed through a process of drilling and implicit learning. In his book, he explains that he came to the major league with a dominating fastball but poor control. Concentrated work on his delivery and accuracy allowed him to slow his fastball as he got older and yet maintain his effectiveness. Similarly, a surgeon's expertise is the result of explicit knowing of the body and intimate, implicit feel for the instruments. A cyclist like Lance Armstrong begins with an explicit race plan and considerable knowledge about the course, but relies on an implicit feel for race conditions to know when to make a breakaway move. Perhaps the greatest shortcoming in traditional trader education is that it is heavily skewed toward explicit learning. Seminars, website articles, books, and magazines are explicit by their very nature. These produce a knowing about markets and trading, but cannot possibly generate the market feel that we observe among expert traders. Drilling to the point of implicit learning is the missing ingredient in most traders' development. What makes experts different? Perception. Exhibit 5.3 summarizes research on the development of elite performers and the ways in which they change in response to deliberative practice and implicit learning. What we see is that intensive learning changes the performer cognitively as well as behaviorally. This truly is real-time evolution. Elite performers perceive differently, think differently, and act differently from their less expert counterparts. In a very important sense, when traders develop expertise, the markets they see are different from the markets everyone else sees. Exhibit 5.3 Ways in which experts differ from novices. How experts change during their development. Altered perception, chunking information efficiently. Altered reasoning, updating knowledge in a forward progression, flexibly. Altered knowledge, generating elaborated mental maps. Altered behavior, rapid decision-making and response. Let's start with chess and the classic research of Chase and Simon. In their studies, we have two groups of subjects, expert chess players and non-expert. We then briefly show each group chessboard positions taken from the middle of a game. Our goal is to see whether one group has a better memory for the positions of the pieces than the other. Sure enough, as you might predict, the chess masters recall many more board positions accurately than the non-experts. This, you might conclude, suggests that experts have a superior memory for performance events than non-experts. Cleverly, though, Chase and Simon added a second condition to the study. They briefly showed each group of subjects a random arrangement of pieces on a chessboard and then tested for recall. In this situation, neither group performed very well. Indeed, the expert group did not outperform the non-experts. The researchers concluded that experts do not have better memories than non-experts. Rather, they have a superior ability to process performance-related information than non-experts. For instance, let's say that one portion of the board displayed a castled king. This implies a certain structural relationship among the rook, king, and pawns. The expert processes this as a single chunk or unit of information. The non-expert does not group the pieces in such a meaningful way and instead tries to recall the position of each piece
separately.
The ability to process information in chunks based upon meaningful criteria allows the chess masters to recall more pieces than non-experts when viewing actual chess positions. When a randomly arranged board was shown, there were no meaningful chunks and the experts displayed no memory advantage. Note that this chunking of information and the efficiency of perception and memory that it allows is not a conscious process on the part of experts. The expert does not see a separate king, rook, and pawns. The expert sees a castled king. Similarly, when a client comes to me and complains of sleep loss, low mood, and poor concentration, I do not see three separate problems and begin multiple inquiries. Rather, I perceive potential symptoms of depression and ask questions to sort depression from other possible causes of those symptoms, substance abuse, grief, etc. A quarterback dropping back into the pocket to throw the ball does not see separate linebackers, linemen, and safeties. He sees a zone defense and a seam in the zone where he can throw the ball. Zone defense and depression are for the quarterback and therapist what castled king is for the chess master. Performance-related groupings of information. Expert traders similarly chunk information into meaningful groups, aiding their recall and speeding their responses to market events. Let's say we have 3 consecutive bars on a chart. The first one is a decline on high volume. The second one descends slightly below the first on lower volume, but closes higher. The third bar shows lower volume still, and its low is above the lows of the preceding 2 bars. This configuration is not seen by an experienced trader as 3 separate bars. It is perceived as a single unit that might be called selling drying up. If the lows of the bars correspond to lows made earlier in the day, the configuration might be processed as selling drying up at support. This is seen as a single meaningful event which allows it to be processed as a potential trade idea. If the bars were seen separately, and separately from the bars earlier in the day, they would convey no meaning. They would not form the basis for a trade. Research suggests that elite performers do not have better hardware than average performers. Their eyesight, memory, and reflexes are not necessarily outstanding. Rather, experts have accumulated so much implicit learning that They process events more efficiently and effectively than their counterparts. Their training has provided them with new ways of seeing the world based upon the grouping of their perceptions. Deliberative practice and implicit learning yield new, more efficient perception, allowing for rapid and creative response. What makes experts different? Reasoning. Experts not only see the world differently from non-experts, they also think differently. This is a natural consequence of their perceptual differences. A fascinating research look at physicians by Patel and Groen found that expert diagnosticians and non-experts displayed similar amounts of knowledge. What distinguished their ability to make accurate diagnoses, the authors found, was expertise, not recall. The expert physicians made use of what the authors call forward reasoning to arrive at their diagnoses.
The
Non-experts employed backward reasoning. A look at these ways of thinking will illustrate how they apply to trading. Imagine two people putting a jigsaw puzzle together. The first one looks at pieces that have flat edges and those that belong in the center and sorts them
out.
Then she separates out the pieces based on their colors. She starts to find connections between the flat pieces and the similarly colored pieces, and every so often steps back to look at the picture and guess its meaning.
Before
Too long, she figures out it is a nature scene and begins to assemble more pieces based upon her view of trees, sky, and mountains. This is a forward reasoning process. It moves from meaningful groups of information to inferences about the whole, which in turn guide the further grouping of information. The second person takes a very different approach to the puzzle. He guesses early on that the scene is one of a jungle. He then seeks pieces that look like parts of jungle animals, tropical plants, and jungle natives. Rather than grouping pieces into meaningful categories, flat pieces, pieces with similar colors, he reasons in a backward fashion that brown must be a tree and green must be a plant. When he sees that there is too much brown to be trees and too much sky blue to make for a jungle scene, his reasoning process has to return to step one. For this reason, it is inefficient. An experienced physician collects information about a patient's pain and nausea and takes the patient's temperature as first steps in a differential diagnosis. Moving forward from the data collected, the physician will ask questions and gather further information to rule out competing diagnoses and formulate working hypotheses to guide data collection. After multiple questions and tests, the final diagnosis will be the one remaining. A medical student, however, will not be able to see the pain, nausea, and temperature as part of a web of diagnostic possibilities requiring increasingly refined queries. Instead, the student might leap to the conclusion that the patient has influenza and will pursue this path exclusively. Reasoning backward from the conclusion, the student becomes tunnel-visioned in the search for information. When information emerges that contradicts a flu diagnosis, the student must return to the beginning to gather information and attempt a new assessment. Novice traders reason in the backward fashion. They look for information to support their opinions rather than assemble their trade ideas from their readings of the market. Expert traders often talk about letting the market come to me, another way of saying that the right trades, like the right diagnoses, will emerge from gathering the right data. This is only possible, however, when traders, like physicians, have internalized a kind of decision tree that guides the circular process of collecting information and formulating tentative ideas. Patel and Groen report results very similar to those of Chase and Simon. When the symptoms of a case were arranged in the way that they would normally be collected, expert physicians obtained accurate diagnoses, significantly more often than non-experts. When the symptoms were randomly arranged, however, the two groups performed equally poorly. The order of the information collected did not affect the diagnoses of non-experts, but was all important to experts. This is because skilled physicians collect information in an order that reflects a forward reasoning process. This process facilitates perception action links that allow expert surgeons and emergency room physicians to make informed life and death decisions in a matter of moments. Decisive action begins with efficient perception and organized information. Zeitz presents a large body of findings that reveal how the ways that experts process information aid their reasoning, yielding superior performance.
She
Refers to Mucker's moderately abstract conceptual representations as a cornerstone of expertise. We can think of Mucker's as a kind of roadmap, like the physician's decision trees that organize the perceptions of experts.
the
Chess expert encodes the positions of pieces in terms of strategies. The physician organizes symptoms into clusters based upon a system of diagnosis. As I am writing this, stock markets in Europe and Asia are down sharply in the wake of poor earnings news after the New York close and a panicky response by Japanese investors regarding alleged wrongdoings at a popular internet firm. Bonds around the world are firm, oil is higher, and the S&P 500 futures are down sharply. An experienced trader possesses a MACR that links all of these markets, viewing different instruments across countries as part of a single pattern. Assets are being shifted from speculative sectors to relative safe havens. Novice traders, lacking internal roadmaps, focus only on their markets, misinterpreting strength or weakness. Notice that these mental maps allow experts to be more flexible than non-experts in their reasoning processes. For instance, a map that distinguishes financial panic days from normal days leads a trader to look for intermarket relationships that would not exist otherwise. Lacking this flexibility, the novice trader on a day like the current one cannot place the effective trades in which movements in one safe haven market, German Bund, lead moves in a different, speculative one, U.S. stocks. A novice trader, fixed in a view that falling interest rates are good for stocks, cannot sell stocks when very weak economic news leads bonds to rally and stocks to tumble. Where the novice thinks concretely, the expert reasons contextually. Instead of thinking A always leads to B, the expert creates a web of possibilities in which A leads to B under conditions X and Y, but leads to C under other conditions. Paul Feltovich and colleagues emphasize that an important way of developing flexibility is to practice skills with as many variations as possible. This allows performers to develop rich mental maps that can guide performance under almost any conditions. Recall McNabb's observation that only 15% of troops in World War II combat actually fired their weapons because they had not encountered similar battle situations during practice. They lacked the mental maps needed to guide them under such dangerous conditions. This has significant implications for traders.
not
Infrequently, traders make money under one set of market conditions only to give it back when the market changes. As we shall see shortly, rehearsing trading with historical data enables traders to encounter multiple trading scenarios and conditions. This is a highly effective strategy for building the maps and flexibility needed to make rapid, accurate decisions under conditions of high risk and reward. What makes experts different? Action and reaction. Imagine a professional trader who makes $1 million per year trading mini futures actively. Most of us would conclude that such a trader has a huge edge in the market. Consider, however, that the trader might place 50 trades per day at an average size of 200 contracts, trading 10,000 contracts per day, or approximately 2,500,000 contracts per year. The trader is making less than a tenth of a tick per contract per day to generate the large profits.
contrary to
Notice the overlap between the researcher's conclusions and the characteristics of implicit learning that we encountered earlier. Clearman's and colleagues found that implicit learning is actually an acquisition of knowledge about the statistical structure of events. Williams and Starks, writing in a completely different field, find that experts possess knowledge about situational probabilities that guide their actions. Thus, for instance, the tennis player can make reasonable probabilistic assessments of the location of a hit ball based upon the movements of the opponent. This accounts for an interesting finding from the research. Not only do expert players make more accurate assessments of ball location, they are also more confident in their assessments than non-experts. Let's take a look at how this applies to trading. One of the expert traders from Kingstree that I introduced earlier is Scott Pulcini. As a short-term trader of the S&P mini futures market, Scott rapidly enters and exits positions, making hundreds of trades and trading thousands of contracts daily. In recent years, it has not been unusual for him to personally account for several % of the entire volume in that very liquid marketplace. To move in and out of trades in a matter of seconds, he needs to process large amounts of information quickly and accurately. His generosity in allowing me to observe his trading while he talks aloud about his thought processes has provided a valuable window on the mind of an expert. Scott's talk-aloud processing of the market mirrors the findings of Williams
and Starks.
He has a very detailed knowledge base specific to his market.
He
knows the major traders and trading patterns of the market and uses this information to make sense out of what others would find to be random. Locals are the only ones in this market, and they keep selling. Scott also can read orders and trades coming into the market and pick up subtle cues about their size and prices to provide an anticipatory sense of buying and selling likely to come. A very common occurrence when I'm following Scott on my risk screen is that he'll enter a position and I'll glance at my charts to see what's happening in the market at that moment. It looks like a bad entry to me, so I go back to the screen, only to find that Scott has already flipped his position and made a couple of ticks. In the time it took me to process his position, check it against my read of the market, and look back at his position, he had already peeled out of his trade and initiated a new one based on fresh market information. A major factor behind his speed, noted by Williams and Starks, is that many of his action patterns are automatic. He has learned that when he sees X, he should do Y. The XY linkage, repeated many times across varying conditions, becomes part of his instincts. My explicit processing cannot hope to keep up with such automatic, implicit thinking. Many expert traders, of course, are not moving in and out of markets with the rapidity of a Scott Pulcini. Nonetheless, they display the essential characteristics of Williams and Starks's ballplayers. They exhibit specialized knowledge bases and rapidly process large amounts of information in real time to arrive at quick, accurate assessments. Their ability to respond to events is the result of highly refined perceptual and cognitive processes that evolve through varied and repeated exposure to different market conditions. Practice makes permanent. Repeated, challenging experience creates fundamental changes in the way we perceive, think, and act. The role of mentoring in expertise. Recall the research of Bloom and colleagues, in which they found that expertise progresses through a series of stages. In the earliest stage, mentors play a supportive role, teaching basic skills and sustaining the students' motivation. As the student's talent becomes obvious, mentorship enters a second phase. Practice is more structured and regular, with an emphasis on the development of competence. For example, an early-stage mentor might be a Little League baseball coach. A mentor in the middle phase could be a high school coach. During competence development, some performers stand out as unusually talented. They learn skills quickly and rapidly adapt these to a variety of situations. Frequently, they are singled out by their coaches as being promising prospects for future development. At that point, a third phase of mentorship kicks in, devoted to the cultivation of expertise. This is when the performer begins working with a Dean Smith in basketball, a Nick Bollettieri in tennis, a Dan Gable in wrestling, or an Olympic trainer. Under the tutelage of an expert trainer, the student now faces new and higher levels of demand. Practice is for hours a day, working intensively on highly challenging drills. Mere competence is no longer the focus. World-class expectations are the
norm.
This has been a common feature of every successful trader I've known. Success is followed by higher expectations. The really good traders are so competitive that they do not stay content for long. It is not at all unusual for traders I've worked with to make 5 or even 6 figures in a day and tell me that they traded poorly. This is not modesty or perfectionism. It is a reflection of expectations at elite levels of performance. Lauren Sosniak, a researcher for Bloom's University of Chicago team, concludes that the most crucial step in the transition from competence to expertise is work with a master instructor. Such mentors are distinguished by their expectations for their performers, at times demanding all that was humanly possible of their students. Recall Erickson's point that expert performers are always moving beyond the skill levels that become automatic in their repertoire. That is the only way they can develop further.
This is why
A Navy SEALs training program will not just ask recruits to assemble a weapon. They will insist that it be done underwater in a requisite time frame. Expert mentors are battle-proofers. They place their students under levels of demand that elicit extraordinary adaptations. They are catalysts of personal evolution. These adaptations, we've seen, include radical changes of perception, cognition, and behavior. Having been tested under the most extreme conditions, experts develop ways of automatically responding to situations that would freeze the majority of individuals. The magazine Trader Monthly recently published a story about activist hedge fund manager Bob Chapman. On an excursion to the Cambodian jungle, he was confronted with a pack of wild, aggressive apes. Seeing that the apes were baring their teeth and were ready to pounce, Chapman went into a sprint, right at the apes, growling loudly and showing his teeth. The apes, no doubt startled at the unaccustomed sight, fled. I suspect I was not the only reader with a reaction. Only a great trader would think to do that. As Chapman emphasizes later in the article, those reflexes were drilled into him by an aggressive mentor who routinely chewed his head off. But because of that, Chapman explains, I am a far better trader. Page 79. At the level of expertise, mentors need to be familiar not only with the basic skills of the performance field, but also the nuances. As Bloom's research group found, this means working on performance at a high level of technical
detail.
Chris Carmichael, Lance Armstrong's cycling coach, helps Lance by breaking sprinting down into 4 elements: explosive acceleration, high top, end speed, high pedal cadence, and overspeed, riding at speeds greater than normal, such as downhill. Each of these facets of sprinting is accompanied by specific drills, with Carmichael and other coaches observing these carefully to make adjustments in technique. Nick Bollettieri works with expert tennis players by following detailed statistics on their games. For instance, he may find that a player is returning a high percentage of first serves but losing a high percentage of points when the opponent is serving. This suggests to Bollettieri that the player is returning the serve to the center of the court, where the opponent can readily dominate play. He thus works with the player on specialized drills to rehearse the placement of returned serves. By the time skilled performers begin work with a mentor to develop expertise, their motivation to excel has been established. As Bloom's group found, most elite coaches will not take on a student unless such motivation has been internalized. This is not merely the will to win, as Bob Knight emphasizes, but the will to prepare to win. And yet, as we've seen, it's not
Just about will.
elite performers draw upon extreme effort to generate the flow state, making normal hard work look like hardly working. Once that internal drive is present, the mentor's role changes from that of motivator to that of performance tuner. If you're coaching a wrestler like Dan Gable, you don't need to keep him focused or disciplined. You might, however, need to help him scout his upcoming opponent, recognize the opponent's lesser upper body strength, and develop a plan and set of tactics to exploit this advantage. Similarly, I don't need to encourage expert traders to make money. I do, however, have to help them recognize that trading conditions have changed due to developments in leading, correlated markets such as oil, necessitating a tactical shift. Such shifts do not come easily or naturally. It is difficult to change something that has been making you money. The mentor's role, however, is to help expert traders avoid the comfort of the automatic and sustain the far more rewarding gratification that comes from expanding.
Mastery.
How do mentors help expert performers? One way is by serving as role models for high-level information processing and reasoning. Matt Ford, faculty member at Northern Kentucky University and dean of the University of Minionville online education effort to train traders, observes knowledge that is difficult to codify defies transfer by conventional classroom means. Instead, vicarious learning processes, where learners observe the behavior of expert models, have proven to be an effective way to transfer tacit knowledge. His goal with the university is to enable traders to peer into the thought processes of experts in real time to advance skill development. If successful, the Minionville effort will achieve what researcher Timothy Salthouse calls the circumvention of human processing limitations. Contrary to the advertisements common in the popular media, trading expertise is not a function of possessing a superior indicator, mindset, or chart pattern. Expert traders process market information differently from non-experts, cultivating sophisticated mental maps that enable them to eliminate irrelevant information and implicitly process the patterns amid the market noise. Armed with such maps, expert traders respond more rapidly, confidently, and accurately to market events than do non-experts.
In the
coming chapters, we will explore how traders can circumvent their own processing limitations by systematically observing and altering their trading and emotional patterns. Chapter 6. Mechanics, Tactics, Strategies. Climbing the performance pyramid. People come out to see you perform, and you've got to give them the best you have within you. The lives of most men are patchwork quilts, or at best one matching outfit with a closet and laundry bag full of incongruous accumulations. A lifetime of training for just 10 seconds. Jesse Owens. It was the Big Ten meet, and it looked as though Ohio State University's star would not be able to perform. Having fallen down a flight of stairs during the week prior to the event, Jesse Owens received treatment but continued to experience back pain. He talked his coach into allowing him to run the 100-yard dash and, amazingly, tied the world record at the time, 9.4 seconds. Just 15 minutes later, he participated in the broad jump. With an audacity and confidence reminiscent of Babe Ruth, Owens placed a handkerchief at the world record distance and proceeded to beat the record by almost 6 inches. Shortly thereafter, he participated in the 220-yard dash and the 220-yard low hurdles. He not only won both of those events, but set new world records as
well.
In all, Jesse Owens set 3 world records and tied a 4th one in the span of 45 minutes, while in pain. The following year, he would participate in the 1936 Olympics and become the first American to win 4 gold medals. In a single year, Jesse Owens had raw talent and the lifetime of training that prepared him for the 10 seconds of a 100-yard dash. Yet he also had mental edges, a resilience that allowed him to play through the pain, and an unshakable confidence in his own skill. He displayed an emotional toughness that was every bit as impressive as his physical conditioning. Instinctively, we recognize that the ferocious confidence and competitiveness of a Muhammad Ali, Michael Jordan, Lance Armstrong, or Dan Gable make these performers different from their competitors, who may have had bodies that were equal, but not the hearts. How do expert performers develop an elite psychology? Can such a mental framework be acquired? To those questions we now turn. Success and the mechanics of performance. An expert performer is one who is mechanically sound. By that I mean that the performer executes the right actions the right way, with consistency.
A
mechanically sound automotive manufacturing plant turns out the same highly reliable cars the same way every day. Variability is the enemy. The goal is consistent execution. The reason franchise restaurants such as McDonald's have training programs and manuals of operating procedures is that they strive for consistency across restaurants. This ensures that customers will receive the same Big Mac and dining experience in Missoula, Montana, as in Mobile, Alabama. The good surgeon is one who makes the same clean, accurate cuts the same way for all patients. The good parent is not just loving and caring but consistently so. Elite performers display remarkable mechanical soundness. When Wendy Whalen, the noted ballerina for the New York City Ballet, was photographed by her husband-to-be, he noticed something striking. Different photos of her performing the same leap looked identical. The turn of her head, the angle of her feet, all were precisely the same, time and again. Tiger Woods's biographer, Bill Gutman, reports that tests on Tiger's swing showed that he made contact at the dead center of the club with remarkable consistency.
Each
Of his swings was at what scientists consider the ideal angle, 9 degrees. Nolan Ryan reports that he studied videotapes of his delivery while he was pitching for Houston, poring over computer analyses to correct small errors that made a pitching difference, such as leaning forward while lifting his left leg and opening his hips too soon. His pitching motion was broken down into checkpoints, performance elements that he had to execute the same way with each pitch. One checkpoint, for instance, was bringing his leg up to shoulder level before starting any movement to the plate. A second check was not releasing the ball until his lift leg had reached the ground. The combination of these movements ensured that his body was closely tucked during his wind-up, concealing his pitch as long as possible, and his release would have maximum forward momentum. Like Tiger and Nolan, Ted Williams dominated his sport by the consistent application of proper mechanics. He stood with his feet 27 inches apart, held his bat nearly perpendicular to the ground, and cocked his hips as he strode forward. His bat had to be a precise weight, not an ounce more or less. In his book, The Science of Hitting, he tells the story that he was once given 6 bats by the Louisville Slugger Company, one of which was half an ounce heavier than the others. Blindfolded, Williams picked out the heavier bat.
he was
Tuned for precision. The poor trader is one who, given a setup with a demonstrated edge, will trade it differently each time it occurs. Sometimes the trader will catch the setup, sometimes not. Occasionally the trade will be with large size, other times not. The entry will be late at times, early at others. With such variation in execution, ticks are lost. At $12.50 per tick on the ES contract, for example, this may not seem like a steep price to pay. Multiplied by the number of contracts traded each day and roughly 250 days in a year, you can see how inconsistency becomes expensive. Just one tick loss per trade for someone who trades 2 lots twice a day ends up costing $12,500 per year, or 8% of a $100,000 portfolio. Some traders create consistency by generating rules, much as Nolan Ryan created his pitching checkpoints. The rules may be broad and simple, trade only in the direction of the day's price trend, or they might be more concrete. Exit the position when the 5-minute volume at your stop price exceeds the volume registered in the previous 5 minutes. The advantage of rules is that they allow you to review performance, much as Ryan examined videotape, to see where your trading might be less than mechanically sound. Rules like the restaurant guidelines at McDonald's create an ideal by which performance can be gauged. When trading is discretionary and subjective, it is more difficult to evaluate the soundness of mechanics, but it's not impossible. When working with traders, I observe how they put on and take off positions, how often they trade, and where they tend to place their trades. I create a model in my mind of how each trader trades when he or she is making money. That model, for me, is like the set of rules. It provides a yardstick by which I can assess a trader's performance. Recall Mark Greenspoon, the expert trader at Kingstree. Many of his best trades are breakout trades, in which a range-bound market will explode to higher or lower price levels. Mark's best entries are near this point of breakout. and often slightly after the break initially occurs. When he enters far from the point of breakout, predicting the move rather than identifying it, he is much less likely to be successful. Often, all I need to do to help Mark is simply hold the metaphorical mirror to his mechanics. The model I've built, while observing him, becomes a set of ideals that he can use to assess his own performance. Scott Pulcini, however, possesses a very different kind of expertise.
He
Rapidly enters and exits the marketplace and rarely has a directional bias. When he is trading soundly, he is quickly scaling out of both winning and losing trades. He is looking for steady, repetitive small gains rather than the explosive profits of breakout moves. When Scott does not scale out of losing trades as fast as winning ones, he can have more profitable trades than losers, but still not make money. His mechanics, like Nolan Ryan's, then need an adjustment, perhaps one as simple as making tighter exit criteria explicit at the time trades are entered. Many times, the mechanical corrections that traders need are small shifts that, repeated over time, accumulate into large performance effects. Ted Williams demonstrated how the difference between his being an average .250 hitter and a Hall of Fame .400 hitter was the ability to lay off pitches low and away in the strike zone. Excellent traders also know when to lay off certain markets and actively participate in others, when to work orders, and when to go at the market. Great results come from small improvements that are implemented with consistency. When you are mentoring yourself as a trader, you are tasked with the responsibility of monitoring your own mechanics. This is not easy. It is difficult to see oneself from a neutral, objective vantage point. After writing segments of this book, I need to put the manuscript away for a while and then return to it as a reader. That allows me to identify sections that are unclear, poorly written, or insufficiently engaging. I cannot appreciate those deficiencies while I am writing, and if I tried to do so, I would wind up with a severe case of writer's block. Similarly, traders cannot monitor their performance for mechanics while they are engaging in the very behaviors that need to be automatic. Like me, they need to put their trading aside and examine it from a different, neutral perspective. Thankfully, there are specific tools that provide this perspective. Improving trading mechanics, the trading
Gymnasium.
video recording, journaling, and the gathering of trading metrics are the strategies that I have found to be most helpful to the improvement of trader mechanics. In combination and used with historical as well as live trading, they form what I call the trading gymnasium. A gym, of course, is a place where athletes can work on aspects of their conditioning. A weight room has various machines and stations, allowing users to work out very specific muscle groups. Similarly, running machines are highly flexible. They enable users to maintain an ideal sustained heart rate for maximum aerobic efficiency, but also allow runners to vary their routines and maintain their interest. Every performance field has its gymnasium, allowing performers to work on their mechanics. The gym for a professional dancer is a practice room with a teacher, mirrors, bar, and partners. A chess champion might utilize a sophisticated computer program as a gym, testing out strategies, recording the results, and reviewing them for tweaking. The jazz musician gigs regularly, not merely for enjoyment or revenue, but also to work on rhythm, timing, and improvisational skill. Gyms build performance by honing mechanics. The racetrack is the gym for pit crews that work on the Winston Cup teams. These teams are models of consistent mechanics under the pressure of racing competition, and amid the considerable dangers of the job, they change for tires and refuel a car in roughly 13 seconds. Each member of the team needs different skills.
As
Brian Klopp, Director of Development for the Pit Performance Program, notes, the tire carriers have excellent hand-eye coordination. The jackman is quick, with superior upper body strength to gain leverage. Teams practice with a stopwatch to improve their coordination and shave precious seconds from their times. Because pit work involves repair as well as maintenance. Crew members must be ready to quickly assess and fix car problems as they occur. This means that at any given time, you have many professionals swarming over the car once it pulls into the pit. The mechanics of good crew work involve not only performing one's own skills efficiently and accurately, but doing so in a way that causes minimal interference for other crew members. Simple elements such as how a jackman positions his body and where a carrier sets his tires become crucial in a field where every added second translates into car lengths of performance lost.
Team rehearsals on the
Racetrack, under the watchful eye of a crew chief, provide the gymnasiums that enable crews to master the mechanics of performance, making the extraordinary automatic. Novice traders tend to think of trading merely as the acts of buying and selling. They don't recognize the considerable role that mechanics play in success. Reducing trading to buying and selling is like describing NASCAR racing as stopping and going. Before we launch into the specifics of a trading gymnasium, take a look at just a few of the mechanics of trading and the difference they make toward profitability. Obviously, some of these mechanics will be more relevant for some traders than for others, given differences in trading niches. See Exhibit 6.1. Clearly, trading is not a skill, but rather a complex, coordinated set of skills not unlike athletics or medical practice. Exhibit 6.1 Specific skills that comprise trading mechanics. Trading mechanics. Idea development. Translating observations about the market into specific trade ideas. Gathering information the right way to produce useful conclusions. Assessment of market conditions. Evaluating whether the market is trending, range-bound, volatile, or slow, ensuring that the trade idea is appropriate for the present market. Order placement. Using the kinds of orders appropriate for market conditions to maximize the likelihood of getting filled at desired prices. Order location. Selecting prices for orders that correspond to turning points in supply and accuracy of execution. Minimizing errors in order placement. Efficiency of information processing. Monitoring relevant variables in real time to properly manage trades. An inexperienced trader will look at a chart and say, "I think we're going higher." He will then buy at the market with his maximum position size and see if the trade works out. Once it goes his way, he may or may not take profits. If it goes against him, he will get out when he is uncomfortable. The trades are neither planned nor systematic in their execution. The performance is not far different from that of a chess player who gets it in his head. "I think I'll move my queen right now." Expert traders make a distinction between making money and trading well. That difference reflects an awareness of mechanics. When traders like Scott and Mark say they traded well, they do not necessarily mean that they made a lot of money. They mean that they were fundamentally sound. Mechanics are rarely glamorous, but they account for a surprising degree of profitability.
I
Have watched expert active traders sit patiently working an order in the book just to get a position filled at a desired price. The position was worth entering, one tick below the market, not any higher. Similarly, I've seen excellent traders scale into trades as their confidence in the trade idea waxes, reducing their initial risk exposure at the same time that they exploit opportunity.
on
Any given day, these mechanics may spare a trader one bad trade or add a few ticks to a good one. Over time, however, they can make the difference between profit and loss, just as the pit crew's seconds over the course of a race can determine the lead position and create a clear path for their driver. Mechanics are the building blocks of multiplier effects in performance. Where the gymnasium begins, observation. You cannot work on your performance without having an eye for good mechanics and poor ones. Before you utilize the equipment in the gym, it's important to figure out what you're working on. Carl was a trader who didn't know what to work on. Relatively new to the markets, he was trading 1, 2, and 3 lots following a period of simulated trading. I went into his office and watched him trading NASDAQ index futures during an unusually slow midday period. The market, to my thinking was going nowhere. It had been oscillating in a narrow range for quite a few minutes, with no discernible trend. The NQ contract ticked higher, and Carl suddenly purchased a 3-lot at the market. In my best neutral voice, I asked, "What's your thought here?" Carl looked up and said, with as much conviction as he could muster, "We can't seem to go lower." The trade sat there for a few minutes before the market returned to its earlier level, leaving Carl 2 ticks in the red. Visibly uncomfortable, he sat in the trade. When it down-ticked one more time, he exited his 3-lot.
2.
My surprise, he expected me to applaud his discipline in quickly exiting a losing trade. Carl was a study in poor mechanics. Let's play observer and review his shortcomings. He had no real trade idea. We're not going lower is not a firm foundation for a rational wagering of one's trading stake. The reality was that we weren't going anywhere as long as the market was trading a few dozen contracts per minute on average. Without a valid trade idea, he had no edge in the marketplace. He gave up the edge needlessly. In a slow market, there was no urgency to getting in. If he had a valid reason to enter the market, he could have worked a bid and gained a tick simply by being patient. Instead, he took the offer after the market had already ticked higher, exposing him to those who had worked bids and now could take their scalping profits. He wagered impulsively. A good, trending market will give multiple opportunities for entry, making it easy to scale into a trade even if you do have to go with the market as the trade picks up on a breakout. Entering with his maximum position exposed Carl to maximum risk before he had an opportunity to see if the position would move his way. He exited emotionally. Instead of exiting when the trade didn't go his way, he exited when it went against him. If his trade was truly predicated on a breakout move or surge of buying, it should have gone his way promptly. Instead, he waited until it reached his pain threshold before exiting. He did not process information effectively. At no time during Carl's trade was there evidence of bidders entering the order book or lifting offers in
Size.
He failed to see bidders cancel their orders prior to the market moving against him, so he could not exit quickly. Carl was a beginning trader, and problems with mechanics are certainly expectable among beginners. Interestingly, however, I've seen seasoned traders with some of the same problems of trading mechanics.
Sometimes, as
we will see later in the book, the flaws in mechanics are due to emotional factors. A trader, for example, might be pressing too hard to make money at the end of a difficult month and impulsively put on a trade without either clearly identifying an edge or waiting for a good price. Other times, the flawed mechanics represent bad habits learned over a trading career. Traders, for example, will place stops several ticks away from the market without looking at current volatility. In many markets with good movement, 3 ticks represent random movement. A single large order from an institutional participant can result in the hitting of a stop. This doesn't necessarily mean that the fundamental trade idea was incorrect. My goal in working with traders such as Carl is to enable them to become keen observers of their own mechanics. This means emphasizing trade execution as much as overall profitability, and it means placing emphasis on the management of trades, from position sizing through exits. The majority of traders want to think about trades as things, events that are either profitable or not profitable. The mechanics approach to performance, however, views trades as processes. It's not just what you do, but how you do it that matters too. A mechanics-oriented mentor. Profitability is a function of good trading, not just good trades. An observation checklist. What do you look for when observing your trading mechanics? Drawing upon the experience with Carl, here are a few considerations. Did I have a well-formed trade idea? Did my idea fit with market conditions during the time frame in which I was trading and one time frame above? Did it fit with what correlated markets were doing at that time? Did it fit with the supply and demand I was noticing in the marketplace? Was my idea consistent with my overall trading strategy and my strategy for that trading day? Did I get into the trade at a good price? How much heat did I take on the trade right away? If I entered at the market, did the position promptly go my way, or could I have gotten a better price by working in order?
If I
Worked in order, did I get filled? If not, did I get into the trade near enough to my bailout level to maintain a good relationship between risk and reward on the trade? Did I enter at a price that enabled me to take maximum advantage of my trade idea? Was my position sizing appropriate for my risk management?
was I
Risking an amount on the trade that would not unduly damage my P/L4, the day/week/month, or was I at risk of digging myself a hole if the trade went against me? Did I scale into the trade to minimize initial risk and see if the position would move my way, or did I expose myself to maximum risk before seeing how the market took my order? Was I in the right instruments to maximize my trade ideas and minimize my risk? Was my risk diversified by trading multiple ideas, multiple instruments, and multiple time frames? Did I ensure that my trades were uncorrelated, or was I really betting the farm on a single idea or instrument? Did I assess and exploit the specific markets and instruments most likely to benefit from my trade ideas? Were my trade ideas independent of one another, or was I getting locked into an opinion about the market? Did I clearly identify exit criteria that told me my trade idea was wrong? Did I know in advance what would take me out of my trade, or did I exit when I had taken too much drawdown and the pain became too great? Did I identify that the trade was not going my way before I took a loss, or did I use the loss to tell me that the trade hadn't gone my way?
did I
Move my stop-loss point to protect profits in trades, or did I let winners become losers? Did I scale out of the trade to protect profits, or did I go for the home run and leave paper profits unduly exposed to risk? Did I closely monitor the market during my trade to ensure that the supply/demand conditions that got me into the trade were still operative? Was I actively monitoring the market while the trade was on, or was I passively observing? Was I looking for opportunities to scale in or out based on market conditions, or was I not managing the trade?
did I
Actively reevaluate the risk-reward of the trade, or did I stay locked in my initial assessment? These mechanics are to trading what footwork and stance are to boxing, what screening, boxing out, and passing are to basketball. They're different from tactics. Tactics tell you what to do and when to do it. Tactics are actions derived from a broader strategy. Mechanics are the fundamentals that you execute regardless of your tactics. Tactics dictate whether a basketball team plays a zone defense or man-to-man, whether it pushes the ball up court or sets up specific plays. Mechanics are the basics, staying in front of the ball when guarding the dribbler, moving without the ball, and so on. Strategy and tactics ensure that we're doing the right thing. Mechanics ensure that we do things the right way. The field is the gym for Army Rangers as they conduct mock missions and drill basic skills until their mechanics are automatic. Following the simulated missions, there are after-action reviews, in which instructors go over what the teams and their individuals did right and wrong. The preceding checklist is a kind of after-action review for the trader, a set of criteria by which you can examine your own performance. Your goal is to turn each of the checklist behaviors into a habit pattern by performing it again and again in the same way each time. Good trading fundamentals are not a function of discipline but habit. You want to get to the point where you are entering and exiting trades the way you wash yourself and brush your teeth in the morning, not the way you try to make yourself include enough veggies in your diet. The mechanics of risk management. Notice how many of the mechanics outlined here boil down to proper risk management. It amazes me that the majority of traders I come in contact with do not understand the risks they are incurring and how these line up with respect to potential reward. More traders blow up, I find, because they fail to hold the downside on a small number of occasions than because of consistent losing. It is not at all unusual to find traders who win more days than they lose, only to be down money at the end of a month or year. This can occur only if the average size of losing trades exceeds that of winners. Academic studies tell us that returns from most trading instruments do not form a normal distribution. Rather, they possess fat tails, more extreme occurrences than would be expected if returns followed the normal pattern. That means that extreme rises or declines of 3, 4, or 5 standard deviations are bound to occur, regardless of the time frame. In October 1987, and again in October 1997, we saw downside examples of such extreme returns. The start of the bull markets in August 1982 and March 2003 gave us examples of extreme upside returns. What makes these occasions dangerous is that they tend to cluster. This is known as serial correlation. Volatility tends to be followed by volatility. In a trending market, you can get several extreme upside or downside days in a row. Without proper risk management, these markets can blow out a trader. In his book Trading Risk, Kenneth Grant recommends that traders limit their risk to a fixed percentage of their portfolios. Recall an earlier example. If you have a trading approach that is correct 60% of the time, you will encounter losers on 40% of trades, ignoring commissions and other
costs.
Your probability of encountering 4 straight losing trades is 40% to the fourth power, or around 2.5%. If you trade frequently, this is bound to occur more than once a year. If you lose anything close to 10% on each of those occasions, you will severely dent your account, forcing you to make 67% on the remaining capital just to return to break even. Another crucial aspect to the survival of market risk is the size of one's portfolio. One is better able to survive runs of losses on reasonable bets if those bets are a small fraction of one's total bankroll. Indeed, Victor Niederhofer, in his book The Education of a Speculator, observes that a player who starts with $1 and tries to run it to $10 will face a 66.1% chance of ruin, even if the odds of winning each play are 60%. One needs more than a $4 bankroll to justify the pursuit of $10, even with favorable 60 to 40 odds. It's not difficult to see how, without proper risk management and with a small bankroll, most beginning traders are doomed to failure. Of course, this analysis does not take into account trader psychology.
Faced
with 2 or 3 consecutive large losers, many traders veer from proper mechanics. They second-guess their trading methods, add to their size to try to make their money back, or trade more frequently to recoup losses. The result is that what started as a 60 to 40 proposition with reasonable risk parameters is now a random coin toss with excessive risk. Under these conditions, I have seen traders lose months' worth of profits in a single day. It is difficult, financially and emotionally, to recover from such trauma. If one follows the fundamentally sound advice of Grant and calculates one's maximum daily loss as a fixed fraction of portfolio size, it then follows that trading sizes will shrink as losses are incurred and expand during profitable
times.
This has the natural advantage of making traders trade smaller when they're losing and larger when they are trading well, a kind of trend following, in which trader performance provides the trend. The reality, however, is that risk remains constant. You are betting the same proportion of your portfolio on a 60 to 40 proposition during good times and bad. A surprising proportion of emotional problems in trading can be traced to improper risk management. In my own trading, I have made the rule that I want to survive relatively intact 8 straight days of maximum drawdown. If I set that drawdown at 3% of portfolio value, at the end of my debacle, I will still have over 3/4 of my capital intact. If I move the maximum daily drawdown to 5%, my account balance after those consecutive losses will now be cut by 1/3. I will need a 50% gain simply to break even, not the less than 30% needed under the original scenario. For my own mental health, given my risk tolerance, I do not want a 50% drawdown, ever. That means that my drop-dead level is going to be much closer to 3% than to 5% if I am not hedged. Clearly, A hedged portfolio can sustain a greater degree of market exposure than one that is unhedged. Proper mechanics applied to risk management means knowing one's risk per trade, risk per day, and maximum allowable risk. These will dictate order, placement, order size, and the setting of stop-loss points. There is a reason why so many institutional investors trade hedged portfolios. With proper hedges, you minimize event risks, from unforeseen market moves to unanticipated news events. Portfolio managers are also diversified, meaning that they spread their risk across uncorrelated trades. Most individual traders think in terms of market positions, not market portfolios. As a result, they are far more exposed to risk than their institutional counterparts. Very often they attempt to control this exposure by limiting their holding times. This, however, can be deceptive. If you limit holding times to a matter of minutes, you are at the mercy of large traders who can push the market up or down in thin markets. Frequent trades with tighter stops can be as risky as holding positions without stops. One leads to death by 1,000 random cuts. The other ends in sudden death with a single adverse market move. Grant, who has managed risk for professional traders at hedge funds, concludes that 99.99% of traders over the course of a career will experience drawdowns of large magnitude. My personal strategy is to assume that I will get smoked at some point in time and trade in such a way that I will always stay in the game. This may not be as sexy as swinging large size, but it does wonders for the psyche and the account statement. As with the other mechanics, the key is making the elements of risk management, position sizing, stops, and so on as automatic as possible. Like Tiger Woods or Ted Williams, you want your swing to be the same one, properly executed time and time again. Advice from the shrink: identify the level of loss per trade, per day, per week, etc. that would prove emotionally upsetting to you, and set your risk parameters well within that level. You cannot have trading consistency if you do not have emotional consistency. Mechanizing the skills that support tactical decisions. The best mechanics cannot make traders profitable if their tactics are flawed. Someone who is selling a strong market but placing and managing orders will lose less money than a selling trader who is fundamentally unsound, but he or she will lose money nonetheless. While poor mechanics can undermine good trade ideas, good mechanics in and of themselves do not provide opportunity. If a trade idea does not exploit supply/demand imbalances in a particular time frame, it will not pay out, no matter how well it is implemented. Traders are increasingly finding that proper tactics require an investment in technology. When John Markman began his career in stock selection and financial journalism, one of his first steps was to spearhead the development of the MSN Money Stock Scouter, which screens the market for stocks that meet a variety of technical, fundamental, and institutional ownership criteria. Without sophisticated screening tools, it is unlikely that he could dig deeply enough into the market to find high-performance stocks that are off the beaten
path.
Similarly, David Afiriat, managing partner for the Trade Ideas screening software, recently emphasized to me that good technology will help a trader level the playing field against more experienced and better capitalized market participants. He likens the Trade Ideas program, which creates multi-tiered screens that update in real time, to a deep-sea voyager.
If the sea
life at a particular market depth is not interesting, the technology allows the trader to move to a different depth and uncover previously unseen life. Just as the military utilizes satellite photography and electronic intelligence gathering for decision support, traders can expand their cognitive capacities with the assistance of such screening tools. The best performers also study their opponents and use their observations to shape their tactics. Dan Gable writes about videotaping opponents to learn about their strengths and weaknesses. He also advocates studying statistics to evaluate opponents. Nolan Ryan similarly studied the tendencies of batters, just as Ted Williams knew what to expect from pitchers. Chess grandmasters study the games of tournament opponents. Basketball coaches spend considerable time watching their foes' game films to find weaknesses to exploit and strengths to prepare for. Just like rangers conducting reconnaissance and using the information to guide an attack, expert traders adapt their tactics to current market conditions. In the psychology of trading, I use the case of Muhammad Ali fighting George Foreman as an example of a rapid tactical shift. Ali facing Foreman. In the heat and humidity of the outdoor arena in Zaire, began the rumble in the jungle by taking the offensive, utilizing his greater hand and foot speed. By the end of the first round, however, he realized that he could not keep up this pace for the entire fight, nor could he keep the stronger Foreman off him. Reversing tactics, he adopted a defensive posture later to be known as the rope-a-dope and allowed Foreman to take the offensive, periodically taunting his rival and showing that he couldn't be hurt. Eventually, Foreman wore himself down in the Zaire heat, creating the opportunity for Ali's dramatic knockout. Ali's rapid processing was not so different from the shifts that traders might make upon detecting a breakout move.
Once they see that
fading the edges of a range no longer is working and volume is entering the market to push it beyond those extremes, they switch tactics and jump aboard the developing move. Here is a simple example from my own trading. One of my most important tactical decisions of the trading day is whether or not to trade, and if I do trade, whether to do so cautiously or aggressively. To make these decisions, I rely upon predictive models for anticipating the volatility of the coming trading day. Some of the inputs to these models include the volatility of the prior day, the volume and volatility of the overnight trading range, the market behavior of the European averages prior to the US Open, and the volume during the market's opening periods. If the models suggest a low volatility day, I am unlikely to trade a trend-following mode. Low volatility markets tend to be range-bound ones, and I am unlikely to trade actively. My tactics will be to identify spots near the edges of the market range where buying or selling cannot sustain a breakout, and then enter at a price that allows me to benefit from a movement back into the trading range. Should the models indicate the likelihood of a high volatility day, I will operate in a short-term trending mode and exploit pullbacks in rising markets or bounces in weak
ones.
Much of my market reconnaissance is conducted as historical studies of market behavior. These analyses follow a consistent pattern that I have drilled daily. See Exhibit 6.2. This pattern is to find several distinctive features in the present market and then investigate what has typically occurred in the past when those features have been present, because I have learned which variables in my data set define the most meaningful distinctive patterns. I can run these tests efficiently with a minimum of dead ends. The entire process generally takes under an hour. Once I am finished, the results fit one of three profiles. Exhibit 6.2, making tactical information gathering mechanical through analysis. Using historical market information to identify edges in trading. Identify what is distinctive about the present market. Often these will be some kind of extremes, such as a large price movement within a period of time, or a very high or low reading from an indicator. The extreme might be on a one-day basis, but often might cover several days. Identify a historical look-back period that is similar to the present market. If we're in a bull market, I will only include data from the bull market or data from this and recent, similar bull markets. If we're in a low volatility market, I will only include data from this market and ones of similar volatility. You want to see what the market has done historically under conditions similar to the ones faced at present. Determine how the market has behaved when the distinctive events have occurred in the
past.
I look for deviations from the sample average in two ways. 1. Does the market move, on average, significantly higher or lower after the distinctive events? And 2. Is there a significant difference in the ratio of rising to falling occasions following those distinctive events? I also look to see whether one segment of the market, for instance small-cap stocks, displays more of a directional bias than other segments following the selected market events. This helps guide my decisions about what to trade. Break the look-back sample into halves based on time. I want to see if the patterns I've noticed over the entire sample apply to both halves of the sample. If the most recent instances are different from the ones that occurred early in the sample, I need to entertain the possibility that the market is changing its behavior. In general, I will weight the most recent instances more heavily than the more distant ones. Run fresh and independent tests. I will return to the first step and identify other independent, distinctive features of the present market, usually on different time frames, and run fresh sets of tests to see if the directional biases from these new models correspond to ones found previously. The best trades will emerge when non-overlapping analyses point the same way. 1. There is no edge. The tests are inconsistent or do not show a distinctive set of expectations going forward. I either will not trade or will trade small and cautiously, relying on patterns that I identify during the trading
day.
2. There is a modest edge. The combination of tests shows a directional bias, but there is either enough discrepancy among the tests or the results are of sufficiently small magnitude that I will trade the pattern selectively, only if I can get very good prices and carefully manage the downside. 3. There is a strong edge. The combination of tests shows a distinct bias. For the day, a clear advantage going into the session. This is where I want to be most aggressive and maximize opportunity. The advantage to this procedure is that it provides me with a roadmap of expectations for the current day. This is both a psychological advantage and a logical one. Notice that one of my most crucial tactical decisions is when to not play.
If I
do not see adequate volume and volatility in the market, I know that the odds of directional movement in my time frame are poor. Rather than widen my time frame and get out of my game, I choose to not play. This is very much like the poker player who begins with 2 and 7 unsuited and decides to muck the hand. Why play if the odds are not on your side? Many of the best traders I've worked with leave the premises around midday when the trade slows
down.
This serves several functions. 1. It allows them to clear their heads and recoup their concentration. 2. It keeps them away from pursuing trades during times of low opportunity. And 3. It saves their bullets for periods of highest opportunity. The monitoring of volume and volatility is a way of keeping on top of the issue of how much movement is likely to be in the market.
The historical tests
are a means of identifying whether there is a directional bias to the expectable movement and which instruments are likely to best capitalize on this movement. Jeff Hirsch, publisher of the Stock Trader's Almanac, observes, "Those who study market history are bound to profit from it. The sweet spots for trading, like Ted Williams' sweet spots for hitting, are those where we can expect good movement with a demonstrated directional bias.
The
pitches to avoid taking are those periods in which little movement can be expected, with no discernible directional edge. Much of profitability, I've found, is simply staying away from markets and market periods that do not offer a distinct edge. After all, as Almanac founder Yale Hirsch emphasizes, if you don't profit from your investment mistakes, someone else will. How to trade and what to trade are subordinate to when to trade. When I recently asked Trevor Harnett, developer of the Market Delta program, what he felt was essential to trader performance, he pointed to one of the most important tactical considerations of all, an awareness of the trading environment. An example of what I mean by environment, he said, is simply trending or sideways markets. Many traders lose sight of what type of market they are trading in. This happens so often because traders fail to step back and try to understand how the market is developing as the day progresses. He created Market Delta as a visual representation of the factors, the activity of buyers and sellers, that cause environments to shift, providing traders with a resource to develop their skills at reading changing
markets.
Such a tool, properly employed, is a device for learning tactics and when to employ them. Your specific tactics may well differ from mine and Trevor's, requiring a different gathering of information. To the extent, however, that you can break your information gathering down into the kinds of checkpoints described by. One mark of a truly expert trader is the ability to rapidly adapt trading tactics to shifting market conditions. When you think about it, this is also a hallmark of expert emergency room physicians, battlefield commanders, and coaches. When strategy fails, problems at the top of the pyramid. Just as solid mechanics cannot produce profits in the face of improper tactics, the right tactics will not succeed if the overarching strategy is incorrect. Tactics win battles, but strategies win wars. Good tactics will sell a product to a customer, but the company will fail if it is the wrong product for the marketplace or a defective product. Strategy defines opportunity. It is not just about finding edges on given days, but establishing one's overall source of edge in the marketplace. Ideally, tactics implement strategy just as mechanics implement tactics. This can be conceptualized as a kind of pyramid.
C.
Exhibit 6.3. Exhibit 6.3, the performance pyramid. Trader problems can occur at any level of the pyramid.
Rookies tend to
make mechanical and tactical errors simply as a function of lack of experience. They can't find good prices, don't have defined exits, and expose themselves to undue risk. They fail to discern current market conditions and, hence, can adapt to market changes. When experienced, successful traders make mechanical and tactical mistakes, i.e., trade like rookies, the problem is very often an emotional one and requires hands-on intervention to re-establish
control.
Those interventions will be covered in our final chapters. There are times, however, when very successful traders, ones that might have made 6 or even 7 figures for a considerable period, will suddenly go cold for an extended time. Almost always, these are times when strategies
fail.
Marcus was a perfect example of such a trader. He made a substantial living trading individual equities and became a minor celebrity on the trading
boards.
He understood market technicals quite well and developed a style of trading that could be described loosely as trend following. What he did was screen for stocks each day that showed upside strength. He would then enter positions in these stocks during the first hour of trading when he saw firmness in the broad market. The strategy made sense and his tactics, finding good relative strength issues to trade during the most active time of day, were sound. Mechanically, he was careful to not chase stocks for purchase. And he used leverage wisely, spreading trades across different trade ideas. He also shorted weak stocks while buying the strong ones, creating further diversification. In short, he was a solid trader. The only thing was he stopped making money. One by one, his trades failed to pay him out. He racked his brain to see what he was doing wrong, generating considerable frustration in the process. This only accelerated his decline. It also convinced him that he needed to talk with
me.
One of the most difficult challenges facing a mentor is deciding whether a problem is primarily an emotional one interfering with performance or a performance problem generating emotional fallout. The two are closely connected, and there is a dynamic interplay between emotions and performance. Nonetheless, deciphering chicken and egg is crucial. Substantial time and effort can be wasted by working on psychological strategies when the problem is ultimately one of trading mechanics, tactics, or strategy. I performed a little research on Marcus' strategy, and here is what I found. The universe of stocks from which he placed trades increased their average daily trading volume over time. Many were members of the Russell 2000 small stock universe. Many were also high beta NASDAQ issues. Their increase in trading volume reflected, in part, the growing popularity of those sectors. I noticed that, as the volume in these sectors grew, their short-term price correlations to the large stock indices increased. Small and medium-sized stocks began trading more similarly to stocks in the Dow and S&P 500 averages. My best guess is that this was due partially to increased arbitrage. trading that kept market indices and sectors in line with one another. As volatility left the large capitalization indices from 2003 to 2005, this loss of movement affected Nasdaq and smaller stock indices as well.
It was
Clear that strength in the large stocks, in the near term, tended to reverse rather than continue, creating trading ranges across time frames. My research suggested that, as smaller stocks gained correlation with their larger counterparts, they also began trading in a countertrend style. Strength no longer begot strength. Marcus's problem was not a psychological one. It was one of strategy.
his
Perception was that the market had changed. It was as if a light bulb had been turned off. What once worked no longer did. This was not an exaggerated perception. The strategy indeed did work at one time, and now, because of different participation in the marketplace, it no longer provided an edge. Working on improving his psychology would not help his P/L, but neither would sharpening his mechanics or tactics. Such adjustments, like the proverbial movement of deck chairs on the Titanic, would only forestall a grievous outcome. There were only two solutions to Marcus's problem. Either he would have to shift strategies, or he would need to find alternative trading instruments that fit his existing strategy. He could no longer count on following momentum patterns as his bread and butter in stocks that made up the major indices. When IBM realized the world was moving toward word processing, it did not stick forever with its strategy of marketing electric typewriters. It shifted its resources to the personal computer market. When that market became commoditized, the company shifted again to emphasize high-level services to computer users. Just as business markets change, prodding companies to evolve, financial markets undergo radical shifts, requiring traders to alter their strategies. In short, Marcus displayed first-order competence at trading but was struggling with second-order competence. He could successfully trade a market one way, but now had to learn to adapt to altered market conditions. Like a college basketball team that graduated its stars, his task was to remake himself. To find and trade a new strategy, he would have to re-enter a learning
curve.
Expert traders most often lose when markets change, reducing their edge. The one thing that best predicts the ability to come back. Marcus is well on his way to recovery. He tweaked his strategy to emphasize the shorting of issues that could not rise with the general market and the buying of stocks that held up well during market declines. This allowed him to benefit from the broad market's tendency to reverse short-term movements, while still drawing upon his stock-picking skills.
He reduced his size while
implementing the new strategy and defined new tactics for getting into trades. For instance, he is using some of his new market observations with issues that trade actively around the time of earnings news, tracking shifts in those issues' relative strength. This allows him to get into trades when the stocks move and benefit from investor and trader overreactions. But Marcus is not on his way to recovery simply because he found a new
strategy.
Most experienced and successful traders, given enough time, could find a promising strategic variation to trade. The problem is that they run out of time. The reason is simple. During the glory years, the times when their strategies were working well, they didn't save their money. They bought expensive houses, took lavish trips, and lived large. Having found success, they wanted to flaunt it, enjoy it. Never did they consider that the glory days, as in Springsteen's song, would soon be behind them. Let me be plain about this. I have seen more successful traders derailed by personal financial mismanagement than for any other reason. Once a trader becomes wrapped up in the need to live a life of conspicuous consumption and success, it is very difficult, emotionally, to return to square one of the learning curve. It is difficult to reduce one size and learn new ropes, and it is difficult to find the humility to return to a simulator and test out new strategies. Caught up in their own hubris, traders keep trading. Long after their strategies have demonstrably failed, they go so far into debt that they never get the chance to retool. Recently, I was walking to the elevator at Kingstree with Pablo Melgarejo, the expert trader who had once shocked and then enlightened me by suggesting that new traders learn to trade by trading as often as possible on the simulator. We were discussing changes in the marketplace, and Pablo mentioned that the traders with long-term careers were the ones who kept their heads above water during the difficult times and then prospered when their strategies flourished. That meant accepting smaller trading size and lesser profits when edges were lean and pursuing opportunity aggressively in the good times. The traders who fail never get to the good times. By the time they can see the bullseye, it's too late. They're out of bullets. Pablo has been with Kingstree since its inception in 2000 and has seen several changing markets. The shifts have taught him to seek success in multiple markets: U.S. and international stock indexes, bonds, and notes, and a range of commodity markets. Some people get stuck in one market, Pablo explained. Don't be scared to try something new. You need to be humble and approach it as a career, not a job. Indeed, Pablo attributes his success to a strong value of the dollar. My risk-reward has been the best part of me. Even if I get cold for a while, I'll be back. The absence of that humility is what allows traders to dig holes for themselves that they cannot escape. They assume that the good times are just around the corner and that they will always be able to get the money back. With such overconfidence, traders lose their sense for the value of a dollar. The worst part of this business, Pablo told me, is that it changes people. Ironically, the changes wrought by success can be every bit as damaging as the changes resulting from failure. Once a trader becomes attached to the income of trading and the lifestyle it can bring, it becomes psychologically difficult to re-enter learning curves. Every dogma has its day, as the saying goes, and so it is with trading strategies. No strategy works for all time, a truth that becomes readily apparent when one develops mechanical trading systems and then trades them in real time. If you have been successful with a strategy, the chances are good that others will be attracted to the strategy, find ways to exploit it, and eventually reduce its edge. Trends come and go. Volatility waxes and wanes. Second-order competence is the ability to keep one's head above water while defining new strategies or new applications of existing ones. The best predictor of a trader's ability to adapt to new markets is that trader's liquidity. The nest egg from the good times provides the opportunity to survive the lean ones. Expertise development is more of a circular process than a linear one. The need to remake oneself is the norm, not the exception. If you take away nothing more from this book, let this be it.
The best
Attitude for traders in good times and bad is this simple wisdom. This, too, shall pass. The greatest obstacle to developing successful strategies. Successful trading begins with an edge in the marketplace and the proper mechanics and tactics to exploit that edge. Trader strategies are their sources of edge, their ability to discern and act upon patterns of supply and demand in the market auction. Such strategies are cultivated over time, whether they are based on tape reading skills from long hours of screen time or well-constructed trading systems born of exhaustive research.
Superior estrategies
Lie at the intersection of talents, skills, and opportunities. Unfortunately, many traders do not allow themselves the opportunity to
cultivate superior estrategies.
They flit from one trading approach to another in search of rapid rewards. They become a jack of many trading techniques, but they master none. This often occurs when we lose confidence in our abilities. Shaken by a series of losses, we will abandon what had been successful and begin trading in a style that fits neither our personalities nor our skill sets. System traders may begin overriding their systems with discretionary judgments, short-term. Traders will second-guess their signals and hold longer-term positions. It is one thing to adjust our trading methods to changing market conditions. It is quite another to abandon our niche entirely and lurch from one method to another. John Carter, author of Mastering the Trade and developer of the Trade the Markets mentoring service, has seen more than his share of traders in search of holy grails. He recently emphasized to me, amateur traders turn into professional traders once they stop looking for the next great technical indicator and start controlling their risk on each trade. The search for that fail-safe indicator that's going to work nearly every time takes a trader down a path littered with corpses, broken dreams, and stuttering fools, Carter explained. Many traders stay on this search for the rest of their lives. The irony is that individuals in this phase think they are developing as traders, when in reality their development is dead in the water. Carter includes in this category traders who pursue curve-fitted trading systems, trend-following methods that fail on the 75% of occasions. When markets trade sideways, option strategies that make money when underlying instruments don't move but give it back on breakout trends, and endlessly tweaked indicator settings. Perfectionism clearly plays a role in preventing us from cultivating superior strategies. In a very important sense, perfectionistic traders are not seeking to make money. They are trying to not lose money. Their intolerance of loss keeps them moving from method to method in search of a certainty that markets cannot provide. Successful traders embrace risk and uncertainty. Unsuccessful traders seek to repeal them. The bottom line is that professional traders are not searching for the next best thing, Carter stresses. Professional traders focus on limiting risk and protecting capital. Amateur traders focus on how much money they can make on each trade. Professionals always take money away from amateurs. Successful strategies maximize opportunity. They do not eliminate uncertainty, self-observation, and videotaping. Nothing so interferes with a performance as thinking about the performance while engaging in it. Most of us are familiar with the performance anxiety that affects speakers and test takers. The worries about how one is doing take one out of the flow of doing. For this reason, your observation and evaluation of your mechanics, tactics, and strategies need to occur outside of trading. While you're trading, you're the trader. All other times, you're the mentor to that trader. It is impossible for active traders to recall all the details of their trades. Even if they could recall prices where they entered and exited, they would not remember all of the mechanics that went into the trade, the reading of supply and demand, the scaling in and out. Nor would they necessarily recall the tactics that animated the trade, how the market was trading at that moment, relative to its day's range and relative to other markets.
Cognitive.
Psychologists find that recall is a fickle phenomenon. We tend to remember what is most vivid, what occurs first in a sequence, and what occurs last. Recall is also affected by our moods and by experiences that occur between events and our eventual recollection. For this reason, videotaping is a powerful piece of equipment in the trading
Gymnasium.
It allows us to re-experience each trading day and review each and every trade as it was made. Videotaping is particularly helpful when following markets and learning market patterns. You can play and replay turning points in markets and setups for various trades to see how they evolved in real time. This is far more powerful than reviewing static charts. When working on trading mechanics, however, videotaping is used to show both how the market traded and how you traded it. It is a means of reviewing performance. Two videotaping solutions are readily available to traders. The first is a simple camcorder setup that records the day's trade. Because video discs do not hold enough data for a full day of trading, it is convenient to have the camcorder record directly to a hard drive, where it can be compressed and stored as part of an archive. The second solution is a desktop program such as Camtasia, www.techsmith.com, which assembles frequent screen captures in a video. This is convenient in that it eliminates the need for separate equipment, but it also locks you into recording a single screen. 2. It can slow down the performance of your machine if you attempt to record large screen areas over an extended period. The ideal setup is one that allows you to recapture markets and trades as faithfully as possible so that you can see what you did when you did it, and recreate why you did it. My favorite application of videotaping is talking trades aloud so that your tape captures the thought process behind the trade, as well as the trade execution. This adds many dimensions to the review. First, it allows you to determine where along the pyramid the trade might have faltered. The tape will reveal where the thinking behind the trade might have been flawed, improper tactics, and where the idea was good but the implementation poor, improper mechanics. The tape will also capture those occasions when all elements of the pyramid are aligned. The tactics follow naturally from the basic strategy, and the mechanics effectively implement the tactics. It is every bit as important to review successful trades as unsuccessful ones.
As I
Emphasized in the psychology of trading, these reviews create models of success that we progressively internalize. Videotapes are especially effective at capturing those occasions on which emotionality derails trades. When you see yourself on tape trading well and trading poorly, you become sensitive to the physical, emotional, and cognitive cues that differentiate the two. My best trades are accompanied by active risk management immediately following the entry. I am talking aloud the criteria that will have me exiting the trade, and I continuously update the evidence that the trade idea is working or not working. Throughout the duration of the trade, I am actively involved, monitoring how much volume is trading, where the volume is trading, and how the volume is divided among buyers and sellers. Other times, the trade goes my way immediately, and I sit back, convinced that I'm riding a winner. When this happened most recently, a trade that was a quick 1-point winner did not engage my active involvement until it was underwater. A simple review revealed to me that I could have easily scratched the trade. Instead, overconfidence led me to take a modest but needless loss. During my graduate school days, I taped my therapy sessions with clients, with their permission, so that my supervisor could review the tapes with me. I learned a great deal about strategy and tactics from such reviews.
An
unintended consequence of the taping, however, was that I knew that my performance would be reviewed by my mentor. This kept me on my toes.
I
Was less likely to veer from my treatment plan if I knew that I would have to explain my actions to my supervisor. Similarly, videotaping of trading can keep us on the straight and narrow. This is especially true if you show your tapes to a mentor. Just knowing you're on tape introduces an element of self-observation to trading, making you more cognizant of your tactics and mechanics. During trading, you watch the market. Videotaping enables you to watch yourself. Videotaping and self-evaluation along the performance pyramid. I find the notion of a performance pyramid to be particularly helpful in reviewing tapes. See Exhibit 6.4. The idea is to conduct an efficient after-action review at the end of trading that highlights what you did right during the day and what you need to improve. In my reviews, I'm especially looking for themes, common elements that link the errors made by traders. Sometimes, these are emotional, as when a trader is trying too hard to come back from a slump. On those occasions, the tape may show the trader entering with excessive size and staying in trades longer than normal. Frustration is evident in the trader's voice, especially as the trades do not work out. Other times, the tape reveals themes that are purely related to the reading of markets, as when traders fail to recognize that markets have slowed down and continue their previous trading. Like quarterbacks that fail to see the whole field, they become tunnel-visioned and miss what is in front of their faces. Exhibit 6.4. The Performance Pyramid as an after-action review. When working on my own trading, my preference is to implement reviews in a top-down manner. I first ask myself if the trade is consistent with my
strategy.
In my case, the strategy has two components, a structural edge and an informational one. The structural edge, to which I have alluded earlier, is based upon knowledge of the participants in the equity index marketplace. Many of these are day-time frame participants, and many are highly leveraged. This creates situations in which traders behave as a herd, jumping aboard whatever movement they can detect in the market. It also creates situations in which these same traders have to exit positions quickly as part of risk management. Because of this, much of the day's trade in the ES consists of waves of buying and selling attributable to herd behavior and the mass exiting of positions that are going underwater, identifying spots where the herd is loaded up in one direction and will need to unload their holdings if their anticipations prove incorrect provides a structural edge. The informational edge comes from my historical studies, such as those posted to my Trader Feed site. As I am writing this, the previous day in the ES was a slow day with a narrow range, an inside day in technical parlance. Going back over 3 years in my database, I found that similar inside days tended to be followed by market weakness. This led me to expect a move today below yesterday's lows. My core strategy, then, is to combine the structural edge with the informational one. When I see buyers enter today's market and unable to push prices to new highs, I enter my short position with a price target below yesterday's lows. If I buy today's market, I am violating my strategy by trading against the informational edge. If I sell the market during a waterfall decline, I am equally violating my strategy by failing to exploit the structural edge. Combining the two keeps me trading selectively, limiting risk exposure to those occasions in the market in which I perceive odds to be genuinely in my favor. If my trade fits my strategy, the next level down on the pyramid has me reviewing tactics. One of my tactics, for example, is to find the market that is best positioned to exploit my strategy and trade that market. I may notice, for example, that traders are caught long in the ES during a market that I have forecasted lower with the historical studies, but also observe that the NQ is trading weaker than the ES. I may, therefore, try to take advantage of this relative weakness. Another tactic is that I will scale into trades that go my way, but only at certain times of day and when the volume attributable to large market participants is above particular threshold levels. My research tells me that moves are more likely to extend on those occasions. This means that at slower times, my tactics have me looking to scale out of trades, not add to them. Notice that a profitable trade is not necessarily one that is tactically sound. If I am trading around noontime and add to a position, making money on the initial position but giving some back on the added piece, my tactics were poor. Regardless of the P/L, a tactic that I favor is to stay in a trade as long as volume is expanding in the direction of my position. This affirms that either traders who had been caught leaning the wrong way are rushing for the exits, or new market participants are joining the fray. Either way, the expanded volume is generally associated with expanded volatility, encouraging me to remain in a position and not take profits prematurely. If I take a 1-point profit in a position that shows expanding volume and would soon thereafter have paid me 2 or 3 points, my tactics have been poor although I made money on the trade. If I do not institute corrective measures, it's only a matter of time before those tactical shortcomings will come back to haunt my account statement. In short, there can be a world of difference between a profitable trade and a good trade, between an unprofitable trade and a bad trade. Good trades exhibit proper execution at all levels of the pyramid. Bad trades do not. You have no control over whether an individual trade will go your way. All you can do is align yourself with the odds through good ideas and sound execution. Profits take care of themselves when you have a legitimate edge and execute properly. Only after reviewing the strategic and tactical facets of a trade will I examine mechanics. One measure I like to follow is how much heat on average I take after putting on a trade, and how much a trade went further in my direction very shortly after an exit. These tell me if I'm getting in and out at reasonable prices. I also like to follow my holding time per trade. I have a defined time frame for. There are certain markets, those with low volatility but adequate daily volume, that are quite choppy. They may or may not trend over a longer time frame, but will lurch and reverse shorter moves.
My tactic in.
Trading such a market is fade countertrend extremes in the NYSE tick and similar measures and make quick hit-and-run trades in the direction dictated by my strategy. The mechanics that implement these tactics involve entering positions at the market, but working orders to exit. The proper placement of those exits is something I constantly have to review and refine.
There is a
Delicate balance between maximizing the likelihood of getting filled on the exit and maximizing the trade's potential profit. A great deal of information goes into proper exit placement, including the market's trading volume and volatility at the time, the presence of obvious support and resistance levels, depth of market, and the market's recent willingness to do business at that price level. My cautious nature as a trader has me exiting trades where I'm sure I'll be filled, often leaving more on the table than I would ideally like. For that reason, I will spend considerable time reviewing such statistics as the percentage of times I'm filled on my exits to monitor my mechanics. I also assess the percentage of times I could have been filled at better prices.
like
Refining a golf swing, I suspect the adjustment of my mechanics will always be a work in progress. Perhaps most important of all, such review and adjustment force us to see market action. I have become far more sensitive to the impact of short-term market considerations on order placement as a result of daily review.
that.
Cannot help but fuel the implicit learning of markets. If you watch markets enough, you begin to internalize and anticipate their patterns. If you watch yourself sufficiently, you begin to identify and anticipate your own patterns. Observation is the first and most important step in self-mentoring. Fortunately, there are powerful tools in the trading gym that will help us translate observations into concrete plans for development.
To those we now turn.
Chapter 7. Performance Dynamics. From diagnostics to enhancement. Enthusiasm is everything. It must be taught and vibrating like a guitar string.
Edson Arantes do Nascimento, Pele.
No one can accuse soccer great Pelé of lacking enthusiasm. From his professional debut at age 16, in which he scored a goal, to his stardom, during which he became a target for other teams' aggression, Pelé retained a love for what he called the beautiful sport. His performance was almost superhuman. Over the course of a career spanning 1,360 games, he scored 1,280 goals. Observers have likened this to a baseball player hitting an average of one home run every game of the Major League season, 162 in all, and then repeating the feat year after year. Such was the fascination with his performance that two warring countries, Nigeria and Biafra, declared a temporary truce in order to see Pelé play. European teams bid large sums to lure Pelé from his home team, but Brazil declared him a national treasure in an attempt to retain his talent. Hardly dominating physically, he was actually rather thin compared with other players. Pelé blended speed, vision, and accuracy as no one had previously. His formula for success? Practice is everything.
Performance and
Preparation. Let's jump from the soccer field to the NASCAR pits. What we find is that performance is increasingly becoming science as well as art. Recently, Cruz, from semiconductor leader Intel, donned Cruz suits and raced the clock in pit row, changing tires and performing routine maintenance on race cars. Despite the Intel crew members' experience with principles and practices of efficient operation, the best times they could muster were over half a minute. Professional pit crews generally achieve turnaround times closer to 13 seconds. Brian Klopp, Director of Development at Pit Instruction and Training, explains that performance is not about speed, but rather about process.
being.
Fast comes with having lean processes. If you just focus on speed, you wind up with mistakes. This is why instructors at Pit advise aspiring crew members, go slow to go fast. The goal is smooth, lean operation, not hurried behavior. Lean processes apply to trading as well. If I do not do all of my homework in advance of the open, if my tactics are not researched and thought through, complete with a variety of what-if scenarios. I can guarantee you that my early trading session will feel like a frenzied pit stop. The subjective experience of time is highly dependent upon our perceptions of control and familiarity with events. Time passes more slowly when we are prepared than when we are rushing from one thing to the next. So it is with markets.
They
Seem to move more slowly when we're prepared, when we know what to look
for.
If I am frantically searching for trade ideas as markets are moving, the markets will feel fast regardless of how much business we're doing at the
Time.
Many a performance is won or lost in the preparation. For this reason, pit trainers such as those at Pit Instruction and Training emphasize working smart rather than fast. Crews consist of 7 men each, with a clearly defined role. Nothing is left to chance. The team stakes out where the car will pull in, where each man will stand, and what each will
carry.
Tasks are performed in parallel, not series, so that a single slip-up will not disrupt the entire team. They're also performed so repeatedly in practice that they are near automatic, despite the dangerous and noisy racing conditions. The Intel workers, for all their experience, lack such specific training for race car maintenance. As they rush about, they bump into each other, drop tires, and fail to tighten lug nuts properly. Each small mistake costs the driver seconds and car lengths. It's relatively easy to watch videotapes and catch the bad trades you make. Less apparent are the good trades you never make because you're 2 steps behind the market, missing a trade here, getting in or out at a worse price. There, the costs of inefficiency add up. It's the difference between an Intel crew changing tires and gassing a car up in 33 seconds and a pit crew's performance of the same tasks in 14 seconds. Those are differences that win and lose races. Brian Klopp of Pitt emphasized to me, practice makes permanent, good and bad. His point was that how we perform day after day becomes our habitual performance, for better and for worse. What we routinely do becomes our natural routine. Preparing for market ambushes. When Richard Makowicz, author of Unleash the Warrior Within, left the Navy SEALs, he began a business teaching self-defense methods to interested students. He found that many of the students, despite skill and practice, froze during realistic simulated attacks. Not having a pre-programmed sense of what to do or where to strike, they suffered from what's commonly known as analysis paralysis. He found, however, that when they were focused on potential targets, eyes, throat, groin, they were much more able to select their weapon, a fist, knee, or heel, for instance, and execute needed movements. Because fear disrupts normal thought processes, Makowicz trains his students with real throat grabs and other such attacks. The elements of any successful attack, he notes, are surprise, speed, and violence of action. All of these fall outside an opponent's norms, making usual judgment and planning
Impossible.
If targets are pre-programmed through experience, someone who is attacked can rapidly respond and save their life. Without such programming, like the World War II soldiers who never fired their weapons, we are apt to freeze, as we cannot grasp events outside our norms. What we do not envision, we cannot prepare for. NASCAR crews don't merely anticipate routine maintenance, they are also prepared for the unknown, mechanical failures and damage caused by accidents. When SWAT teams breach an entrance and move into a room, they are prepared for any form of resistance. Surprise is the great enemy. All training is for naught if we are taken by surprise and cannot make sense of our experience. Traders will commonly review markets by looking at charts. These static images fail to depict the surprise, speed, and violence of action that lie behind many market moves. A 5-minute bar chart may show a high-low range of 5 ticks on 8,000 contracts traded. This looks like very moderate market behavior. What the chart doesn't show is that 4 of the 5 ticks occurred in a matter of seconds, as the pulling and replacing of bids caused prices to suddenly drop and then rise again. The short-term trader unprepared for. Such sweeps easily can be tricked into exiting a good position or entering a new one at an unfavorable price. In any time frame, you will notice periods of market consolidation, usually slow, alternating with busier periods of sudden rises and declines.
The vast
Majority of these moves are not responses to fundamental news or events. They are generated by those with the size and savvy to ambush market participants that act in a herd. If your only market rehearsal and training is with static charts, you are like soldiers preparing for battle by reading battle
plans.
in the heat of an ambush. The enemy is likely to disrupt all of that planning. Markets will move or fail to move just beyond the level of expectations of participants. That is the only way the ambusher can take money from the ambushed. Preparing for expectable market events is important, just as preparing for routine car maintenance is the bread and butter of any pit crew. It's the preparation for the unexpected, however, that, over time, wins the Winston Cup. Fighter pilot Colonel John R. Boyd was known as 42nd Boyd because of his challenge that he could win any dogfight, ride the tail of any challenger within 40 seconds. His ability was to operate from inside the mindset of his adversary, what he called the ODA, observation, orientation, decision, action loop. Actions Boyd held emerge from decisions which in turn hinge upon orienting ourselves in accordance with our observations. When you become predictable in a dogfight, you are inside the ODA loop of the other pilot. The pilot who wins is the one who stays outside the opponent's loop. This is why the surprise, speed, and violence of action mentioned by Makowicz are so effective. A predictable attack, such as when British troops would line up in formation in their red coats, complete with flags flying and music playing, was within the ODA loop of savvy colonists. It is the swift, unexpected, violent attack of the guerrilla force that can unnerve a much larger opponent. What is well known and well publicized, from chart patterns to news stories, represents the ODA loop of the average market participant. If what you lean on for your edge is information that can be readily accessed by any trader possessing a decent real-time charting or market depth application, you are within the ODA loop of the pros, not outside it. When the John Boyds of the market challenge your positions, they won't announce their arrival with loud music and bright red coats, nor will they provide you with 40 seconds of leeway. They will move the market sufficiently quickly to create surprise, and they will do so with violence. Their edge is the ability to create chaos in the minds of their counterparties. Our job is to treat trading like a ranger treats patrols, watchful for the ambushes, focused on our mission, enemy, terrain, troops, resources, and equipment, and time. It is vitally important that you know the enemies who operate in your particular niche. They are the ones who can dislodge you from your sound ideas and interfere with your well-honed reflexes. Different markets feature different enemies. Forex is not like the stock market, which is not like sugar. Who is bigger than you and who is faster than you? They are the ones who can hurt you. Risk management begins by knowing who is in the game and how they typically behave. The markets move more slowly when you operate outside their loops. Performance, from art to science. When reviewing a variety of performance fields, one cannot help but be impressed by the degree to which the art of performance has given way to science. Athletes are now trained by specialists, utilizing sophisticated dietary, aerobic, and strength-building regimes,
Lance Armstrong ride à bike.
specially fabricated to accommodate his ideal riding position, minimizing wind resistance. His workouts track his pedal speed, the force of his upward and downward leg movements, his oxygen consumption, all to maximize his
Edge.
The NASCAR pits utilize tools and parts specifically manufactured to make each task smoother. Lug nuts are larger than normal to ease tightening. Studs are tailored to the lug nuts. Gas cans are specially designed to empty as quickly as possible. Jacks are tested and optimized for one-pump lift. To know, small degree, human performance, that evolutionary thrust is engineered, not just acquired. Key to this engineering is the collection of data. Mere tracking of the profits and losses in an account statement is giving way to the broader collection of metrics that precisely measure facets of performance. With the computerization of trading, it is more possible than ever to evaluate one's strategy, tactics, and mechanics. This allows traders to hone performance, much as a race car team shaves seconds off its times. My first experiences with the collection of trader metrics came through the use of the Trade Analyzer module that is part of the Trading Technologies platform, then through the use of the Trader DNA program. Later, I learned that the simulation module for NinjaTrader was accompanied by the collection of trading metrics. I am confident that this functionality will become a staple of most trading platforms in the not-too-distant future.
It is
one of the single most powerful steps a trader can take toward performance improvement, supplementing the art of trading with science. Let's take a simple example of metrics collection and how it might be utilized. Marissa is a short-term trader in the crude oil market. She enters and exits positions within a single session, looking for price trends that are generated by supply/demand shifts for crude and news from politically volatile oil-producing countries. Let's say that we track over time her profit and loss each day, but also break down her P/L into several categories.
for
Instance, we might go back and code each day for the past 3 months as uptrend days, downtrend days, reversal days, and range-bound days. Uptrend days open near their lows and close near their highs. Downtrend days do the reverse. Reversal days trade well off their opening prices only to close near them or at the opposite extreme. Range-bound days close near the middle of their ranges, close to their opening prices. We then map Marissa's P/L as a function of the type of day she encountered in the market. See Exhibit 7.1. Exhibit 7.1 Tracking P/L as a function of type of trading day. For the purposes of this initial illustration, I have greatly simplified the data
grid.
For instance, I would normally separate scratch trades from profitable ones, and I would also include data regarding the number of profitable versus unprofitable trading days, which we will discuss later, and some indication of profitability as a function of the number of contracts traded. It is also important to track performance after commissions and other expenses, which I have not done here. This is merely an initial snapshot of recent trading performance across varying market conditions. Most traders who contact me for advice know only that figure in the lower right-hand corner of Exhibit 7.1. Many cannot even specify that number. If we focused only on that number, we would say that Marissa is a modestly successful trader. She is taking something out of the market, but probably is not making a lot of money after costs, especially given the commissions associated with the frequency of her trading and her size. A close look at Exhibit 7.1 reveals why she is not more profitable. Her total profit across trending days is $65,000. Her gross profit on non-trending days is no profit at all, a loss of $25,000. Indeed, she has lost as much on range-bound days as she has made for the entire 3-month period. This clearly is impairing her performance. Is this the only factor interfering with her overall profitability? Examine the table closely and see if you can identify any other trading problems. If you're eagle-eyed, you'll notice that Marissa's profit and loss per trade, column 3, divided by column 1 and column 4 divided by column 2, are out of whack. Let's create a new table to illustrate this finding. See Exhibit 7.2. Exhibit 7.2 Tracking P/L as a function of average profit/loss per trade. Now we're getting somewhere. Marissa's average profit per trade is not much larger than her average loss overall. This limits her profitability.
When
we drill down with metrics, we can see that her performance is uneven.
Not
only does she have more losing trades than winners in range-bound markets, but the size of her losers in those markets overwhelms the size of her winners. The combination of the two, more losers and larger losers, creates outsized losses. What this suggests on the surface is that Marissa is not seeing range-bound markets very well, but she is also probably holding on to losing trades longer than winners in those markets. If this were a general tendency on her part, we would see it occurring across all market conditions. The fact that it is occurring only during range-bound markets tells me that something about those markets is getting her out of her game. This may well be a situation where the problem is partly a trading issue, the need to identify range-bound markets, and partly a psychological one, preventing narrow markets from triggering frustration and interfering with risk management. Notice, however, that the metrics highlight strengths as well as weaknesses. Marissa is highly successful during downtrend days. Not only does she ride her winners for larger gains, but the average size of her losers is much smaller. This is a very unusual finding.
Why?
Downtrend days normally are more volatile than other days, making it easy to have larger-sized winners but also larger losers. Something Marissa is doing during downtrend days is keeping losses small at the same time that it lets her ride winners. This is clearly her best trading. A solution-focused coach would want to study how she is entering trades and managing them during downtrends so that she might be able to apply these skills to other market conditions, especially the range-bound days. Metrics reveal trading solutions as well as problems. Is there anything else we can diagnose from Marissa's performance data? Let's assume that over the course of the 3 months studied, there were a relatively even number of days falling into the 4 categories. What that tells us is that Marissa is trading the 4 types of days equally actively. Her number of trades per day does not vary as a function of market condition. This is a problem because during some market periods, such as downtrends, she has a real edge. At other times, she not only lacks an edge, but gives up money. Realistically, all other things being equal, she should trade most actively in trending markets and less so at other times. Where this would take me as Marissa's mentor is training that would be specific to her needs. I would want to provide her with guidelines and tools for trying to assess whether markets were likely to be trending or range-bound. These tools would probably make use of volume and serial correlation, relationships between recent and upcoming volatility to aid her in assessing market conditions. If she could identify when markets were likely to be range-bound, she could adjust her trading accordingly and, at the very least, follow the physician's motto of, above all else, do no harm. Simply trading range-bound markets less actively and instituting improved loss control would greatly aid her overall profitability. Notice how readily we can move from performance diagnosis to performance plans when we collect systematic data regarding our trading.
As
Trader DNA founder David Norman emphasizes, this enables us to become scientific in studying ourselves. It is sobering to think of how much information we could have about our trading that we never think to collect.
I
am greatly indebted to David and his vision of trader psychometrics. A side note on risk management. If I had to make a generalization about Marissa from the performance profiles presented thus far, I would say that she trades quite well in volatile market environments and poorly in non-volatile conditions. When markets reverse and show reasonable movement, she holds her own. This would help to explain why she makes more money and achieves more profit per trade during downtrends than uptrends. It also explains why range-bound markets are her nemesis. Clearly, I would need to gather more data to support this hypothesis and observe her over a longer period of time. If I were working at her firm, I would stand by her side under a variety of market conditions and observe her patterns of success and failure. If, however, my hypothesis is correct, Marissa is in trouble. The management of her firm may not think she's in trouble, and she may not feel that she's in trouble, but she is in danger nonetheless. Her profits are largely a function of what the market is doing at the time, not a function of her mastery of different
markets.
She is exhibiting first-order competence, not second-order. Alternatively, we could say that she is displaying competence but not expertise. What if the crude market goes into a prolonged range-bound period? What if peace reigns supreme in the Middle East, diplomacy wins the day, and prices enter a period of great stability? No longer will there be a relatively even number of trending and non-trending days. Suddenly, markets will trade more, often in precisely the way that Marissa trades worst. She will begin to lose money and eventually lose confidence. Her already poor risk management in thin, narrow markets could deteriorate even further. In a matter of weeks, even a consistently profitable trader could become a trader in debt. This is where the preventive aspect of capable mentorship is most evident. Metrics reveal blow-ups in the making. By helping Marissa learn to identify range-bound markets and trade them more effectively, and by helping her extend her skills in downtrends to other market conditions, a mentor can facilitate the transition from first-order competence to genuine expertise. Data-based mentorship provides proactive risk management. Too often we think of risk management only after a losing period, or we think of it narrowly in terms of stop losses on individual trades. Good risk management, however, also dictates that we identify situations in which trading profits are concentrated in a relative handful of trades or market conditions. The more limited the trader's edge, the greater the risk that the trader will lapse into obsolescence. Treating performance as a science means that we take a hard look at where a trader's edge is really coming from and use that information to extend strengths, address weaknesses, and adapt to a variety of market conditions. The psychological paradigm and the performance paradigm. The example of Marissa's trading provides us with a particularly good opportunity to contrast what I call the psychological paradigm of trader development with the performance paradigm. Let's say that Marissa comes to me in a frustrated state. She has been making a modest amount of money each month, but recently has been losing money. Some of her daily losses have gotten out of hand, causing concern at her firm and setting her account statement back. She is frustrated with the market, which she says is moving less than usual, and she's frustrated with herself. To keep her losses from mounting, she recently cut her size, but this only added to her frustration when she could participate only modestly in a market downtrend following the release of crude inventory numbers. If I am operating with a psychological paradigm, I make the assumption that Marissa's trading problem has a genesis in her handling of emotions.
I
would assess her attitudes and beliefs, observe her behavior, and show her some techniques for changing her thoughts, feelings, and actions. Alternatively, I might explore her past to see if conflicts she had first experienced outside of trading were now interfering with her decisions and actions. For instance, I might work with her to develop a trading plan that focused on avoiding trading during frustrated periods and, instead, writing in her journal to gain perspective on the situation. If, however, I adopt the performance paradigm, I rely on trading metrics to diagnose Marissa's problem. These lead me to believe that she lacks a fundamental trading skill, the ability to recognize shifting market conditions, such as when trending markets become range-bound. The assistance I provide to her is one of information and skills building. Perhaps I will help her develop a spreadsheet application that monitors markets in real time and spits out green numbers when markets are gaining trendiness and red ones when they're becoming more range-bound. Alternatively, I might teach her how to hold positions differently in volatile versus non-volatile markets by adjusting profit targets to current market movement. Instead of working on her head, I will work with her on improving her strategy, tactics, and mechanics. The psychological paradigm stresses that profitability problems stem from emotional ones. The performance paradigm emphasizes that profits follow from the proper alignment of two sets of variables: one, talents, skills, and markets, and two, strategies, tactics, and mechanics. If you're having trading problems, the performance paradigm asserts you're either in the wrong market or you're trading the right market the wrong way. Of course, reality is never as simple as our neat categories. Most trading difficulties have both performance and emotional components. Our behavioral and emotional patterns get in the way of our talents and skills, and are poor. Training generates emotional distress. There are times when I find that I need to operate primarily from the psychological paradigm, and there are times when the performance paradigm is essential. For me, as a psychologist, this is very much like knowing when a psychological problem, such as depression, can best be addressed by talk therapy, and when it requires the use of medication. Often, the two in concert work best, which is how it often is with trading. Marissa is an excellent case in point. Based on the early metrics we've collected, I would probably work with her in both performance and psychological modes. The performance mode would likely begin with my investigation of Marissa's market. I would investigate historical data to determine which pieces of data best anticipate near-term market conditions. For example, I might find that the volatility and opening range of crude oil is an accurate predictor of the day's behavior. I would share this with Marissa and illustrate ways of capturing and using the information early in the days.
Trade.
I might also watch the market while she trades, updating her on information relevant to market conditions and illustrating how she could do this for herself. I would observe her efforts to gauge market conditions and provide her with feedback regarding the adjustments she made in her trading. Because, however, the data suggest that Marissa's risk management is much worse in range markets than in others, I would also work with her in a psychological mode. I would observe her trade and become keenly attentive to signs of frustration or other emotional disruption. My particular focus would be on the triggers for this frustration, the market and trading events that precede her loss of control and deviations from sound mechanics. We would then work on specific brief therapy techniques for deprogramming these triggers and gaining cognitive and physical control over frustration. See Chapter 8. I would explain those techniques to Marissa, illustrate their use, and observe her attempts to employ them. For instance, I might come into her office during a particularly range-bound period, point out to her an indication of growing frustration, and encourage her to use behavioral self-control methods prior to entering any trades. This might lead her to take a small break from the screen, focus her attention, and shift her thoughts with a session on the sound and light machine, and then return to trading after mentally rehearsing her trading plan for non-volatile markets. Notice that whether I am working with Marissa in performance or psychological mode, I am generally assisting her while markets are trading, and she is at her trade station. There is value in meeting and planning before markets open, and a review at the end of the day can be helpful. Ultimately, however, people learn best when they are closest to the conditions of performance. They learn to handle anxiety when they're anxious about a trade. They learn to place exits by being in trades and needing to get out. Observing a trader trade helps a mentor sort out the performance aspects of a problem from the psychological aspects, and it enables a mentor to detect patterns that might escape the metrics. Metrics wouldn't show, for example, that a trader is placing his largest trades when frustrated or is failing to act on valid trade ideas following losses. Live work with traders brings together the performance and the psychological paradigms, allowing teacher and trader to move seamlessly from mechanics to mindsets and back again.
Talking with
traders about their trading is a far cry from working with them on their trading while they're trading. Successful mentorship, think John Wooden, Dan Gable, or Nick Belletieri, is always hands-on and real-time. The psychology and performance paradigms come together when mentorship occurs within the
performance setting.
Daily performance metrics. Marissa's data were aggregated daily. We categorized days based on market action and reviewed her daily trading and P/L as a function of market conditions. Daily metrics provide a broad overview of performance, especially when they cover a period of weeks or months. Let's review a few basic measures and their meaning. Number of trades and number of shares, contracts, traded per day.
Here,
we're looking to see how active the trader was, which should be a function of the opportunity identified in the marketplace. Ideally, we should see more trades and contracts traded when markets are busier and offering a greater number of trade setups. A relatively equal number of trades or contracts each day suggests a possible problem in spotting
Opportunity.
when traders are active in low-opportunity markets. The first hypothesis that comes to mind is that they're trying to create opportunities, the sequencing of winning and losing days. This metric simply looks for patterns among winning and losing days. Are they relatively evenly distributed, or are there streaks of winning and losing days? If we see unusual hot and cold spells, it is worth drilling down and determining whether these might be due to market conditions or to shifts in a trader's frame of mind. In October 2005, for example, a number of traders contacted me by email and told me that they had racked up strings of large losing days. While the World Series exploits of the White Sox might have been one distraction for local traders, the real reason for the cold streak was that the market gained volatility and a downward trend. During that month, traders accustomed to slower, range-bound markets were not prepared for the different trading conditions. The number of winning, losing, and scratch trades, and the number of shares/contracts traded for winners, losers, and scratches. Most traders have a signature trading style. Some have a surprisingly large proportion of losing trades to winners, but ride the winners for large gains. Other traders hit for a high batting average, winning far more often than they lose, but not necessarily holding trades for home runs. Keeping track of your winning, losing, and scratch trades helps you see if you are operating within your style and truly finding your edge. The number of scratch trades is very important for very short-term traders because it identifies occasions on which the trader has been quick to exit trades before they became losers. If the ratio of winning to losing trades is very different from the ratio of shares or contracts traded for winners versus losers, position sizing is generally the issue. A tendency to lose on one's largest trades may reveal difficulties handling the emotional pressures of size and risk. The number of long and short trades and shares/contracts. This indicates whether or not you traded with a bias during a trading session. If you had many more short positions than long, but the market was sideways or rising, your bias did not fit market conditions. If you were in a trending market but had a relatively equal number of longs and shorts, you also might have been missing the big picture. Sometimes traders will notice a persistent leaning to the long or short side over a period of days, suggesting a longer-term bias at work. These biases are problematic if they are not firmly grounded in the trader's strategy and tactics.
Once an A.
While you will notice that the ratio of long and short trades is very different from the ratio of contracts or shares traded long or short. This is because of position sizing. Much larger positions might be taken on one side or another. Such disparities may point to psychological problems, such as plunging during periods of frustration or reducing size greatly under conditions of nervousness. The number of profitable and unprofitable trades and the ratio of shares/contracts traded as a function of long versus short positions. Now we're seeing whether you were more successful when trading from the long or the short side. Sometimes there will be a disparity simply as a function of market conditions. The market was rising, so long side trades worked better than shorts. Other times, it's a performance issue. The trader is better at seeing evolving weakness or strength. When a trader is unbalanced in his or her development, it is like a bodybuilder who has developed his left side more than his right. The answer is to shore up weaknesses through systematic training. Simulator sessions with markets that are weak points for traders are especially useful. Once again, if we see that there are many winning long trades but not many contracts traded as winners from the long side, this suggests an issue with position sizing. The average holding time for positions. We're back to the issue of signature style. Most traders have a typical holding time for their trades. By examining average holding times, we're looking for consistency. If the trader is sticking with his or her usual style, notice that longer holding times translate into increased assumption of risk, a potentially worrisome pattern if trading sizes remain the same or larger, or if market volatility expands. Holding times are very sensitive to a trader's psychological state. Anxiety or stubbornness in the face of anger can alter holding times significantly, skewing performance. Average holding times for positions broken down by winning, losing, and scratch trades. This is perhaps the most basic discipline measure of all. It is exceedingly difficult to make money if you are holding on to losing trades longer than winners. Sometimes this measure is skewed by a few trades that were held for a long period of time, only to become large losers. This typically occurs when a trader rationalizes a short-term position as a longer-term hold when it goes underwater. Short holding times for winners are often the result of anxiety and lack of confidence, as traders become fearful of losing paper profits. While this may produce short-term profitability, it generally works to the trader's disadvantage over the long haul, as the larger losers overwhelm the winning trades. The beauty of programs such as Trader DNA or NinjaTrader is that they calculate these statistics for you and neatly display the results in tables and charts. This makes review of performance quite easy, and it nicely highlights performance measures that are out of line. This is essential for self-mentoring. Even more helpful, the programs will allow active traders to review their performance within the trading day so that they can make mid-course corrections. It's surprising how many traders, shown their statistics at midday, will say, "I didn't realize I was trading that much," or "I can't believe I was short more than I was long." For traders working at firms, mentors can follow Trader DNA measures in real time, tracking how traders are trading. This takes risk management to a new, proactive level. Clearly, the measures you collect and how you collect them will depend upon your trading niche. A spread trader has to calculate profitability for each spread position as a single unit. A long-term trader will not collect performance data daily. For those who don't trade a large number of trades per day, and especially for those who don't place trades each day, a dedicated metrics program is less of a necessity. Such traders can create their own spreadsheets and enter the relevant data manually. The statistical and charting functions in Excel make this a workable alternative. For the trader making dozens of trades daily, such manual entry is burdensome and lacks the advantage of updating in real time for midday review. A dedicated metrics program is indispensable for active traders. I especially find it useful to collect metrics from trades placed in simulation mode. This allows new traders to track their learning curves, and it anchors the trading gymnasium for experienced traders who wish to try out new tactics. The bottom line is that we cannot improve what we do not observe. Most traders haven't the slightest idea where they stand on these various metrics, nor are they aware of how their metrics are impacted by shifts in market conditions. We spend far more time studying markets than studying ourselves, and that is at our peril. The metrics will identify trading problems before they become financial problems. They will alert you to potential blowups before you incur devastating losses. Metrics complete learning loops, linking self-observation to self-improvement. Metrics focus on the process of trading. If you make steady performance improvements, the profits will come. Drilling down even further with metrics. While most of the data you collect will be organized on a daily basis, it is possible for active traders to drill down yet further. Much of this drilling down will be an attempt to evaluate and correct specific trading mechanics. For example, the daily summary of performance statistics will not tell you if you're placing your stops appropriately or doing a good job of deciding when to enter trades at the market and when to work orders. This requires observations within the trading day, some of which may be possible only by reviewing videotape or by having a mentor observe you trade. I generally like to observe the sequences of trades within a day for the same Reason that I like to note sequences across days. Traders will have strings of winning and losing trades merely by random chance, but sometimes the strings are far more significant. A common occurrence is that a market that trends in the morning will become range-bound at midday. The trader will see the trend and hop aboard, making several successful trades. Then, however, the trader will continue to try to trade the trend throughout the range-bound period, getting chopped up in the process by being stopped out of one trade after another. A series of losing trades means that either you're not seeing the market properly, your head is in the wrong place, or both. Look at it this way. If your trades truly have an edge, a series of consecutive losers should be a statistical anomaly. If such strings occur with frequency, either your edge isn't what you thought it was, or you are not properly exploiting that edge.
At the
very least, strings of losing trades can be an alert for a timeout, allowing you to reevaluate yourself and the market. I also like to look for outlier trades when examining a trade-by-trade account of a day. Sometimes these will be those rogue losses when we fail to manage a trade's risk. Other times, the outliers will be distinguished by their large size or lengthy holding time. I knew one trader who would trade small and cautiously for 90% of the day, but then plunge on individual trades with positions 10 times the size of the previous maximum. Needless to say, he risked his entire day and sometimes his whole week on single trades. This created huge variability in his performance results. A most useful metric was to break out his P/L as a function of position size. What we found, unsurprisingly, is that he had no greater odds of winning with his huge trades than with his small ones. Indeed, on balance, the large trades cost him money because they often reflected frustration with his overall profitability. It is instructive to calculate the performance statistics without such outlier trades to determine your core effectiveness. If you are trading well and profitably the vast majority of the time, it may make sense to incrementally increase your size while at the same time working to eliminate the conditions creating the outliers. When examining trades individually, accounting for profits and losses can become tricky. This is particularly the case when traders scale in and out of positions. What looks like two winning trades followed by a loser might actually be a single trade idea in which a trader twice added to the core position. I like to treat such trade ideas as single trades and then examine separately the size and P/L of the core position versus the added components. This will tell you whether the core idea was correct and also illuminate the degree to which scaling into the trade was successful. Many times, the core position, the basic trade idea, will be sound, suggesting favorable tactics. But the scaling in might be flawed, suggesting unfavorable mechanics. A true scalper may flow in and out of long and short positions as orders are filled, again complicating the accounting. In such instances, it may be necessary to define separate trades arbitrarily by creating demarcations at each point where the scalper goes flat. One of the most important drill downs is P/L as a function of time of day. Because volatility can vary greatly during the day, it is not unusual for trader performance to reflect these changing market conditions. In general, I will look at morning versus midday versus afternoon P/L and compare these to the market conditions at those times to gain an idea of a trader's strengths and weaknesses. It is not unusual to find that trading performance will decline precipitously at a certain time of day, often one corresponding to a drop in volume and volatility. This can be highly useful information for traders, encouraging them to drop their size and trading frequency at those times. Indeed, those are great times to take breaks from trading altogether and regain concentration and market perspective. Viewed across days, differences in P/L as a function of time of day may reveal particular trader strengths as well as weaknesses. My own performance is much better in the morning than in the afternoon, as this time period seems to best exploit my historical analyses of market patterns. It is also the time I am most focused and alert. Interestingly, my overall profitability and my mental state improved tremendously when I limited my trading to morning hours and left the rest of the day for other, personally rewarding pursuits. Many further drill downs are possible, some on wider time frames, others on narrower ones. Tracking P/L as a function of day of week. Is there a difference in performance on Mondays versus Fridays, for example, and as a function of news events, scheduled economic report days, are examples. One measure I like to examine in a qualitative way is a trader's performance once he or she is down money. This is a rough measure of a trader's ability to operate in the red and dig out of a hole. Sometimes traders improve their trading when they are losing money, as this focuses them on the need for sound mechanics. Other times, the losses create emotional repercussions and become self-reinforcing. The ability to trade out of the red is one measure of resilience, and it is the mark of a good trader. A related measure, the flip side of the trade out of a whole coin, is the ability to retain or add to gains when a trader is up money. Once in a while, traders will change how they will trade. When they're making money, it is almost as if they now feel they are playing with house money and need not be as concerned with risk. Collecting information on P/L as a function of recent profitability is very helpful in determining how traders are handling the risk and rewards of trading. A useful measure of emotional mastery is consistency of results regardless of the profitability of the last several trades. What we're finding is that there are many pieces of information you can gather about your trading and many ways to obtain that information.
C.
Exhibit 7.3. Your performance plan, your way of creating your own learning loops and cultivating expertise, will reflect the combination that best fits your trading markets and style. The key is self-observation, constantly knowing and wanting to know what works and what doesn't. Do you really know your strengths as a trader? If not, how can you build upon them and extend them? Are you aware of the weaknesses of your strategy, tactics, or mechanics? If not, can you truly improve them? We as traders are every bit as patterned as the markets we trade. Exploiting our patterns is an essential part of profiting from those in the market. Exhibit 7.3. Strategies for self-observation and performance enhancement. Performance journaling. Another tool for self-observation. Perhaps the most common tool that traders use for self-mentoring is the trading journal. Journals contain a variety of information, but usually consist of the following: a trading plan, how one intends to trade,
Goals.
things to work on in trading, observations about oneself and the market. Most journals are written in the form of diaries. They are verbal summaries of what has happened and what one plans for the future. Keeping such a journal is an excellent way to increase one's mindfulness. In the heat of market action, it can be difficult to keep specific plans and goals topmost in one's mind. Requiring ourselves to commit priorities to print increases the odds that we will remember them when we most need to be mindful. When I asked John Foreman, author of The Essentials of Trading, about what traders most need to do to improve their performance, he pointed to the consistent application of one's well-thought-out and conscientiously designed trading plan. As a recent content editor for the Trade to Win forum site, Foreman has observed many of the problems most common to traders. The greatest challenge for most traders, he notes, is doing what they know they are supposed to be doing, following their trading plan 100% of the way.
The
trading plan is the map which directs the trader to their goal, yet so often they toss it aside and end up lost in the wilderness that is trading the markets.
In
short, traders lose their mindfulness. In the heat of market action, they become less, not more, planful. We can accomplish great things with journals if we think of them not as written diaries, but as multimedia portfolios that encompass all your efforts to enhance your trading. Such performance portfolios would consist of your videotapes, printouts of metrics, summarized observations by mentors, and your diary based upon those. I like to think of the diary as a kind of report card. It captures what you are attempting to accomplish and how well you're doing each day. The diary distills the information from videotapes, metrics, and observations into actionable plans, and then evaluates your progress on those plans. Ideally, the diary would consist of longer-term performance plans, as well as daily plans for improvement. There is always a risk of becoming overwhelmed with information from tapes and metrics. Without integrating and prioritizing the data, we can wind up with reams of facts and figures, but nothing concrete to act upon.
When
Coaches watch videos of opponents, as well as their own team's performances. They integrate data on player and team performance into a game plan with specific goals and priorities for each player. The trading diary serves a similar function. It takes all the information from a performance portfolio and creates a game plan for self-mentoring. It translates observations into actions. Notice that the coach's game plans cannot substitute for long hours of watching tapes and gathering data. The plan has to emerge from a detailed assessment of one's own strengths and weaknesses and those of the opponent. Relying solely on a diary for trading development is similarly flawed.
it
Creates plans without data and, as a result, is usually so broad and non-specific that it cannot guide meaningful, sustained improvement in tactics or mechanics. Physicians gather information and make a diagnosis before they treat a condition. Traders can do the same with an integrated performance portfolio. Videotapes, metrics, and observations provide the data, just like blood tests and imaging. From those, we diagnose trading problems and develop concrete plans for tackling them. It is an artificial distinction to think of simulated trading as practice and live trading as real performance. All performance is practice if it occurs in the framework of concrete plans for self-development. The evolving performer asks, what will I work on today? How will I work on it? How will I know if I'm successful? What have I learned from today that can be utilized tomorrow? The role of a diary is to structure responses to these questions and keep them in conscious awareness. This allows us to focus on achieving process goals rather than profits. In a very important sense, whether we make money or not on any given trade or day is not in our control. While we can tilt odds in our favor, there are always uncertainty and unforeseen market developments. The day's trade controls whether we make money, but we determine whether and how much we lose. If the strategy is sound, the edge is present. Over time, trading well will translate into trading profitably. Focused on trading well, expert traders compete with themselves, not with the market. Using the trading diary for trader development. As I described in The Psychology of Trading, a written diary can be very helpful in working on the emotional challenges of trading. The diary is especially powerful if it records processes as they are occurring, not just in hindsight. This is especially true if you are not employing videotaping.
while
There are many sources of emotional interference in processing information and making decisions. The common source of difficulty is our tendency to become immersed in whatever state we happen to be in at the time. No longer observing ourselves, it is as if we view the world through prism lenses and forget that the lenses are there. We take our subjective experience to be reality. Our states of mind and body truly function as lenses through which we perceive the world. Aaron Beck, one of the pioneers of cognitive therapy, referred to the negative triad. Depressed people process information about themselves, others, and the future with a pessimistic bias. Similarly, anxious individuals perceive only the threat in situations, not the promise. When we take our lenses for reality, we no longer are fully in control of our thoughts and behavior. We act upon our distortions, not our best judgment. The value of the real-time diary is that it pushes us to stand outside ourselves and remove the prisms. To simply ask the questions, what is my state right now? And how is my state affecting my perceptions and behaviors? requires that we stand apart from our frames of mind. The diary cultivates the self-observer in all of us, building our capacity to shift our own states intentionally. Indeed, an entire approach to therapy, which we will explore in Chapter 8, is grounded in just such a use of journaling. Charles Kirk, editor of the Kirk Report, a comprehensive digest of market information and trading ideas, recently shared his thoughts with me about the value of diaries to trader development. The difference I have found between the good and the great traders is that great traders are always acutely aware of areas where they need to improve, and they work very hard to eliminate those weak links. There is no greater tool, in my opinion, than a good trading diary of things you've learned. When I read my trading diary from several years ago, I'm always amazed how many things I've actually forgotten. Kirk's valuable point is that journals are not just educational devices, they are also mechanisms for continuing education. Many of the most important lessons in markets, as in life, need to be learned and relearned. Journals
Support both.
remember Mark Greenspoon, the expert trader whom we met in Chapter 5? Despite making millions of dollars last year, he continues to religiously keep a journal of his performance. He frequently refers to it during our conversations and uses it to track what he did right and wrong in the past. Insights from journal entries months prior helped Mark make an important change in his trading. That is, using a diary as continuing education, and why Mark is likely to sustain success as a professional. Maintaining a diary does not substitute for deliberative practice or the feedback from videotapes and metrics, but it does allow us to crystallize feedback into action plans and keep those plans separate from the blinding effects of state shifts. When we write about ourselves, we necessarily stand outside ourselves. At those times, we are identifying with the mentor within us, not with the trader having difficulties. The trading diary is a means of communication from us as mentors to us as traders. Goal setting, translating self-observation into performance plans. When you examine the field of performance coaching, whether in trading, athletics, or other fields, two interventions stand out: goal setting and visualization. Indeed, some writers would have you believe that there is little more to performance enhancement than formulating goals, believing in them, and visualizing their attainment. This is silly, of course. Setting goals and imagining reaching them cannot possibly substitute for talents, skills, and the building of those through systematic practice and feedback. Visualizing. Reaching a goal in the absence of a planful pursuit of that goal is self-deception, not positive thinking. Nevertheless, there is evidence that goal setting can contribute to performance. In the business world, Locke and Latham reviewed hundreds of studies of the effects of goal setting and found consistent evidence that setting goals improves performance across a variety of activities. The authors suggest that goals enhance performance in several ways: focusing the attention of performers, channeling the efforts of performers, encouraging persistence, facilitating new problem-solving approaches. A comprehensive review by Burton's research group also finds support for the role of goal setting in improving athletic performance. Interestingly, however, the evidence suggests that the effects of goal setting are not as strong in sports as in the business world. Studies also find that athletes rate goal setting as only moderately effective. A careful look at this research suggests that how goals are implemented is an important determinant of their effectiveness. Unfortunately, many mentors and traders are not aware of this research and therefore cannot benefit from it. Research finds that not all goals are created equal. LaValle and colleagues note the acronym SMART to capture the common features of effective performance goals. Such goals are specific, measurable, action-oriented, realistic, and timely. Goals that are SMART set priorities for the trader. They translate performance diagnoses that emerge from observations on videotape and metrics into real-time behaviors that improve outcomes. When goal setting is not effective, it is often because the goals are not
SMART.
Common deficiencies of goals include not specific. The goals are framed in general terms, such as "I will trade," with more discipline, or I will let my winners ride so that they cannot. Guide specific actions and facilitate the development of positive habit patterns. Not measurable. The goal is framed as a state of mind. I will trade with greater confidence, or as an outcome that cannot be tracked with metrics, as in I will trade well, preventing any assessment of progress. Not action-oriented. Goals are stated as endpoints rather than as activities to perform, such as I will make money today.
Not realistic.
Goals are pie in the sky, as in I want to be green every day, this month, or are so numerous that they cannot be addressed effectively at one time. Not timely. Goals are so far into the future that they cannot guide current performance, as in I want this to be my best year trading. The ideal situation is one in which traders clearly prioritize tactics and mechanics for improvement based upon feedback from mentors, observations on videotape, and the results of metrics. Each of these priorities can then be translated into concrete goals for the coming day and week, with progress being tracked in a performance journal. Structured in this way, goals orient the trader, focus efforts, and enhance motivation. When goals hurt performance, the thorough review conducted by Burton and colleagues came to several interesting conclusions. One of these, based on the work of Locke's research team, was that the specificity of goals and their difficulty greatly impact how effective they will be in improving performance. The first of the SMART criteria suggests that specific goals will help traders more than non-specific ones. This is true, but there are limits to the benefits of specificity in many performance fields. Specific goals are useful when the performer is attempting to maintain highly consistent levels of performance. Examples would be Wendy Whalen, the ballerina, who has learned to execute jumps the same way each time in a ballet, or Tiger Woods, who has achieved remarkable consistency in his swing. While traders need consistency, theirs are not skills that are repeated the same way across performance situations. Because markets and market conditions vary, it is rare for traders to take positions the same way day after day. Highly specific goals may therefore be of less help to a developing trader than to, say, a professional bowler. Goals would need to be sufficiently broad as to allow traders to adapt to changing situations. Placing stop-loss points based upon market volatility and recent support/resistance is a broader and more flexible goal than placing stops a fixed distance from one's entries. What appears to be more important than the specificity of goals is their difficulty. In the business arena, difficult goals tend to be more effective than easy ones because they are more motivating and elicit greater efforts. This isn't necessarily the case in the sports world, however. Olympic athletes report a preference for goals of moderate rather than high difficulty, and for good reason. These have been found to be more effective than very difficult goals. The relationship between the difficulty of goals and athletic performance is an inverted U. Very easy goals do not motivate performers or energize their efforts, but very difficult ones also seem to have dampening effects. Goals of moderate difficulty allow performers to marshal their efforts while maintaining optimism over goal attainment. This is consistent with the research that we encountered earlier on the flow state, which found that matching tasks to ability level was essential to the maintenance of flow. The importance of this research is that goals can actually hurt performance if they are pitched at the wrong level of difficulty. Perfectionistic traders will chronically set goals that are unreachable, creating experiences of frustration and failure. Equally important, insufficiently stringent goals appear to have a suppressive effect upon motivation, reducing the rage to master. One of the most valuable facets of performance portfolios is that they track the skill levels of traders over time. This permits the setting of relative rather than absolute goals. A relative goal is an improvement upon a prior performance, not an absolute level of achievement. If a trader, for instance, is working on entering trades at good prices, I might calculate the average drawdown during trades for a week and encourage the trader to set a goal to improve upon this.
Figure.
Relative goals avoid perfectionism and are more likely to be matched to traders' abilities than absolute targets. Relative goals ensure that learning is challenging without being overwhelming. Goals can also hurt performance if they are not implemented as part of an ongoing process. A goal that is not tied to immediate plans and feedback leaves a trader with no clearly perceived path toward goal attainment. Burton and colleagues make the excellent point that performers with lower levels of confidence and efficacy will especially benefit from goals that create experiences of success and control. When traders are given vague goals that are not concretely linked to planning, evaluation, feedback, and corrective efforts, there is no way for them to extend their sense of competence. Such goals neither focus nor motivate developing traders. Goals are effective to the extent that they are part of broad learning loops that build skills and cultivate the sense of competence. It is important for traders and their mentors to think of goals as components of learning processes, not as static targets to be hit and then forgotten. Imagery, making goals real. As we will see in Chapter 8, imagery is a staple of cognitive behavioral therapies and is also a mainstay of sports psychologists and mentors in other performance fields. While most imagery work emphasizes visualization, it is possible to invoke other senses. The primary uses of imagery are twofold. 1. Invoking particular emotional states. People respond to images as real events. Imagining frightening situations can elevate our stress levels. Imagining sexual scenarios can produce arousal. This ability of imagery to duplicate reality is particularly useful in generating desirable states. For instance, we might use soothing imagery to relax ourselves during a stressful episode, or we might imagine attaining a goal to heighten motivation. 2. Rehearsing behaviors. Here, imagery is used as a mechanism for practice. For example, a trader might visualize a variety of what-if scenarios surrounding the release of minutes from a Federal Reserve meeting and how she will trade each of those scenarios. The purpose of the imagery exercise is to make a desired behavior more likely to occur in real-time performance. Like goal setting, imagery can be a valuable performance tool, but how it is used makes a world of difference in its effectiveness. Once again, research proves most enlightening. Research reviewed by Hall indicates that imagery is indeed effective as a stand-in for real experience. Imaging studies of the brain, for example, find that we respond similarly to events that are imagined versus experienced. Behavioral therapies that make use of imagery, such as the exposure techniques and cognitive restructuring methods that we will cover in the next chapters, are among the most effective in outcome research. Athletes report using imagery extensively across practice and competitive situations. Because imagery is functionally equivalent to actual experience, performers can benefit from skill building via imagery as a supplement to deliberative
Practice.
This is not to say that imagery can wholly substitute for real-world experience. Most studies find weaker performance benefits for imagery alone versus actual practice. In addition, imagery does not work equally well for all performers. LaValle and colleagues summarize 5 major conclusions about imagery from the research literature. 1. Mental practice improves performance. 2. Mental practice added to physical practice improves performance beyond the level of either by itself. 3. Mental practice improves cognitive skills more than motor ones. 4. Mental practice benefits expert performers more than novices. 5. The benefits of mental practice decrease quickly with time. An additional, interesting finding is that imagery-based practice is most effective when it is vivid and when it is positive. People differ in their abilities to produce vivid imagery, and it appears that highly vivid images best serve as rehearsals for live performance. One of the reasons mental practice may be less effective than actual deliberative practice is that it is difficult to achieve high degrees of realism when visualizing performance situations. Several studies, moreover, find that positive imagery, imagining successful performances, is much more effective than imagining unsuccessful performances. although it may seem perverse for a performer to utilize imagery negatively. This, in fact, happens rather often as a function of worry and performance anxiety. Experienced traders know the difference between trading for opportunity and trading to avoid losing. These findings may help to explain why imagery works best for experienced performers. They have an intimate knowledge of mechanics and tactics, and thus can imagine far more vivid and realistic scenarios than can novices. Experienced performers have also had greater numbers of successful experiences and thus find it easier to tap into positive imagery. It is difficult for beginners to vividly imagine winning scenarios when they have not experienced many of these. Employed properly, imagery enhances goal setting by making goals real. Imagery can engage motivation and enthusiasm, and it can augment physical practice to accelerate learning curves. It is unfortunate that most mentors in the trading world are not familiar with the large bodies of research on human performance, learning, goal setting, and imagery. This lack of information leads to situations in which the methods are applied crudely and indiscriminately, more in the mode of pop psychology than performance science. A more thoughtful approach to learning relies on systematic observation via videotapes, metrics, and mentorship, and a translation of observations into performance plans pertaining to strategy, tactics, and mechanics. Performance journals, goal setting, and imagery are but a few of the mechanics of mentorship that can make the difference between good intentions and steady progress. How these are tailored to the learner's needs and learning styles, however, will determine their effectiveness. Trades are most likely to be works of art if they are guided by hard science. A final word on the science of performance. The message of this chapter is that there is a science as well as an art to expertise development. From the collection of data on trading patterns to self-observation to the use of tailored performance enhancement strategies, traders can accelerate their learning curves by drawing upon what we know about performance in other fields. It is not enough to read books and articles, attend workshops, and review charts. Performance development is planful, systematic work on oneself. We see it among NASCAR teams, Olympic athletes, and performing artists. The lessons of performance research are being put to good use. The trading world has been slow to pick up on the simple fact that trading is a performance activity. The principles and processes that guide elite performers in other fields can cultivate expertise among traders. This, perhaps, is the greatest and least exploited source of edge in the markets today. What are those situations, however, in which our states of mind prevent us from immersing ourselves in proper training? That is a task for psychology and the trader's role as his or her own therapist. Can traders truly become their own therapists? Let's take a look. Chapter 8. Cognitive Techniques for Enhancing Performance. It is the greatest mistake to think that man is always one and the same. Man is never the same for long. He is continually changing. He seldom remains the same even for half an hour. G.I. Gurdjieff. For the past 7 chapters, I have emphasized that work on trading psychology is of limited benefit if one has not first found a market niche and entered into a learning process to cultivate competence and expertise.
Now,
however, we will look at the reverse side of this coin. All the training and skill development in the world will be for naught if your psychological patterns undermine your performance. In the next 2 chapters, I am going to attempt something unique. I will outline the major emotional problems that afflict skilled traders, summarize 2 brief therapy approaches that research has found to be most effective for those problems, and then illustrate how you can implement these change techniques for yourself.
if you are truly to
Become your own performance mentor, you will also, at times, become your own therapist. The root of trading problems. The psychology of trading made the case that the problems that most affect traders are variations of problems that impact all of us. This is important because it suggests that the same brief therapy methods that have been found Successful in controlled outcome studies can benefit traders emotionally and financially, unlike traditional psychotherapeutic methods, which rely on weekly talk sessions to explore the roots of psychological problems. Brief therapies provide sets of hands-on tools and techniques for altering present patterns of thinking, feeling, and doing. Gurdjieff's fundamental insight, now finding validation in cognitive neuroscience, is that human beings are not always one and the same. We experience different emotional, physical, and cognitive states in response to environmental events, leading us to think and behave one way in a given situation and quite differently in others. An objective observer of the human race would conclude that people lack self-control. They are not always one and the same. This allows normally responsible individuals to forget about risk management when they are trading large size. It enables us to develop elaborate trading plans, only to see them fly out the window when markets move violently. We are not fully intentional beings. Too often our best intentions are derailed by momentary events and experiences. How we think, feel, and behave are relative to our states of mind and body. We are not one and the same because we continually shift states, processing the world very differently from one mode to another. Popular psychology does not take this into account. It tells us that we can change if we just adopt more favorable attitudes, images, and self-talk. There would be no need for therapists if this were the case. Everyone would simply read self-help books and thenceforth live lives of fulfillment. For the vast majority of us, however, change does not follow from simple acts of will. Soon after something to happen, other selves inevitably take over and exert wills of their own. Why else would a chronic eater suddenly binge eat and then purge? Why would a trader who has written one rule after another in a journal lurch into a large position and then hold it as it goes against him? It almost seems like self-sabotage, but in fact it is much worse than that. It is the result of an absence of a unified self. Brief therapies are effective to the extent that they integrate ourselves and help us become more intentional. Cognitive therapies accomplish this by training us to process the world differently. Behavioral therapies unify us by creating novel response patterns to challenging life events, to think and act as we choose. This is the reward of becoming our own therapists. The fragmented self. What is the self? It is what provides us with continuity from state to state. I experience myself as me regardless of the state I'm in. Similarly, others perceive us to be who we are despite our continual mood and behavior shifts. When I say, "I love you," it is understood that this is an expression of the self, something basic, fundamental, and unchanging. It does not mean in the state I'm currently in, I feel love for you. The fact that we experience continuity in the self and yet can be so fragmented is the source of many of our emotional difficulties and most of the problems we encounter in trading. Because of our sense of continuity, we identify with the states that we are in. Each, we think, is a reflection of reality. Gurdjieff's famous exercise is to ask people to sit quietly and remain fully self-aware for a period of time. Inevitably, we cannot do it. Our minds wander. We identify with the thoughts, images, or feelings of the moment and forget to remain self-aware. If we cannot sustain unity of purpose in such a simple, unemotional exercise, how can we possibly hope to remain consistent and in control during periods of risk and uncertainty? Quite simply, the me in us, our sense of who we are, is stronger than our I. Our ability to intentionally guide our actions. To the extent we are divided, we do not have a fully free will. We are at the mercy of environments and events and what those trigger in us. Talk therapy, pioneered by Freud almost a century ago, is unfortunately inefficient in producing change. Too often therapy is long-term, not because the problems are so severe and intractable, but because therapy is occurring while the client is in one state of mind and problems occur in quite another. This is a limitation of most coaching of traders as well. Discussions of trading. Goals, plans, and methods occur outside the context of actual trading when emotional shifts make it difficult to access those good intentions. Brief. Therapy yields changes in short periods of time because it operates in real time. It works with people in the settings and in the states in which problems typically occur. A useful way to think of this is that you cannot achieve unity of self unless you work on it while you are fragmented. This is the essence of real-time self therapy. Brief therapies exploit fragmentation in real time to create opportunities for mastery. When I enter traders' offices as they are trading, I am doing so at times when they usually perform their worst trading. I might say to the trader, "Look, you've just lost money in the market, and now you've just started trading more actively. That's what lost you money last week. You were frustrated and tried to make something happen. Now you're frustrated again. We have a perfect opportunity to lose money, just like before. Or we could do something different." Gurdjieff referred to my role as an alarm clock. Freud called it the
Observen ego.
What I'm doing is metaphorically shaking traders by the shoulders, holding up a mirror and saying, "Look at yourself. You're worked
Up.
Do you really want to be putting on trades now?" The goal is to help people stand outside themselves as observers, even as they are experiencing moment-to-moment state shifts. That observing capacity is the glue holding the self together, allowing us to act with intention. You're frustrated, don't go there is the message from the therapist in us to our trader self. With self-observation, we become less fragmented. There is now a part of us that stands apart from events and asks the question, what do I want to do here? With repetition, effortful self-remembering yields positive habit patterns. If traders repeatedly rehearse stepping aside from markets and reviewing their tactics when they're frustrated, eventually the recognition of the state shift and trading review occur automatically as a new part of the trader's behavioral repertoire. The family man who lost his ability to trade. A competent trader of notes and bonds, James had 2 years of profitability behind him and had gradually increased his size and success. Then he got the news his wife, Victoria, was pregnant. At first James was excited.
He was
Only too pleased to begin life as a family man. Victoria had always dreamed of being a mom and couldn't have been happier. The couple began shopping for houses, focusing on neighborhoods with the best schools. Housing prices were steep, but James knew that Victoria wanted to leave the city. For his part, he didn't mind a commute and felt that his trading career could sustain the new expenses of home and baby. When the yield curve tightened and then inverted, James struggled with his trading. Accustomed to playing off the spread among bills, notes, and bonds, James could no longer rely on old relationships. He experienced one of the worst trading weeks of his career, giving back a meaningful percentage of profits from the past 2 months. Normally, this would not have been a problem. He had gone through losing periods before. Typically, he would cut his size, observe new market relationships, and retool his trading. Once before, when the government announced the re-emergence of the long bond, he was hurt badly on several trades and took a break from watching the
spreads.
Trading outright positions with reduced size, he regained his equilibrium and quickly returned to his winning ways. This time was different, however. The first thing James thought about after he lost his money was how much he needed to make back to meet his earlier financial projections. He was determined to not live life house poor like many of his trading colleagues. For that reason, he felt he couldn't afford to trade smaller. Indeed, he became more aggressive in his trading, determined to make the money back. The strategy backfired badly. Also afraid of taking further losses, he stopped out his supersized positions quickly, much more quickly than usual. Unable to take even normal heat on positions, he found himself exiting potentially profitable trades. This generated added frustration, which in turn led him to trade more actively. By the time I started working with James, his Formerly solid trading had deteriorated into a cycle of frustration, aggressive trading, anxiety, fearful trading, and further frustration. Normally sociable with the other traders, he now seemed withdrawn and disengaged. It was as if he were a different person, a different trader.
And he didn't like
Either one. Let's figure out what happened to James and then investigate the role of cognitive therapy in turning his trading around. Why coping fails, the role of cognition. The important thing to keep in mind is that while the relationships among the fixed income instruments changed as a result of the yield curve inversion, James's bread and butter trades did not change. Trends in the 10-year T-note, for example, did not change suddenly, nor was there a large shift of volatility. True, he could not lean on the old spread relationships, but he had dealt with that problem before and emerged even stronger as a result. There was no objective reason that James could not come back from his recent losses. James, however, was no longer responding to objective market conditions. This is why his coping failed. The threat was no longer the risk of a particular trade, but the threat of someday being unable to comfortably make house payments and support a family. Trading was no longer about making good trades. It was about making a certain amount of money to support a lifestyle. Normal losses, as a result, now felt threatening. Although a normal loss on a normal position could not realistically damage his future prospects, he interpreted those losses as threats. His interpretations of events, not the events themselves, were generating the sense of danger that altered his trading. This is how cognitive therapy works. It enables us to change our interpretation of events so that we can reduce threats and rely upon our effective coping mechanisms. Clearly, James was exiting positions and altering his trading to manage his anxieties, not to properly manage trades. He was coping with internal threat, not market risk. This shifted his trading patterns, creating further distress and entirely new and different secondary coping efforts to manage this distress. Before long, a sociable and disciplined young man was behaving in a withdrawn and haphazard manner. One of Freud's enduring contributions to psychology was his recognition that when coping fails, people tend to revert to coping styles and strategies that had worked during an earlier period of life. He called this regression. State shifts and personality changes, from Freud's perspective, are movements back in time to ways of handling threat that we had used in childhood. Often, these early coping strategies, though they worked in the past, are not suited to present-day realities. Instead of solving problems, they introduce new ones. By the time traders such as James seek counseling, it is because of problems created by their altered coping, not just because of the concerns that led to the initial state shifts. Regression results in a shift of both state and personality that expresses itself in radically different coping. When we return to old coping methods again and again, the result is a problem pattern, a repetitive and self-defeating sequence of behavior that is actually the only kind of coping we know at the
time.
James did not want to be exiting trades prematurely and losing money, but found himself doing so nonetheless. If you can grasp this concept, you are well along the way toward becoming your own therapist. When we overreact to situations, we are usually responding with past coping. Like James, we are reacting to our extreme interpretations of situations, not to the situations themselves. Psychological interferences with trading performance are the result, not just of problems, but of outdated coping with those problems. Cognitive therapy is effective because it changes our interpretations of events and provides opportunities for an updating of coping skills. Interestingly, it does this through the same process that we found generates competence and expertise in performance, the progressive practice and immediate feedback of deliberative practice. What you should know before starting cognitive work. Before we launch into the how-to aspects of cognitive work, let's take a look at when self-help is appropriate and when outside assistance might be needed. When a person comes to me for help with trading-related concerns, one or more of the following is usually present. Situational problems. The trader is going through emotional interference. With trading due to factors that have appeared recently, a trading slump, relationship stresses that are posing distractions, changes in health or finances, and so on. Lack of training. The trader is experiencing distress because of inadequate strategy, tactics, and/or mechanics, resulting in losses and frustration. Changing markets. The trader has good trading skills and a history of success, but her markets have undergone significant changes and now there is a need to adapt. Chronic problems. The trader is experiencing emotional interference with trading that is due to wider personality problems that have been present through much of the lifespan and interferes with multiple aspects of life, not just trading. When I first meet with a trader, those 4 items are part of a checklist in my head to help me evaluate the trading problem. If the issue is one of lack of training or changing markets, brief therapy techniques may be helpful in gaining control over distress, but the ultimate answer, as we've seen, is to enter into a training process. The trader who lacks training needs to work on trading skills through simulation and structured feedback. The skilled trader whose market has changed needs to use simulation and smaller size to explore new strategies and tactics, and sometimes new markets. I cannot emphasize this enough. Before beginning psychological work, it is necessary to figure out whether the problem is primarily a trading problem, affecting emotions, lack of training, changing market, or an emotional problem affecting trading, situational or chronic distress. The answer to this question will help determine the kind of mentor you seek and the specific type of assistance you'll require. When the problem is a situational one, usually you'll know that because there's been a major life change corresponding to the time in which the trading problems have occurred. Situational difficulties may be trading ones. Slumps and performance anxieties are common, as is overconfidence following success, or they may be traced to life outside of trading. This may be due to long-standing problems with depression, anxiety, attention deficits, or addictive behaviors. The key to identifying these is that the problems have existed before the trading career began and exist in areas of life separate from trading. Self-administered short-term therapy techniques can be helpful for managing distress from chronic problems, but consultation with experienced, licensed professionals is recommended. This may very well include medical consultation for careful diagnosis. What looks like a psychological problem sometimes has a purely medical cause, such as an endocrine imbalance, ongoing emotional problems that interfere with work, and relationships also may benefit from medications, the majority of which are non-habit forming and mild in their side effects. Before pursuing self-help strategies for chronic emotional or behavioral problems, it makes sense to consult with an experienced professional. So, when is it appropriate to become your own short-term therapist? Exhibit 8.1 provides a short checklist that guides my own work with traders.
If you fit
into one or more of the categories of the checklist, the odds are good that you can significantly benefit from the brief therapy techniques I'll be teaching
you.
Exhibit 8.1 Checklist of trading problems that benefit from brief therapies. Trading problem checklist. Performance stresses. Becoming more concerned about P/L than making good trades.
Performance anxiety.
Freezing up during trading. Failing to make good trades. Impulsive trading. Overtrading. Trading excessive size and/or trading too frequently due to boredom, distraction, or loss of concentration. Revenge trading. Departing from trading plans because of frustration/anger due to previous losing trades. Loss of self-confidence. Self-doubt and negative thinking due to trading slumps and/or recent problems in life outside of trading. Attitudes that interfere with good trading decisions. Perfectionism. Negative expectations. Overconfidence. Basing self-esteem on P/L. James begins cognitive therapy. James was an ideal candidate for cognitive therapy. He possessed strong trading skills, so it was clear that rookie errors were not responsible for his frustration. He also was not someone hampered by lifelong psychological deficits. His problem while exacerbated by market changes, was largely situational. A change in life, Victoria's pregnancy, had changed his views of risk and reward, and this undermined his trading. Let's see how cognitive therapy helped James turn his situation around, and then detail how you can implement these methods for yourself. When James first met with me, he viewed the problem as the pregnancy and the financial pressures having a child placed on his trading. He felt guilty, blaming the pregnancy, but could see no other reason for his trading woes. This was his construal of the problem. He believed that events were directly causing his distress. Let's try a little thought experiment, I suggested. Suppose Victoria was pregnant, but neither of you knew it. Maybe you hadn't yet done any pregnancy test. Would her pregnancy hurt your trading? Of course not, James responded. Or let's say that you knew she was pregnant, but you had $10 million stashed in the bank. How would having a child affect your trading? James smiled, seeing my point. If I had 10 million, he joked, I probably wouldn't bother with trading. If the pregnancy could possibly ruin your trading, I suggested, it would ruin your trading whether you knew about it or not, no matter how much money you had. It would be like poisoning you.
Poison would hurt you.
Whether or not you knew you had been poisoned, it would hurt you no matter how much you had in the bank. Is pregnancy poison? James and I were engaging in what cognitive therapists call a Socratic
Dialogue.
What I'm trying to do is encourage James to view his problem from a different angle, or more properly, to see that his problem is a function of the angle from which he's viewing his life situation. What are you telling yourself about having this child? I asked James. What goes through your head when you're trading? I want to be a good father. I want to provide for my boy, James explained. I don't want his mother to have to worry about money. I see. A good dad provides for his son, right? I asked James, stressing those two words. I paused ever so slightly and looked squarely into James's
eyes.
So, what does that make you if you lose money? James flinched. His cognitive therapy was underway. The first change in cognitive work, James, makes the translation. My Socratic dialogue with James, of which the preceding was only a small portion, was designed to undermine his definition of the problem. Events are making me feel and behave this way is his definition. By playing devil's advocate, I am helping him see that the events in themselves do not have the power to interfere with his trading. Rather, he is pressured by his interpretation of events, by their meaning to him. James grew up in a poor
family.
He knew what it was like to live with parents who could not provide for him. The last thing he wanted was to inflict that on his own child.
James
wasn't pressured by Victoria's pregnancy. He was pressured by his fear that he would be like his own father, unable to take care of his family. Trading losses were merely the trigger for this fear. Unable to allay the fear with his usual coping mechanisms, he felt overwhelmed. He then tried to reduce his distress with other, earlier coping, escape/avoidance that had helped him as a child. Unlike a psychoanalytic therapy, cognitive work does not focus on those earlier events, although understanding them can be very helpful in appreciating our personality shifts. Rather, cognitive therapy helps people see that their reactions to events are a function of their self-talk about those events. James's trading problems, in a sense, have nothing to do with having a
child.
He is overtrading and then skittishly exiting good trades because he is telling himself that he needs to make money and can't afford to lose money in order to be a good father. If our ways of viewing the world are like glasses that we wear, cognitive therapy is like a change of prescription. How would you feel if I stood over you while you were trading? I asked James, and I held a gun to your head and said, you have to make money or I'll pull the trigger? How do you think that would affect your trades? I wouldn't be able to concentrate, James replied. I'd be too scared. Scared as in, you have to make money or you'll be a failure as a husband and father. I asked, do you think it's possible you're putting an emotional gun to your own head? The first step of progress in cognitive work is seeing that we have more control over our reactions than we thought we had. It's our way of looking at things and not things themselves that maintain our problem patterns. James made that translation when he finally saw that he was, indeed, holding a kind of gun to his own head, not because he was self-defeating, but because he desperately wished to avoid his own past. The next change, James holsters his gun. Once James came to the realization that it was his thinking about money and markets that was creating his distress, it wasn't too great a leap to entertain. The notion that maybe his thinking was distorted, a remnant from his past. This is a critical phase in cognitive therapy as traders make the transition from being aware of their negative thought patterns to actually questioning and challenging them. In the beginning, I was the one doing the Socratic
questioning.
Over time, James assumed that role. The technique that most helped James make the transition was what cognitive practitioners call collaborative empiricism. We decided to treat James's thoughts about being a good provider and making money in the markets as hypotheses. Like any good scientists, we agreed to conduct some tests of those hypotheses. One test, for example, was a simple thought experiment. I asked James to think about another married trader in the office who had recently lost money. Would you call him a bad husband? I asked
James.
Of course, James said no. He clearly could see that being a good or bad husband had far more to do with the quality of the trader's relationship with his wife than with his day-to-day, week-to-week trading results. Another simple test occurred when I watched James trade and waited for him to have a run of winning trades. Are you a better parent now than earlier today? I asked him. James just smiled. The best test of James's assumptions came when we brought Victoria into the sessions. To James' surprise, Victoria was not worried about money.
She
was thinking about returning to school on a part-time basis to finish her degree so that she could eventually teach and develop her career. Ironically, she had been hesitant to raise this idea with James because she thought it would make her look like a bad mother to James if she were to return to work. She also didn't want James to think she was concerned about their finances, because that might place more pressure on him. She insisted that she was prepared to go through some lean times financially and just wanted them to be there for the baby. James was relieved to see that Victoria could accept his occasional cold streaks. Victoria was equally gratified to see that James supported her eventual return to work. Cognitive therapy is most powerful when it provides us with direct experiences that undermine our most negative beliefs. I subsequently suggested to James that his pressuring himself to make money not only didn't make him a better father and husband, it actually compromised his effectiveness at home. I encouraged him to conduct his own tests at home and see if his pressured, worried periods were also his occasions of best parenting. When he saw that he was actually avoiding parenting when he was upset, I pointed out his increasing isolation and withdrawn, sullen mood during his losing streak. This, I rather pointedly suggested, is the essence of not being there for your family. We then applied these new perspectives in real time as James traded.
When
he went through a losing period, we talked out loud about how he used to pressure himself, how this would only hurt his trading and home life, and how he could respond differently. A solution-focused approach was especially helpful at this juncture, as I asked James to replay how he had talked with himself the last time he successfully emerged from a losing period. He explained that he had reduced his size and took the P/L out of trading for a while so that he could regain his rhythm. This became a core strategy whenever he lost money during the trading day. We also made effective use of the gun metaphor. After James had lost money repeatedly in the morning, I asked him where his gun was and whether he was ready to point it to his head and pressure himself for the afternoon. He agreed to holster the gun and take some pressure off by calling home and taking a short break. Hearing Victoria's support reminded him to support himself and chip away at his losses. I knew that James was making real progress when I came into his office, and before I could say a word, he said, "No gun today." I congratulated him and promptly left the room.
James was
well on his way to becoming his own therapist. What cognitive therapy accomplishes? Cognitive therapy is one of the most extensively studied approaches in all of psychology. It has been found to be effective for such problems as anxiety, depression, anger, and impulse control. My own experience is that cognitive work is especially effective in situations like James's, in which loss of confidence, worry, and negative thinking are major elements. By framing these as part of our self-talk, our conversations with ourselves, traders can make rapid progress in distancing themselves from old patterns and beginning new ones. The value of this is that, without the negative self-talk, traders no longer experience the high levels of distress that trigger old coping patterns and generate further problems. Once James stopped putting the gun of self-pressure to his head, for example, he no longer lurched into trades with excessive size or pulled himself out of winning trades prematurely.
He was
Able to cope with the market rather than coping with his own internal demons. Cognitive therapy is considered a short-term modality, but that doesn't mean that it works overnight. All the methods we will cover require ongoing rehearsal and application. How long it will take to see progress will depend upon the problems you're tackling, how entrenched they are, and how vigorously you work on them. In general, I encourage people to anticipate progress measured in weeks, not just a few days, and not after months or years. Research tells us that involvement in the therapy, practicing techniques on a daily basis, engaging in them emotionally, and applying them to actual life situations accelerates change and improves the likelihood of success. In therapy, as in performance, practice makes permanent. As we've seen with James, cognitive therapy is based on a simple recognition. How we feel about life events is a function of our thoughts and beliefs regarding those events. The goal of cognitive therapy is to help you become expert at thinking about your thinking, to become aware of your automatic thought patterns so that you can critically evaluate and change them. In a sense, cognitive therapy is an unlearning process. Learning makes a skill automatic. Unlearning takes what is automatic and brings it into conscious control. By unlearning automatic thoughts, we regain control over our interpretations of events and our reactions to them. The result is expanded free will. Step 1 of cognitive therapy: identifying automatic thoughts. It's impossible to change our cognitive distortions if we remain unaware of
them.
The first step of cognitive therapy is to observe our thought processes in real time so that we can catch ourselves in the act of distorting events. First, this self-observation will take time and effort. With practice, it becomes an automatic skill in its own right. Keeping a cognitive journal is an excellent first step that aids self-awareness. The idea of the cognitive journal is to interrupt ourselves when we're experiencing one of our characteristic problems, negative thinking or impulsive behavior, and identify the thoughts and beliefs that are associated with these problems. The journal forces us to become observers of ourselves, rather than getting wrapped up in the problems of the moment. Albert Ellis suggested a useful format for journals that he described as an ABC sequence. Activating event: the situation that is occurring at the time we are experiencing our problem pattern.
Beliefs:
the thoughts and perceptions that are triggered by the event. Consequences: what we are feeling and how we are behaving as a result
of the triggered beliefs.
These can be written as columns in the journal, with entries at different points in the day, as illustrated in Exhibit 8.2. Exhibit 8.2: fragment of cognitive journal with ABC columns. The goal of the ABC columns is not to change how people think, but to make them aware of the connections between their thinking and their emotions and actions. Many times the B column will help traders become aware of core beliefs that cut across much of their negative self-talk. For instance, the belief from the second entry, "I need to get my money back," has an even deeper belief at its root, which we can identify by asking, or
else.
The trader believes he needs to get the money back or he'll feel like a loser. His core belief is that he's only as good as his trading results for the
day.
This leads him to experience himself as a failure whenever his trades fail. The other advantage of the ABC journal format is that it keeps traders focused on the consequences of their core beliefs. As I emphasized in the psychology of trading, the best way to change a pattern is to become emotionally connected to the negative consequences associated with that
Pattern.
time and again, I have seen people make remarkable changes, including ending long-term addictions when they start viewing their patterns as personal enemies. The cognitive journal keeps the trader focused on the message, I am not a loser, it's my negative way of thinking that's making me feel like a loser. By reinforcing this message again and again, the journal helps traders sustain the momentum of their change efforts. How long should traders stick with the ABC journal format? There are two answers for that. First, the journaling should be conducted every day until traders can clearly identify the one or two core beliefs or distortions that are most interfering with their performance. It is important for traders to recognize their own patterns and appreciate the degree to which their thinking is patterned. Second, the journal is just a learning tool. The ultimate goal is to recognize our cognitive patterns as they are occurring. Once traders can catch themselves in the act of distorting events and falling into old, automatic thoughts, it is time to move to the next phase of cognitive work. In general, I have found that at least 2 weeks of daily work with the journal are necessary before patterns become clear and people are able to catch those patterns in real time. Step 2 of cognitive therapy: interrupting and challenging negative
Thoughts.
There is a very simple technique in cognitive behavioral work called thought
Stopping.
When people catch themselves falling into an automatic thought pattern, they purposely interrupt the negative thinking process by saying out loud or to themselves, stop. The purpose of this technique is to become more mindful, to not only recognize negative thoughts as they occur, but to actively interrupt them and decide to not run with them. In Gurdjieff's terms, thought stopping prevents the person from identifying with the me that feels negative and instead identify with the I that wants to process the world more constructively. Indeed, Gurdjieff used to use stop techniques with his own pupils, in which they had to cease all activity and simply observe themselves from an outside perspective. The idea was to build mindfulness. The opposite of mindfulness is mindlessness. When we fall prey to automatic thoughts, we are mindless. We no longer exercise full control of our thinking and our experience. The next phase of cognitive work extends the journal to encourage mindfulness. We do this by not only noting the automatic, negative thoughts, but by actively questioning them. This creates a fourth column in our journal, a D, to accompany the ABC. The D stands for disputation, because we will be using the journal to dispute and undermine distorting, self-limiting beliefs. See Exhibit 8.2. The idea of the fourth column is to question the negative assumptions and beliefs rather than automatically identify with them. By playing devil's advocate with your automatic thoughts, you reinforce the mindful part of you that does not want to fall into the old traps. The interesting part is that as you repeat this devil's advocacy day after day through the journal, the disputation process itself starts to become automatic. You are much more likely to catch negative thought patterns as they occur and reject them. Research suggests that disputations are most effective when they are performed with emotional force. Cognitive therapists refer to these as hot cognitions, new thought patterns that possess emotional force. Imagery can be especially effective in turning routine journal entries into powerful emotional experiences. One technique mentioned in the psychology of trading is imagining a specific other person, usually someone you don't like, repeating your negative, automatic thoughts to you. In other words, you look at your core negative beliefs as a conversation that you routinely hold with yourself. Instead of continuing the self-conversation, you imagine someone else initiating the negative talk with you. It is truly interesting that most of us will not accept from others the kind of talk we engage in internally. We can tell ourselves, I can't do anything right. What's wrong with me? But we don't like to hear someone else say to us, you can't do anything right. What's wrong with you? By translating self-talk into a conversation and vividly imaging the talk coming from another person, we become an observer of the distorted thoughts, much more able to view them critically and reject them. Sometimes the easiest way to dispute our automatic, negative thoughts is simply to speak them aloud so that we can hear them and listen to them critically. For instance, if my self-talk is telling me that I have to get my money back because of a recent loss, I might speak aloud. I am telling myself that I have to get my money back right now because I lost money. Is that a trading idea that is going to make me money, or is that my frustration? Speaking our thoughts aloud gives them objectivity, allowing us to adopt the role of listener as well as speaker. It is not at all unusual for traders to reject their negative thoughts before they've even finished verbalizing them. That's how silly they sound when they are given voice. I often think that my greatest value to traders as a therapist is simply to give them an opportunity to verbalize and scrutinize what is implicit in their minds, and that they therefore identify with. If how you're talking to yourself is not how you would want others to talk with you, that is your best indication that automatic thoughts are taking over. The simple question, who is talking right now, is helpful in initiating entries in the D column of the cognitive journal. I will often ask the question, is this the good trader within you talking, or is this your frustrated self venting? The question is designed to mobilize the inner observer that stands apart from patterns of automatic, negative thoughts. If the trader acknowledges that this is indeed frustration talking, the next thing I will say is, okay, we have an opportunity right here, right now. You can choose to follow your frustration and continue the pattern that brought us together, or you can choose to do something different. Let's start beating the pattern right here. Step 3 of cognitive therapy. Efforts at change. Ideally, cognitive therapy does not only challenge negative thought patterns, but also instills positive, enhancing ones. Each disputation is an opportunity to initiate and rehearse more constructive thought processes until these become second nature. What would you say to a good friend of yours who was in your exact situation? Is one question I often pose. Almost always, traders can recruit non-distorted ways of viewing situations if they imagine themselves talking to someone else going through their situation. Once again, imagery can be invaluable in bringing such constructive thought processes to life. I will ask traders to close their eyes and vividly imagine that the part of them that is acting as a trading mentor is talking to that other part of them that is a trader in training. You are the trading mentor. I will say to traders, what do you want to say to your student? What is going to help your student perform better next time? The key is imagining the dialogue in vivid detail and even talking about it out loud. If you have experienced positive mentoring from a person in your life, such as a parent, teacher, or coach, it can be quite powerful to vividly imagine that mentor and what he or she would say to you in your current situation. By tapping into the emotional force of your previous mentorship experience, you interrupt the distress of the moment and shift gears toward a more constructive mindset. Indeed, any role model can be recruited for this exercise. I've known objectivists, traders who are steeped in the philosophy of the late Ayn Rand, who, in moments of emotional difficulty, will ask themselves, what would John Galt or Howard Rourke do in this situation? Alternatively, a Christian might ask, what would Jesus do? Our belief systems derive their spiritual strength in part because they speak to our ideals. By consulting and experiencing our beliefs at times when we are talking to ourselves in our least ideal ways, we can go beyond interrupting automatic thoughts and reinforce positive cognitive patterns. Perhaps my favorite strategy of all in initiating efforts at cognitive change is to encourage traders to mentor themselves by re-experiencing occasions in which they have successfully tackled their distortions. Readers of the Psychology of Trading will recognize this as the solution-focused approach to
change.
the solution-focused method has us looking at exceptions to problem patterns rather than the problems themselves. These form the basis of
Solution.
For instance, if a trader has been experiencing automatic, self-critical thoughts triggered by losses, the solution-focused strategy would be to look at those times when the trader experienced losses and did not become self-critical. What did you do instead? Is my typical question. What did you do differently to not beat yourself up? Often, by recreating the exception incidents, we can identify positive thinking patterns that traders have but don't necessarily know they have. These then become models that we can use in our efforts at change by reenacting what we did right. To make this work, it is necessary to recall in detail specific incidents in which you faced a stressful situation and the specific things you did so that you did not fall into negative ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving. Once you have those specifics, you can rehearse these as your own coping strategies and create solution patterns out of exceptions to the problems. The common element in all of these approaches is that you are telling yourself, the situation is not what's making me feel this way, it's how I'm processing the situation. Once you realize this, it gives you room to stand apart from your processing and try to look at things from different perspectives. Adding a column E, efforts at change, to your cognitive journal, see Exhibit 8.2, is one way to structure efforts to change cognitive patterns. After you have identified the consequences of negative beliefs and challenge those, the last column allows you to take the time to formulate how you would like to process the activating events. Writing these down as well as invoking them through the imagery methods mentioned here is a further step in the direction of separating you from your automatic thoughts. To repeat, the key to the success of cognitive therapy is repetition. One of the reasons it is a brief therapy is that it provides us with ways of working on problems every single day. Indeed, you make it a goal each day to find activating events that trigger your negative patterns and then challenge and reprocess those. Much of traditional therapy occurs weekly, with few structured activities for change between meetings. By structuring the activities yourself, you can become your own therapist and gain the ability to intercept and reprocess events in real time. In the psychology of trading, I refer to this ability as trading from the couch. You become both the observer of the markets and your own observer. The cognitive journal, utilized daily, is a tool that builds the observer within you so that you experience emotions but do not become lost in them. Where I have found cognitive methods to be most helpful is in normalizing the process of losing for developing traders. Chris Terry, professional trader and online trading mentor with Linda Raschke, stresses, the one problem we as traders have is ego. We cannot accept losing as normal. Losing means failing, and we are taught to not be losers. There is a saying, most people lose money trying to avoid losses. The most important step to winning is learning that losses are part of the game. Every successful person has failed many times before succeeding. Cognitive techniques reframe our perceptions of winning and losing, focusing us on learning and improving.
By
normalizing expectable losses attributable to market uncertainty, these fear over making mistakes and resulting paralysis in decision-making, frustration over not meeting lofty expectations, negative expectations. Whatever you do will go wrong. The market has it in for you. You're not good enough. You're a failure. Trading to not lose, instead of finding opportunity, shifting between taking on too much risk, over trading to feel success, and taking too little, missing opportunities. Overconfidence, you've got the market figured out. You deserve to get paid out on your trades. If you just do this, make money every day, you wind up with a huge income. Overtrading, frustration when not paid out, impulsive trades made out of frustration or cockiness. money-focused constant watching of P/L during trades, frequent calculation of how much you need to make to stay afloat, goals and expectations stated in P/L terms rather than trading terms, overly aggressive trading to meet P/L needs, or overly conservative money management to conserve capital. Second, guessing of trades because of fear of losing money, lack of focus. Sometimes people try to change too much all at once and bog down. It is usually not effective to work on multiple patterns at once. More promising is prioritizing patterns and tackling one at a time. Lack of repetition. Many times, you will be trying to unlearn patterns that have been present and reinforced over a period of years. This does not occur overnight. A daily focus over a sustained period provides an opportunity to internalize learning. Lack of emotional intensity. This is perhaps the most common mistake people make in cognitive therapy. Keeping a journal can become a routine, unemotional affair that never challenges old thinking patterns. With passion and immediacy, active methods such as talking about patterns aloud and utilizing imagery can yield greater emotional involvement. Incorrect diagnosis. Perhaps the problem is not what you think. If your negative thinking is grounded in a biologically based depression, cognitive work might help, but it should be guided by a professional. It may also need to be supplemented with pharmacotherapy. Alternatively, emotional patterns of frustration may result from trading problems, such as changing markets that have greatly reduced the edge of a particular strategy. Most important, if the cognitive methods are not working and you continue to lose money, you want to either stop trading or trade very small size while you figure out what is going on and how you'll address it. The cost of a consultation with a mental health professional and/or a trading mentor is small relative to the losses you could incur by continuing to do what isn't working. Self-help is great, but if problems are significantly interfering with your relationships, work, trading, and leisure, do the right thing. You would take your car to a professional if it were ailing. You should do no less for yourself. How you think affects how you feel and act is the motto of the cognitive approach. What happens, however, when feelings overwhelm us before cognition can even kick in? Is there a way of directly modifying our emotional experience? There is, and it's the cutting edge of an old therapeutic approach, behavior therapy. Chapter 9. Behavioral Techniques for Enhancing Performance. See, rises or difficulties can often produce a sense of meaning when more pleasant stimuli have failed. Danger can make you feel free when peace and serenity fail to arouse any response. It does this by forcing you to concentrate. Colin Wilson, New Pathways in Psychology, pages 26 to 27. In the last chapter, we saw how cognitive techniques can be powerful in changing the ways we view and respond to situations. Sometimes, however, it seems as though we react to events without thinking at all. It's not that trading outcomes trigger negative thinking, which in turn creates worse trading. Rather, our responses to trading situations seem to come out of nowhere, leaving us confused over our actions. Behavioral psychologists call these automatic action patterns conditioned responses. They occur when we overlearn a response to a situation that it occurs without our conscious involvement. Often this overlearned response interferes with trading plans and good decision-making, leaving us vulnerable. A host of brief techniques, known collectively as behavior therapy, have emerged to deal with conditioned responses. Like cognitive methods, they have been extensively studied and validated for effectiveness. Also, like cognitive approaches, they can be utilized by traders willing and able to devote efforts toward becoming their own therapists. As we shall see, crises and danger are the source of many troublesome conditioned responses, but as Colin Wilson realized, they also can be catalysts for positive change. Understanding conditioned responses. Conditioning generally occurs in one of two ways. The first is through repeated association. This is the classic Pavlovian scenario. Let's say you hear The same song played over the speakers every time you enter a McDonald's restaurant. Later, when you're on the road and enter a different McDonald's unit, the song pops into your head and you find yourself humming it. That is a conditioned response. The second way conditioned responses occur is through a limited number of events with high emotional impact. The best example of this is emotional trauma. For instance, I was commuting to work in Syracuse on a rainy day and stopped at a light. Shortly thereafter, the car behind me rammed very hard into the backside of my vehicle. It turned out that the driver behind that car never saw the stoplight and went full force into the vehicle, pushing it into my tail. My head whipped back hard and my car shuddered from the impact. Although the collision was not sufficient to deploy my airbag, it was powerful, enough to trigger an instantaneous memory of an earlier accident. I had no problem returning to driving after my car was repaired, but thereafter I found myself anxiously checking my rearview mirror every time I came to a stoplight. The fear response had been conditioned by the highly threatening episode. My driving incident highlights an important facet of conditioned responses. They can either be highly adaptive or maladaptive. If my accident led me to be more careful at intersections during inclement weather, that could be quite useful. It might, for instance, lead me to be more cognizant of other vehicles and make doubly certain to secure my seatbelt. Conversely, if my accident led me to experience debilitating anxiety each time I approached an intersection, it wouldn't be long before I avoided driving altogether. Many of the instincts displayed by great athletes, moves on a football field, sudden maneuvers by race car drivers, are sophisticated conditioned responses. Unfortunately, so are many of the anxiety episodes that plague thousands of
people.
And nowhere do we see this more than in psychological trauma. Trauma, understanding, extreme conditioning. If you're going to be your own therapist, it will be important for you to understand how conditioning occurs during trauma. This will help you appreciate how many of our emotional and behavioral reactions occur without our conscious thought, and it will point the way to innovative behavioral change approaches that make positive use of conditioning. Consider a more complex example of a young woman who is the victim of an attempted rape in a park. Held at knife point, she feared for her life and felt completely out of control in the situation. Only her initial screaming and the response of a nearby jogger saved her from probable murder, as the assailant panicked and fled. Now, however, she re-experiences her terror at the oddest moments. The park setting, of course, is associated with the event, as is evening time. She also reacts sharply to any kind of surprise or unexpected physical contact. Each of these cues understandably triggers her anxiety. What troubles her is that the assault comes to her mind even in the absence of those cues. She will be calmly sitting at home or walking in public and suddenly experience severe panic. What is going on, she wonders. Am I going insane? Our young woman is finding that even seemingly remote cues are powerfully associated with the rape attempt. Consider her walk in public. A careful analysis shows that she noticed a large man who reminded her of the assailant. When she was sitting at home calmly,
It was a television scene that
she was watching that set her off. One time in a store, she experienced panic when she smelled a scent that reminded her of the man who held her down. Many different sensory cues became associated with the event, triggering her
anxiety.
As a result, a variety of seemingly innocuous situations were setting her off, leaving her feeling out of control. It is only natural that a person in this situation would avoid the cues that trigger such fear. Gradually, however, this means avoiding an increasing number of settings that become associated with subtle traumatic cues. Eventually, trauma sufferers can become so preoccupied with self-protection that they become agoraphobic. They become fearful of their anxiety and frantically adjust their lives to avoid the re-stimulation of their fears. Because of this radically altered coping, traumatized people seem to have changed their entire personalities. all as the result of a single episode. This secondary anxiety, fear of freshly experiencing the original traumatic feelings, is often what creates the most immediate problems for the trauma victim. It causes us to regress to older and often less appropriate forms of coping in order to manage our emotions. A trader who has experienced very large financial losses during emotional episodes with excessive positions has created the trading equivalent of trauma. Even normal losses may be sufficient to retrigger the anger, frustration, and fear from the initial episode, flooding the trader with distress. Unable to rely on his normal coping to handle this onslaught of emotion, the trader resorts to whatever had worked during earlier life periods, such as withdrawal and denial, impulsive, confrontive coping, and self-blaming. At that point, the trader is no longer objectively managing positions in the market. He or she is desperately attempting to manage these roiling emotions. What we do to avoid emotional pain is usually not what we need to do to best manage a trade. If you have ever traded calmly, rationally, and in control for hours, only to have a single trade set you off and cause you to completely abandon all discipline, this is why what looks like lack of discipline from a trader perspective is actually early coping rearing its head in the face of traumatic cues. Quite literally, at those times, you become a different person. Trauma and the brain. How we become different people. Cognitive neuroscience is helping us understand the brain pathways that distinguish traumatic stress from the normal stresses we commonly face. Most of our experience is processed consciously, allowing us to critically evaluate what we take in and what we don't. Let's say I am long a 10 lot, and the market ticks a full point against me. If I'm a very short time frame trader, my entry was not particularly good. I may be a bit disappointed and frustrated, but I can shake off the loss, go back to my charts and my videotape, and figure out what I did wrong and how I can correct it. The loss poses a stress, but hardly a traumatic one. Now, let's imagine that my position was a 10,000 lot and not a 10 lot. In the S&P 500 E-mini contract, that would translate into $500,000 per point. Those same 4 ticks that were an annoyance when I held a 10 lot now pose a potential threat to my livelihood. I am apt to respond to each tick with a heightened flight or fight response and an extreme perception of danger. It's conceivable that I could freeze entirely, dissociating from the entire situation, or instinctively react with panic, fleeing the position and the psychic pain associated with it. Most likely, I would not be able to sit in the position the way I would a 10 lot and coolly assess whether the market was likely to pay me out. My processing of the event is no longer conscious. It elicits automatic, conditioned responses, not carefully chosen ones. The work of cognitive neuroscientists such as Joseph Ledoux suggests that conscious processing of events diffuses their emotional and sensory properties. The analogy I like to use for this is the repetition of a joke. When we hear a joke several times, it loses its humor. That is true for all emotional stimuli. Repetition makes them routine, no longer capable of eliciting intense feeling. When we process emotional events cognitively, it is like hearing the joke. We digest those events and, in so doing, divest them of much of their impact. Events that bypass consciousness, that are mediated by the brain's amygdala, appear to be encoded with their emotional components intact. That is why post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, sufferers can experience vivid flashbacks to their original traumas years after those events. It is also why cues associated with the traumatic memories elicit such strong reactions. Traumatic events, unlike normal emotional ones, frequently go undigested, bypassing consciousness. It is as if we were Alzheimer's patients hearing a joke. Each telling would be as funny as the first, because we had not processed the experience in memory. Behavior therapy works by reversing this process. It consists of a variety of techniques that allow us to process undigested events consciously. In essence, reprogramming memory. It unconditions certain responses and helps us condition others. Moderate trauma, a new and powerful concept. You may wonder what all of this has to do with trading. Yes, market losses can be emotionally upsetting, but few of us would place them in the category of such traumatic stresses as wartime and assault. That's where we're wrong. I believe that our failure to see trauma as a continuum, as a matter of degree, rather than as an all-or-none phenomenon, is responsible for much of our inability to resolve problems with standard self-help methods. The key to my realization was that a significant proportion of traders I have worked and struggled with have shown signs of moderate but sustained levels of traumatic stress. I realized that the notion of moderate trauma sounds oxymoronic, but bear with me here. A moderate trauma is one in which parts of the experience are processed normally and consciously, but other portions, associated with strong and usually painful emotions, are not. These experiences form the basis for conditioned responses that are triggered by environmental cues, even as the individual seems to suffer from no classic trauma. The result is a mixture in which traders spend most of their time in normal states but experience sudden and seemingly inexplicable episodes of moderate traumatic stress. See Exhibit 9.1. Exhibit 9.1 Traumatic and Normal Stresses. Traumatic stress, normal stress. How processed, non-consciously, consciously. Emotions and
Sensation.
re-experienced over time, diffused over time. Coping regression to earlier modes, usual coping methods. Consciousness dissociated intact.
Subsequent.
Reactions. Exaggerated, triggered by environmental cues. Appropriate to the situation, not associated with cues.
Impact upon.
Trading. Disruption of trading plans and intentions. Handled as expectable part of trading. What is perhaps most fascinating is that moderate trauma, the conditioning of response patterns during highly emotional episodes, can occur during extremely positive experiences as well as negative ones. The addictive disorders that are difficult to treat are the ones involving substances that produce a powerful high, like typical traumas that create intense experiences of fear and loss of control. Substances such as crack cocaine produce intense experiences of euphoria. These experiences, like their traumatic counterparts, overwhelm conscious processing and remain undigested. They also become associated with a variety of contextual cues, which subsequently become further associated with cravings. Talk therapy aimed at curbing those cravings and reducing substance abuse is notoriously ineffective. Once the cues are triggered, the reasoning part of the brain that had been active in therapy is no longer in control. This is a most important concept for those who seek to become their own therapists. Trauma is a function of the intensity of emotional experiences, positive as well as negative. Any emotional experience of sufficient force has the potential to overwhelm conscious processing and serve as a stimulus for
Conditioning.
I recall working with a young woman I will call Leanne.
She was raised in
An alcoholic family and experienced considerable neglect as well as physical
abuse.
later in life. Events in which she felt used or neglected left her with enormous reservoirs of anger that she could not handle. Then one day she became so angry that she took the feelings out on herself and cut her own
arm.
Apropos of Colin Wilson's observation, the shock of her action mobilized a sense of danger and concentration, temporarily freeing her from her rage. Indeed, her relief was so great that it became a conditioned response, itself associated with experiences of anger. By the time she came to me, she was as addicted to cutting herself as any drug user becomes dependent upon their fix. Not surprisingly, Leanne entered a dissociated state during her cutting episodes. She later felt tremendous guilt over engaging in such obviously self-mutilating behaviors. In that sense, she was no different from a bulimic patient who feels guilty over eating a quart of ice cream after feeling depressed about her weight, a gambler who is filled with remorse after losing money in an attempt to dispel boredom and emptiness, or a junkie who shoots up just after vowing to go clean. Each of the addictive behaviors has become associated with either an intense positive stimulation or the removal of an intense negative stimulation. This creates an imprinting every bit as deep as the traumas encountered in wartime. Leanne was a successful student and had many friends. Her moderate level of trauma, however, led to significant losses of control at particular junctures in her life. We tend to think of people as either sane or insane, in control or out of control of their lives. Those who have undergone moderate traumas, however, who are more numerous than is commonly acknowledged, possess mixed control. When their conditioned reactions are not triggered, when they are not exposed to cues associated with emotionally impactful events, they function quite normally. When they are triggered, however, their reactions become erratic and distorted, as if another person has taken over. But why do so many traders display signs of moderate trauma? How trading traumatizes traders. The overwhelming majority of traders who seek me out for emotional assistance share a single characteristic: they are overtrading.
When I say they
Are overtrading, I mean this in two ways. One, they are placing more trades than they can reasonably justify, and two, they are trading with size that is excessive relative to their account size and their emotional ability to tolerate
loss.
The combination of the two means that these traders have an unusually high financial and psychological risk exposure. The traditional view among trading psychologists is that overtrading is the result of emotional problems, usually lumped under the category of lack of discipline. I'm proposing here that the exact opposite is the case. Overtrading and the repeated exposure of traders to excessive risk and reward creates moderate traumatic stresses that, over time, disrupt the ability to follow trading plans. This explains why these emotional disruptions are so puzzling to traders and refractory to normal helping efforts. The irony of this is that emotional interferences in trading are just as apt to be preceded by trading success as failure. It usually is not the beginning or unsuccessful trader who will ramp up trading frequency and size. Rather, the trader who experiences initial success will become overconfident and begin exceeding reasonable risk parameters. A great number of traders I have worked with began their careers as rather composed, disciplined profissionals. Only subsequently did they encounter problems with emotions, departures from trading plans, and erratic performance. One would think that, if the lack of discipline was based in personality traits, it would have been present throughout the trader's history. That, however, is not usually the case. Careful history taking generally reveals that the problems surfaced only after trading size and/or frequency increased substantially. Extreme trading success places traders in as much emotional jeopardy as extreme losses. Moreover, I find that it is not just outsized trading losses that are the culprit. Traders are equally unprepared psychologically to handle very large trading
gains.
This is extremely important. Market participants who bet a large proportion of their portfolios or a sizable portion of their maximum daily loss limits on single trades and who do that frequently may initially profit from their imprudence. The result is a huge gain, a profit that is outside the trader's normal experience. The high of such a win is not unlike the high of a gambler's payout or a substance abuser's buzz. The intensity of the experience ensures that it will not be processed through normal, conscious channels. Such emotional imprinting is the basis for all addictive behaviors, even ones as destructive as cutting oneself or repeatedly betting one's livelihood on market outcomes. What this means is that traders who overtrade are damned if they win and damned if they lose. If they make money, it will be a large amount of money and can cause a traumatic imprinting that leads to repetitive risk-taking and eventual exposure to risk of ruin. If they lose money, it will also be a large amount of money, creating traumatic losses that cannot be processed normally and handled through usual coping mechanisms. In short, excessive risk and Reward create excessive emotional experience, which yield traumatic impacts. Because traders with emotional disruptions of trading experience moderate levels of trauma, they do not look like traumatic stress victims. They function normally and under normal trading conditions may perform quite acceptably. All it takes, however, is a single traumatic cue, an unexpected and usually large gain or loss, to set them off by triggering earlier modes of coping. Interestingly, many trading mentors seem to recognize this intuitively and will counsel troubled traders to reduce their size, become more selective in trade selection, and regain their composure. What the mentors frequently fail to recognize, however, is that size and lack of selectivity are the actual sources of the emotional disruption and need to be addressed on an ongoing basis. Many independent retail traders have implicit or explicit business plans that enshrine overtrading. Numerous traders with small account sizes have told me that they are trading large size in order to have a chance of making a living from their trading. Excessive risk assumption is embedded into their very trading plans. The result is that they almost surely traumatize themselves over time, whether they win or lose. Training, we might say, is a preventive measure against moderate trauma.
It
Ensures that high-risk/high-reward activities can be processed as normal stresses, not as abnormal, traumatic ones. The best piece of advice you'll ever get from Dr.
Brett.
If you are developing your trading expertise, do it in a steady, progressive manner that creates neither excessive emotional highs nor extreme emotional
Lows.
Do not traumatize yourself. The best treatment of all is prevention. If pursuing trading success in such a moderate fashion seems boring to you and takes away the thrills and excitement of trading, find another source of livelihood. The traumatic impacts you will encounter will eventually come to hurt you, your trading, and those who depend upon you. The best way to incorporate psychology into your trading plans is to ensure, through risk management, that you never expose yourself to outsized market outcomes. You've probably heard the saying about how there are old traders and bold traders, but no old, bold traders. The overly bold trader, like the junkie in Neil Young's song Needle and the Damage Done, is like a setting sun. I speak as an ever so moderately traumatized psychologist who has seen the damage
Done.
I've seen traders work for weeks to recoup losses, only to lose even more in a single large trade. I've watched traders run through family savings and then borrow money in pursuit of profits. Heroin addicts, when they can't acquire a fix, will milk their own blood, withdraw it, save it, and re-inject it to achieve a mild high. The damage done. Take it slow.
Take it steady.
Become competent, then expert. Don't become a casualty. The first step of behavior therapy, relaxation, training. As we've seen, traditional helping approaches are likely to enjoy limited success in changing behavior patterns conditioned by highly emotionally charged events. Sitting down with a traumatized trader to discuss trading plans, goals, the business of trading, discipline, or positive attitudes is like coaching a rape victim to find the right romantic partner. If the problem is that highly emotionally charged events have been processed non-consciously, the treatment must be capable of working at that non-conscious level to reprocess those experiences. Behavior therapy works in two basic ways. 1. It deconditions established response patterns. Some behavior therapies reverse the trauma process by creating repeated neutral emotional experiences and allowing people the opportunity to process highly charged events in a conscious manner. 2. It conditions desired response patterns. Behavior therapies can create what I call positive traumas by generating highly impactful emotional experiences that become cues for constructive action patterns. What we typically call behavior therapy is really a collection of techniques for unlearning harmful conditioned responses and instilling new, positive ones. In becoming your own behavior therapist, it will be necessary for you to learn and implement the more basic techniques before progressing to more advanced ones. Let's start with the very most basic behavioral intervention, relaxation. Training. The first step in relaxation training is learning how to breathe diaphragmatically. Deep, slow, controlled breathing is one of the simplest but also most effective ways of checking your physical and cognitive arousal.
2.
Breathe diaphragmatically. You begin by seating yourself in a comfortable position and closing your eyes to remove distractions. You then take deep, slow breaths from your abdomen. In the beginning, it is helpful to place your hand on your stomach as you breathe, making sure that your belly expands as you inhale and contracts as you exhale. Breaths should be deep, smooth, and slow. You want to avoid hyperventilating. As you breathe in, count your number of breaths allowed. As you breathe out, say the word relax. As much as possible, just focus your mind on the counting of breaths and the word relax. In the beginning, you may be distracted and find the breathing from the abdomen difficult. With practice, it becomes quite easy and natural. After 10 to 15 minutes, one can typically achieve a highly relaxed state. As a variation of the exercise, some people will listen to relaxing music or imagine relaxing scenes while they are performing the diaphragmatic breathing. The idea is to engage one's mind in a manner consistent with relaxation, whether it is by counting, imagery, or some other means. After doing the exercise with consistency, it is not at all unusual for people to reach the point where they can calm themselves with just a few diaphragmatic
Breaths.
The breathing exercise becomes relaxation training when it is paired with stressful situations. This can be accomplished in several ways.
Préventive intervention.
Traders can proactively relax themselves if they know they are about to enter a stressful market situation. Early intervention. Traders can take deep abdominal breaths while they are trading as stressful situations emerge. Trading breaks. After triggers for trading problems have already occurred, traders can remove themselves from their screens temporarily, conduct the breathing exercise, and return to trading in a more neutral
state.
Clearly, this method works by reversing the physical, emotional, and cognitive arousal triggered by traumatic cues. By slowing breathing and focusing the mind on relatively neutral or positive stimuli, we shift our state from one that is associated with poorer coping to one in which we possess greater conscious control over our behavior. Note that this, in itself, is not a treatment for trauma. It does not prevent cues from being triggered in the first place, nor does it reprogram those cues. It does, however, allow us to undo the effects of conditioning quite quickly, providing rapid relief. This is very helpful to traders who find themselves getting worked up while a position is on when there is no opportunity to talk out the problem, write in a journal, or otherwise seek relief. With practice, relaxation becomes quite portable and
Rapide.
the second step of behavior therapy, identifying triggers. In some ways, this is the most challenging facet of behavior therapy.
As
mentioned earlier, the cues that trigger altered coping and disrupt trading may be quite obvious, but many times they are so subtle that they go unrecognized. The second step in your behavior therapy is to conduct a cataloging. We want to find out everything that is happening leading up to a disruption of trading. This means cataloging emotional reactions, events surrounding these reactions, and all thoughts and sensations occurring at those times. The more complete your catalog is, the more likely it will be that you will discover your specific triggers. See Exhibit 9.2. Exhibit 9.2, a catalog of cues for trading disruptions. Common triggers. Euphoria. Highly excited, positive feelings trigger overconfidence and overtrading. Anxiety. Intense fear triggers impulsive actions to relieve the state. Boredom. Lack of activity and feelings of emptiness trigger stimulation seeking activity to relieve the state. Sudden market movements. These become associated with particular emotional states and trigger fear, greed, overconfidence, or frustration. Large and/or sudden losses. These trigger feelings of loss/depression, frustration/anger. or fear, which in turn trigger coping responses to dampen these. Strings of wins or losses. These also trigger overconfidence and frustration and result in overtrading and distorted trade management. If you're having trouble identifying triggers, ask yourself after an emotional trading episode, what set me off? Usually you will be able to identify a period in which you were feeling and trading fine, and then something triggered your reactions. It is this trigger that we wish to target? It is not necessary that you deeply analyze why this is triggering you. It is only crucial for you to know that when X happened, it set me off. Very often the trigger will be an event or perception that had a strong emotional impact. You'll know it's an important trigger when you see it reappearing in your
catalog.
The third step of behavior therapy, consciously processing our triggers. Perhaps the simplest exercise for reprocessing our triggers is the stress inoculation method, originally introduced by psychologist Donald
Meichenbaum.
The idea of stress inoculation is that you can expose a person to low levels of an anticipated stressor in controlled circumstances, arousing appropriate coping. This makes it more likely that this coping will manifest itself when the stressors are experienced in real time. Meichenbaum likened this process to the inoculation that occurs when we receive a vaccine for an illness such as influenza. Exposing the body to weak levels of a virus arouses the body's defenses, which then are prepared for full viral contact. One way to conduct stress inoculation is to pair the relaxation training described here with the triggers that you've cataloged. Imagery is quite useful for this purpose. If, for instance, a fast-moving market is a trigger for anxiety, and the trader knows that with the release of a report, the market is likely to become much faster moving, she can prepare for this event by vividly imagining the release, the market's reaction, and her own effective coping while conducting the relaxation exercise. The idea is that you use the power of imagery to create a mild form of the traumatic trigger, keep yourself under control with the abdominal breathing, and then rehearse the coping behaviors you would like to utilize in the situation. Ideally, this is repeated with a variety of imagined scenarios, each reinforcing desired coping responses. For instance, if you wanted to ensure that you honor your stop-loss points during adverse market movement, you could vividly imagine markets moving against you while you sustain your slow, deep breathing. You would then envision yourself exiting your position at your chosen point, even as you focus on the adverse market movement. This basic exercise accomplishes the two ends of behavior therapy. First, it allows you to face a threatening situation while you are rehearsing self-control. With repetition, you loosen the associative link between the trigger event, adverse market movement, and your condition response. A major reason for this is that you are requiring yourself to process the trigger event consciously, with full awareness. In an important sense, you are building your capacity to remain self-aware during events that in the past had overwhelmed consciousness. The second end of the behavior therapy is the creation of new associative links between relaxed self-control and the trigger situation. With repeated enactment, you are literally crafting a new condition response in which you face emergency with a calm focus.
As
you might imagine, repetition is crucial to the success of such reprocessing. Vivid imagery, emotional involvement in the scenario, and frequent repetition increase the likelihood of altering existing conditioned responses and creating new ones. Related to the stress inoculation exercise is the behavior therapy known as systematic desensitization. In systematic desensitization, we not only identify individual triggers for unwanted behaviors, but arrange them in hierarchies based upon their association with subjective distress. Exhibit 9.3 illustrates a condensed hierarchy for a trader whose performance anxiety leads to an inability to act upon valid trade ideas. Observe that the hierarchy, at its beginning lowest level, includes mild triggers and gradually builds to highly charged ones. Psychologists sometimes ask clients to rate their triggers on a 0 to 100 scale of SUDs, subjective units of distress. The lowest items on the hierarchy thus might be rated from 0 to 25, and the highest items would range from 75 to 100. Exhibit 9.3 Condensed Hierarchy of Triggers for Systematic Desensitization. Notice that the hierarchy contains triggers that are imagined, as well as ones encountered in simulation and in real-time trading in vivo. Many of the lower hierarchy items will be trigger scenarios that are imagined. These same scenarios can then be made more realistic by facing them in simulated and actual trading sessions. The simulation programs that we discussed as learning tools for trading play a valuable role in behavior therapy, enabling traders to face their triggers in a realistic but safe context. Mastering anxiety and impulsivity in simulation provides confidence-building experience for tackling emotionally charged situations when money is on the line. Before working on the hierarchy, it is necessary to develop basic competence in the breathing exercise or a similar relaxation skill mentioned earlier. Generally, I will not begin targeted work on the hierarchy until traders can relax themselves on demand through diaphragmatic breathing. Once the relaxation skill is acquired, you create a detailed hierarchy, one with at least 10 levels, making sure that there are several items at low, medium, and high levels. It is important that the hierarchy take you through increasingly realistic encounters with your triggers, culminating in vivo work for the highest items. Once you create the hierarchy, you work from the bottom up, pairing the relaxation exercise with the trigger defined at the first level. You experience the trigger situation as vividly as possible while performing the diaphragmatic breathing. Each time you encounter the situation, in imagery, simulation, or in vivo, you rate your subjective distress on the 0 to 100 scale. The key to the technique is that you keep repeating the trigger situation during the behavior therapy session until the subjective distress is a 0. That means repeating imagined or simulated scenes many times while performing the relaxation work. Eventually, with repetition, the triggers defined on the hierarchy begin to lose their impact. A cornerstone of systematic desensitization is that you do not move to higher levels of the hierarchy until you have completely eliminated distress at the lower levels. If distress is not desensitized at the level of imagery, for example, jumping to simulated and in vivo encounters would simply retrigger old patterns. Systematic desensitization is effective in part because it creates progressive experiences of mastery and efficacy. By creating large hierarchies that progress smoothly from one level to the next, you can ensure that encounters with triggers will be processed consciously with a minimum of cognitive, emotional, and behavioral disruption. Once again, the key to success is repetition. Repeated, conscious exposure to traumatic cues is particularly effective in unlearning conditioned responses to those cues. Successful behavior therapy creates experiences of being in control of situations that had formerly been out of control. Exposure therapy, enhancing the role of consciousness. Research from Edna FOA and colleagues at the University of Pennsylvania finds that it is the exposure to traumatic cues that provides the bulk of therapeutic benefit in behavior therapy, more so than such techniques as diaphragmatic breathing. She also finds that many people do not need the gradual approach of a hierarchy. Indeed, prolonged sessions of exposure, sometimes referred to as flooding, can be highly effective in reprogramming traumatic events. Exposure therapy may utilize breathing and other relaxation techniques during the period of exposure to traumatic cues, but typically employs other coping methods as well. Some of these are cognitive, such as rehearsing particular ways of thinking about the situation. Others are purely behavioral, such as talking aloud through situations as they are occurring to ensure conscious processing. One coping technique I have found particularly effective is actively talking to oneself during periods of exposure, as if you are your own therapist. For instance, in the aforementioned situation in which The trader was afraid of entering the market due to a fear of loss at times of volatility. The trader would talk herself through a simulated market exposure, providing reassurances, encouragement, and perspective. The idea is to activate effective coping in the face of potent emotional triggers. Exposure therapy is effective because it engages attention, concentration, and directed effort during exposure to traumatic stimuli. In essence, exposure work activates the brain's frontal regions, its executive center, at those times when consciousness is most likely to be bypassed. If this is the case, exposure therapy should be effective precisely to the extent that it successfully engages the reasoning mind during vivid, impactful exposures. My reading of case transcripts with clients who have undergone exposure treatment for problems ranging from panic disorder to post-traumatic stress supports this notion. Their therapies consist of a re-experiencing of their fears at times of heightened conscious processing. The key to the success of this approach is activating this enhanced processing precisely at those times when we are most likely to respond automatically, forcing us to process consciously that which had bypassed consciousness. Step 1 of exposure therapy: creating the Yoda state. The initial step of exposure work is to create a reliable procedure for entering into a state of enhanced conscious processing. This means that you will need two things. 1. A process by which you can reduce stimulation and enhance concentration, and 2. Distinctive cues associated with the process that become associated with the state of enhanced focus. Both of these elements allow for a great deal of room for creativity to see what works best for you. The first method I use is a variant of meditation. By seating myself in a very still position, closing my eyes, and focusing on a repetitive stimulus for a lengthy time, I can reach a highly focused and calm state. As I described in The Psychology of Trading, I have found the early music of Philip Glass particularly helpful as a focus. The prolonged reduction of sensory stimuli. Some traders I've worked with have used noise-canceling headphones while closing their eyes and focusing on a repeated phrase to fix their attention. And heightened focus facilitates enhanced conscious processing. The key to the success of this method is sticking with it long enough to adapt to the altered sensory conditions. If you find yourself bored with the exercise, you haven't stuck with it long enough for the adaptation to take hold. Over time, given sufficient practice, the enhanced state can be reached rapidly, usually within seconds. A second method uses forehead skin temperature biofeedback to track frontal activation. I have found that prolonged playing of the popular game, Sudoku, while I am seated very still and in an extremely quiet setting will reliably sustain heightened temperature readings, suggesting that blood flow has shifted to the brain's frontal regions. This method of assessing frontal activity through monitoring shifts in blood flow and resulting temperature changes, known as chemoencephalography, has gained recognition since I wrote about it in The Psychology of Trading. It has been the subject of a special issue of the Journal of Neurotherapy, recently issued as a book edited by Tim Tinius. During periods of emotional and physiological arousal, skin forehead readings are lower. During periods of concentration, they are higher. Interestingly, relaxation does not raise the temperature readings, nor does effortful straining. There has to be an element of quiet focus. Dr. Jeffrey Carman, one of the pioneers of chemoencephalography along with Dr. Herschel Tumim, points to the Star Wars character Yoda as an embodiment of the proper attitude, letting the force of concentration work through you. Unfortunately, we are not yet at the point at which chemoencephalography units are widely available. Fortunately, other forms of biofeedback appear promising for this application. For instance, the Journey to Wild Divine program links computer-based games to heart rate and skin conductance feedback, facilitating the Yoda state, while traditional biofeedback does not measure blood flow and frontal activation per se. The on-screen programs for controlling galvanic skin response and heart rate do require sustained concentration and thus are useful for our purpose. For example, in Journey to While divine, the user has to move a balloon across the screen by lowering his or her arousal level. A different program, called CalmLink, actually conducts a kind of exposure therapy by placing users in a stress environment, a Pac-Man-like video game, while they perform the relaxation exercises and receive feedback about galvanic skin response. The combination of on-screen activities with the biofeedback makes such programs quite useful for traders who have difficulty structuring their own immersions into the Yoda state through such means as meditation.
The
immediate feedback is also helpful for people who are motivated to continue to work on their skills by seeing their scores improve over time.
my
Experience with Journey to Wild Divine is that the same calm focus that increases my forehead temperature on the hemoencephalography unit also successfully completes the games of the program. While I find some of the audio features of the program distracting, the basic tasks require both calm and concentration. With repetition, you begin to literally get a sense in your mind and body for what you need to do to successfully complete the
games.
This feel incorporates some of the positive conditioned cues you will be bringing to real-time trading. Achieving the Yoda state is itself a performance skill that develops with practice. Sophisticated biofeedback units for mental health professionals, particularly EEG units, require training and often lack user-friendly interfaces. I generally do not recommend these for traders. As of this writing, a slew of brain development electronic games are scheduled to come to market following the success of these in Japan. Combining these games with simple heart rate or skin conductance feedback provides a potential gymnasium for cultivating frontal activation. Whether you employ meditation or biofeedback to achieve increased frontal activation, it is vitally important that you perform the routines the same way each time. This will create positive condition cues for your Yoda state. For example, the glass music and still sitting position are two of my cues. Alternatively, performing the biofeedback games while burning incense or under altered lighting conditions would create vivid cues that, over time, become associated with the calm focus. Those are the cues we will bring into our trading. Step 2 of exposure therapy, graded exposure. During the Yoda state, research by such leading clinicians as Edna Foa and David Barlow suggests that exposure therapy is effective because it produces a cognitive restructuring. People learn, through their exposure, that they can indeed handle their worst fears and control their responses and coping. It is the direct experience of success that is critical. That is why exposure work is most powerful when it is in vivo, applied to real-life stresses. It is worth noting that FOA's work with exposure typically involves 2-hour sessions, not the standard 50-minute therapeutic hour. This suggests that the intensity and duration of the exposure are critical elements in the behavioral therapy's success. Many of the conditioned responses we acquire as the result of traumatic stresses are ones that involve an avoidance of the distress associated with the traumas. For instance, we might respond to the fear of market loss by impulsively exiting positions before our profit targets or stop-loss points are hit. Exposure work prevents such avoidant responses and, indeed, immerses us in the very stresses that we tend to avoid. The pairing of triggers with the heightened conscious state can be accomplished with live trading, creating an immersion throughout the trading
session.
The way to do this is through graded exposure. Instead of manipulating whether the trigger situations are mildly or highly stressful, as in systematic desensitization, you deal with all of the trigger situations that present themselves all trading session long, but start with highly reduced trading size. You then increase your exposure by very gradually increasing your trading size, because the risk of a trade is a function of its size. Manipulating the size of trades during exposure work creates a more finely graded exposure than any constructed hierarchy. The use of size to grade exposure also means that it is not necessary to stop trading to work on exposure. Indeed, the advantage of this method is that it creates an immersive experience in safe trading. The most rapid way to reprogram traumatic cues is to evoke them persistently in a safe context. The key to the success of this graded exposure technique is replicating the actions that kept you in a state of heightened processing while you are trading. Thus, for instance, if you conditioned your state of focus and concentration to repetitive music, you would play the music while you are trading. If your entry into the flow state was associated with sitting very still and reducing sensory exposure, you would remain perfectly motionless as you follow the market, wearing noise-canceling headphones. Because of the repetition of your efforts to enter the Yoda state, you have learned to associate particular cues with that state. Evoking those cues allows you to summon the state in real time and access the coping associated with focused concentration. Just as traumatic cues elicit distress and result in regressive coping. This is an example of creating a positive trauma, a powerful experience that evokes a desired set of responses. Your training to achieve the flow state has become a kind of classical conditioning. To repeat, it is important to master the entry into the focus mode prior to conducting the actual exposure in trading. I am convinced that several highly extended sessions to enter and sustain the focus mode are much more effective in helping you master the Yoda state than a greater number of brief sessions. When I first trained myself, it was with 31 half-hour sessions conducted to glasses music in 12 parts in the dead of night with no distractions. It was the smartest thing I could have done. Over the course of more than 200 minutes straight, you encounter one internal distraction after another and learn what you need to do to tune it out and sustain your focus. That same tuning out and focusing is what you bring to the graded exposure of trading. The beauty of working in vivo with very small size is that every trigger will eventually occur, but now in a way that does not threaten your account statement. This makes it much easier to practice retaining focus and concentration when those triggers occur. Only once you succeed in avoiding your negative trading patterns at the smallest size do you increase your size very gradually. The idea is to create success and repeated experiences of mastery. When you perform the exposure work, you are not trading to make money. You are trading to reinstill a sense of control and safety so that you can later trade profitably. Thanks to the creation of biofeedback tools that provide graphical feedback on your screen, it is possible to integrate biofeedback into your graded exposure while you are trading. Heart rate and galvanic skin response (GSR) feedback are fine for this purpose. While trading, you certainly won't have the biofeedback games playing. All you need is a reading of your levels, preferably one that charts your levels over time. That way, your own readings can alert you to the presence of triggers before you necessarily identify them consciously. High readings become opportunities while you are still following the market to dampen your arousal and increase your focus. You don't engage in actual trades until you have succeeded in reducing your readings through the trigger events. At times, this may mean closing out positions, leaving the trading screen, and performing the Yoda exercises to regain focus. If that becomes necessary, you know that you need more time trading under control at that size, and you may even want to return to the next smallest size to reinforce gains at that level before stepping up. Proper training, the best treatment of all. Since writing The Psychology of Trading, I have worked with many traders, quite a few in real time. My experiences have led me to an inescapable conclusion. A majority of emotional trading problems are the result of partial traumatization. This means that many psychological disruptions of trading are iatrogenic. They are caused by trading itself, not by factors separate from trading. We create emotional disruption when we trade without proper training, when we trade with size that neither our accounts nor our minds can properly accommodate, and when we trade so frequently with that size that we invite risk of ruin. It should never be necessary to conduct exposure therapy to treat trading related traumas. If you train yourself properly and operate with prudent risk management, you will experience trading losses, not traumas. The best therapy for trauma is not behavioral or cognitive. It is prevention through structured training. My goal in writing this book is not to encourage you to perform your own therapy for trauma. My goal is to make such treatment unnecessary in the first place. Trading, ideally structured, is a vehicle for expanding consciousness, not damaging it. Afterward, the making and remaking of an expert trader.
E.
When men live by trade, with reason, not force, as their final arbiter, it is the best product that wins, the best performance, the man of best judgment and highest ability, and the degree of a man's productiveness is the degree of his reward. Ayn Rand. Atlas shrugged. Early in his college years, he witnessed a friend and football teammate stabbed to death outside a restaurant, an event that haunted him long afterward and derailed his education. At the age of 21, he watched his adoptive father waste away from liver cancer. Researcher Dean Keith Simonton observes that many gifted individuals have a history of early family
Loss.
Such events either make you or break you, force you to become self-reliant or leave you rudderless. Scott learned self-reliance. It is difficult for a boy to internalize an identity of manhood in the absence of a male role model. Early in life, Scott experienced himself as vulnerable, and he was picked on as a result. He points to an incident from his first grade year as a personal turning point. A bully chased him home every day, terrorizing him. Scott's adoptive father taught him to hit a Darth Vader punching bag, and lessons in hand, Scott stood his ground against the boy, who was 4 years older. He hit him in the mouth, bloodying him. To this day, Scott laughs aloud at the consequence. The boy's mother came to Scott's home and complained bitterly that Scott was beating up her son. With that incident, however, Scott felt that he went from being a weakling to standing up for myself. Each of us reworks a set of themes throughout our lives, and this was one of Scott's, shaped by the early loss of a role model. Little did he know that this theme, the weakling versus the man, would emerge years later during the challenges of his trading career. Where Scott missed a role model, most was the absence of a father figure to guide him athletically. An active child, Scott experienced his time in the classroom as difficult, despite the motivation provided by his family. I hated sitting in one spot in a boring classroom. It felt like jail just sitting there, he
told me.
But if I found a subject that interested me, I enjoyed school. After his mother remarried when Scott was 4, he was adopted by his new father. His father was not athletic, however, and the little league in which Scott starred was not well organized. I never had anyone to teach me, he explained, so he devoured books and taught himself. I used to get up at 5 a.m. to practice with a batting tee, he described to me. I would throw balls against walls to field grounders, all on my own. This self-reliance, so unusual in a youngster, would become an important facet of Scott's trading development years later, as he spent long early morning hours teaching himself to trade by breaking all the rules in the trading books. Resilience and perseverance are traits we observe among highly successful individuals, and Scott displayed those from an early age. Speaking of his early athletic determination, he explained, "That's how much I loved baseball. If I want something, I'll pour myself into it. I'll master it." Most achievers display the rage to master from an early age. An incident from 7th grade turned out to be one of those crystallizing experiences for young Pulcini. He was shooting baskets in the rain late at night, trying to develop his skills so that he could make the cut at the upcoming team tryouts. A car pulled up, and the driver called out to him, "You're going to be a winner, kid." Scott never forgot the man or the message. Indeed, recognizing that his friends were falling into drugs, Scott chose to enter Marian Catholic High School, where he would have a better peer group and stronger academics. He sees the choice as one that, quite likely, saved his life. Armed with his determination, Scott built solid baseball skills. He started for his high school team all 4 years and was an all-star third baseman. At 6 feet tall and 205 pounds, He was also his high school football team's starting center. Football made a man of me, Scott recalls. You go there and bust your behind blocking and driving the sleds. His dream, however, was to play baseball for Stanford. Sports was the outlet for the young man's competitive drive, and already he was a dreamer, imagining himself as a college and pro star. Soon, however, that dream would be shattered and young Scott would lose his way. Portrait of the trader as a college student. Scott's first exposure to the stock market was through his grandfather.
He
Recalls looking up stocks and becoming fascinated with their movement. Like the unknown, not knowing what's going to happen the next day, he explains. In high school, he entered the ATT Investment Challenge and finished in the top 100 in the country. He was proud of that effort, and from that time forward, he knew he wanted to be involved in the market. He majored in finance in college, struggling in his freshman year at Illinois State after his friend and football teammate was stabbed to death in an altercation outside a restaurant. This was extremely upsetting for Scott. The emotion in his voice is evident even now as he describes the circumstances. He lost his academic focus and left Illinois State with poor grades.
He
attempted to transfer to St. Ambrose University in Davenport, Iowa, but was rejected. Only after writing 2 letters displaying unusual motivation to enter school did they accept him on a trial basis. He did not let them down, graduating with a GPA higher than 3.0. Still, he had not found his niche. His career in baseball fell by the wayside when Scott assumed he could make the team with skills alone. He wasn't in shape and didn't make the team. It was one of my real-life letdowns, Scott recalls. I was devastated. Scott's love of the unknown, his sense of thrill over not knowing what's going to happen next, found an outlet in gambling during his college years. He gravitated toward horse racing because of the intellectual challenge of handicapping. He spent hours poring over racing forms in hopes of hitting it big. I'm a dreamer, Scott observes. I always think anything's possible.
If
other people can do it, why can't I? Still, without the dream of athletics, Scott lost his rudder. I went out a lot, drinking and gambling, Scott recalls. In spite of this, he retained his drive to succeed. He taught himself golf and developed a single-digit handicap. Let's freeze the frame and take an objective look at young Scott. He grew up in modest circumstances and faced early loss and negative peer influences. Still, he displayed determination to succeed at sports and had the courage to dream big. By the end of college, however, no one would have tapped Scott to be a highly successful professional. His baseball demise revealed confidence, to the point of overconfidence as he stopped the hard work and training that developed him in the first place. His drinking and gambling showed a side of him that contradicted his disciplined pursuit of dreams. In short, what we have here by the time the college years have ended is 2 Scotts. One, the self-reliant dreamer and hard worker who will master anything he puts his mind to, and the other, the overconfident stimulation seeker who doesn't feel a need to keep working. By the end of college, Scott had few career prospects and no social connections to open doors. Still, he had one hidden virtue, a second life theme, that would eventually shape his career. He was convinced that he could figure things out on his own. He could learn sports, and he could figure out horse races. Scott's was an intellectual confidence, even though he was not leading the life of an intellectual. He believed that whatever others had figured out, he could as well. Interpersonal losses and the shattering of his baseball career did nothing to dampen that confidence. Portrait of the young trader. Scott's summer job experience, selling meat door to door, was hardly glamorous. The sales experience, however, helped land him a highly coveted internship at Smith Barney. Shortly afterward, Dan Lasinski, the best man at Scott's wedding, helped him land a job at the Chicago Board of Trade as a runner in the 5-year options pit. His salary at the time was $200 a week. He Worked in the pit for approximately 2 years before applying for a clerking position in the bond pit that he was hardly prepared for. Once again, he simply assumed he would figure it out. "I've never been so stressed in my life," Scott described, as he struggled to keep up with the rapid hand signals, while traders yelled at him and millions of dollars of trades were on the line. "It got me battle-tested," Scott insists, gesturing at his current trading office. He jokes, "This is a massage parlor compared to working in the pits as an ARB clerk." Our source of deepest confidence is the overcoming of worthy challenges and obstacles. Despite day after day of being yelled at by brokers and customers and struggling to keep up with the order flow on the floor, Scott stuck with his new position. It was one more sign of the persistence he exhibited when he
truly wanted something.
What he ultimately desired, however, was to be a trader, not a clerk. His break came when friend Rob Ross brought him to King Street Trading, despite the initial concerns of owner Chuck McElveen.
He
got his shot as a proprietary trader. His earnings now were limited only by his
talent.
Alas, Scott's timing could have been better. He joined King Street in August 2001. As the bear market gathered steam, he lost $2,600 his first day with the firm, trading one lots. In fact, he lost money every single day for a month and a half. If anyone seemed destined for a brief trading career at that juncture, it was Scott Pulcini. Then, as if that weren't enough, the markets hit September 11th and closed following the attack on the World Trade Center.
Not
much was going right. He was broke and his job was far from secure. Once again, let's freeze the frame on the life history. Take a moment to think about how Scott started his proprietary trading career. To lose $2,600 on one-lot positions means that you are down more than 50 S&P points in a single day. That's not just being wrong, it's being consistently wrong.
Then,
imagine losing money every day after that for weeks on end. Scott felt desperate at the time, not because he didn't feel he could pick it up, but because he thought he would be fired from the firm before he actually picked it up. He was losing at trading, he was running out of cash, and profits weren't in sight. What possibly could have given Scott the fortitude to ride out this period? Two things appeared to be working in his favor. First, he had already been in extremely stressful situations in the pit. If he could stay calm then, with everyone yelling at him simultaneously, he figured that he could surely handle
this.
Perhaps even more important, however, is that the pit experience revealed that Scott had a unique talent, the ability to process orders rapidly. Under conditions of high risk, he learned the hand signals and developed the ability to attend to many traders at one time to be successful as an ARB clerk. Never once did he lose large money for any of his traders. How many people could jump into a busy pit and pull that off? He didn't know it at the time, but Scott had found his niche and the confidence to hang in during this new learning curve. Portrait of the successful trader. After going on a fishing trip with Rob Ross, who recommended that he read Reminiscences of a Stock Operator to get a different outlook on trading, Scott returned to a closed market in September 2001. He came in at night and began trading the German market, DAX. It was lonely occupying the office by himself and struggling to master trading after so many losing trades.
He kept
himself entertained and uplifted by listening to the music of Grammy Award winner Sean Colden, who would later figure in Scott's success. When he made his first profit in the DAX, he was especially proud. How many people make $1,000 before 5 a.m.? He asked himself. He returned to the S&P market when it reopened and, in Scott's words, one day it clicked. He began to make money, and his confidence grew. Indeed, his confidence had grown so much by January that he bet firm owner Chuck that he would finish the year as King Street's #1 trader. He eventually won that bet. A lot of my motivation came from my competitive drive, Scott told me. If these guys can make money, I can. While Scott certainly liked making money, he was up over $200,000 in January after making his bet, and Finished the year making more than $2 million. It was the competition against the other traders that Scott found most motivating.
He wanted to be the best.
But let's step back for a moment. How can we explain a learning curve that has a trader losing money every single day for 6 weeks in August and September, and then making consistent, serious money by January? Much of the explanation, as I mentioned earlier in the book, can be found in Scott's distinctive trading style. Note: in deference to Scott and Kingsley, I have attempted to be as detailed and accurate in my description of his trading as possible without revealing proprietary trading information. For that reason, I insisted that both Scott and Chuck, as well as the other traders named in this book, review and approve the material in the book. In common trading parlance, a trader who places several trades a day is considered an active
Trader.
Traders who close out their positions prior to the session close are called day traders. Scott is an active day trader, but that doesn't begin to capture his trading style. His degree of activity provides him with almost a constant exposure to market information and patterns. In any day of market activity, he exposes himself to more trading information than a normal trader would obtain in weeks. I strongly believe that this, in conjunction with his talents and personality, accounted for his phenomenally accelerated learning
Curve.
through concentrated market experience. We can accelerate skill development. You see, Scott functions as a market maker, providing liquidity to the marketplace. He will work bids below the market and offers above.
The
Natural movement of the market ensures that many of his orders will be filled, and that he will be in the market a good deal of the trading day. His goal is to buy bids and sell offers, profiting from the spread. Unlike the technical trader, who assesses chart patterns or trends over periods of minutes, hours, or days, Scott focuses on the very short-term shifts in supply and demand in the marketplace and rapidly responds to those to benefit from small, frequent movements. I did the opposite of what the books tell you, Scott explained. I wanted one tick 50 times rather than a 50-tick move. Indeed, that is exactly how he succeeded. Over time, Scott grew his size as a trader so that he was trading 40,000 to 50,000 round turns per day. A single tick may not seem like a great deal of money, but multiplied across such size and trading frequency, it accumulated into solid profits. Scott attributes his success to his ability to read the patterns in the very short-term movements of the market. He is sensitive to the size and positions of orders above and below the market, and he tracks each trade, its size, and where it occurs. He has a keen awareness of when a market is slow and dominated by locals and when it is busier with institutional paper involvement. This awareness allows him to rapidly adapt as conditions change over the course of the day. The same observational skills and quick reactions that helped him survive as an ARB clerk in the pit provided him with his edge as a screen trader. But think for a moment of what an edge he developed. Consider the commissions on tens of thousands of round turns in the S&P E-mini market, not to mention all the other fees and expenses associated with trading.
1.
Would need to make thousands of dollars a day just to break even.
To make
Millions requires an edge of gigantic proportions, an edge that is replicated day after day after day for years on end. Only world-class talent and skill can account for such results. If I had to single out Scott's greatest talent as a trader, I would say that it is his phenomenal concentration, accurate short-term memory, and speed of mental processing. He spends hours in front of the screen, actively tracking everything happening in the market. Most traders, including me, would find that completely exhausting. Scott is very different. Like that young boy who felt trapped when he had to sit still in class, Scott dislikes slow markets.
his
Times of greatest frustration are when markets won't facilitate trade.
he
Thrives off activity and finds such action to be stimulating and challenging. His rapid mental processing and superior short-term memory allow him to recall what has happened in the recent past both above and below the market, so that when business picks up in the ES contract, he is among the first to detect it and act accordingly. It is not at all unusual for Scott, when he is trading well in an active market, to be long, short, and long again in the span of a single minute, making money on both sides of the market. These talents cannot be taught, nor is his ferocious competitive drive something that can be acquired. The drive that had him waking up at 5 a.m. and taking batting practice as a child and shooting baskets in the rain is the same drive that enables him to make the outrageous bet that he will lead the firm in profitability. It was also the same drive that allowed him to sustain his learning efforts day after day, even in the face of continual failure. What is clear to me is that Scott's greatest asset has been his ability to persist at mastering markets under the most daunting conditions. He truly begins with the premise that if others can achieve, so can he. These cognitive and personal talents combine with specific trading skills to create success. In Scott's case, the skills involve the reading of short-term patterns of supply and demand. Because he is in the market so much of the time, he has a first-hand sense of whether large traders are leaning to the buy or the sell side and can position himself accordingly. When a large order of his is only partially filled, he obtains information about the drying up of buying or selling and can exploit that valuable piece of data. Much of his processing and decision-making is rapid and automatic, without a great deal of time spent in explicit analysis. It would not be far off to say that Scott trades the way a race car driver handles a vehicle, with well-honed instincts, based upon experience gained in real-life performance. After the fact, he can tell you why he placed or canceled an order, but all of his reasoning is occurring on the fly, integrating large amounts of rapidly changing data. Talent plus personality plus performance, niche plus training equals success. In short, Scott succeeded quickly because he rapidly found his trading niche, a trading firm that encouraged trader growth, a market that allowed him to trade actively, and a trading style that exploited his action-oriented personality and distinctive cognitive talents. This propelled him from rookie trader to serious earner in less than a year's time. But as markets change, so do niches. Portrait of the trader in transformation. To date, Scott has not replicated his best year, 2003, in which he earned $10 million. Indeed, he actually lost money in 2005, about $300,000. It has been a challenging and even painful period of readjustment. Several factors conspired to make very active, short-term trading difficult in the stock index markets, not just for Scott, but for many market makers. The ringing of volatility from the markets has changed the personalities of the popular ES and NQ indexes. My research shows that we have not experienced the present combination of low trending and low volatility in the past 70
years.
One would think that a scalper such as Scott would not need trending and volatility, but that is not exactly the case. If markets become deep, they have large participation in the order book at all prices, and non-volatile, they lock up. They trade back and forth, not fully moving through any price level. One's orders can sit in a book for minutes at a time and not be filled. This lack of movement turns the very short-term trader into a position trader. In Scott's case, this loss of movement became psychological poison.
It was
as if he was back in school, forced to sit. Trading became more frustrating than fun. His office, like the classroom years before, began to feel like a jail. Worse, the markets no longer actively filled Scott's orders, so he had less information to work from. His core talents of observation, rapid information processing, and superior short-term memory were underutilized. Staying out of the market at times of market inactivity, he found himself feeling more and more like the kid defeated by the bully. He wanted to fight back, but this time, there was no one to punch. Over time, the childhood feelings of being the wimp, not the man, crept back. The greatest market stresses are those that reactivate our early personal struggles, losses, and powerlessness. At first, Scott kept waiting for the market to return to its old ways.
It's
Human nature to stay in your comfort zone, he told me. I didn't want to. Think about being in a different market. That's where confidence became overconfidence, leaving him unprepared as he had been when trying out for the college baseball team. As long as he was in his comfort zone, he wouldn't make the difficult changes, the adjustments of lifestyle, the extra work, and the modifications to his trading style. He knew about changing markets, but, in his words, I didn't think it would happen to me. Conditions in the marketplace only worsened as automated trading became increasingly dominant. This made it difficult for short-term traders to be fast enough to get good prices. As I put it in one article, increasing volume in the yes market was chasing decreased market movement. Inevitably, at the end of the trading day, many traders found themselves without a seat in the market's musical chairs game. Here we can see how traders become moderately traumatized, as Chapter 9
described.
We are not talking about a trader who had a good year now having a bad year. Rather, this is a trader who had been ultra-successful year after year, who now found that what worked in the past no longer makes money. Imagine what it would be like for a center in basketball to suddenly face rims raised 2 feet higher and lanes doubled in width. It would no longer be possible to dominate the inside, either for scoring or for rebounding, as any incursion into the lane would likely bring a 3-second violation. Basic moves that had always worked, such as posting a player up inside and making the turnaround jumper, would no longer be possible. This is what happens when markets shift.
Their rules change.
Scott was like that center, now forced to adapt to a new set of unforeseen market rules. Relatively early in the market's change, Scott hit upon the idea of videotaping the day's trade and learning about his mistakes and the market's new patterns. He purchased a video recording unit that contained a large hard drive so that he could save and replay multiple days of market action. This enabled him to see how and where he placed orders, how and where he was filled, and how he managed his positions. The expansion of his screen time allowed him to make crucial adjustments in his trading. Unfortunately, those adjustments took Scott further and further from his
niche.
Position trading simply was not his strength. It did not capitalize upon his unique talents. As a longer-term trader, he was like Michael Jordan, the baseball player, competent, but not world-class. For Scott, that was not enough. Somehow he had to find a home for those talents. He was, after all, the kid in the rain, born to be a winner. Portrait of the trader at home. Tiger Woods has gone through extended periods of not winning tournaments before regaining his dominance after back-to-back 20-game winning seasons. In 1973 to 1974, pitching great Nolan Ryan never again won 20 games in a
year.
Indeed, he experienced losing years throughout his career: 1976, 1978, 1985, and 1987. We don't recall the losing times, however. We judge him. Across an incredible career of 27 years and 323 career wins. Slumps are part of the business for most high-level performers, and Scott is no exception.
He
has read of trading greats, and he knows that many, if not most of them, have lost their first money. It's hard to adapt to markets until you learn the need to adapt. Such perspective doesn't make the downtimes any less painful, however. Even those with the greatest resilience and most competitive spirits are apt to wonder if their day has passed. Scott's frustration was not only visible at times but audible. More than once I would be in his office as he watched a locked-up market sit on a single tick minute after minute, loudly wondering how this could happen in a world marketplace. Such frustration takes its toll on trading discipline as well as emotional outlook. Much has been written about traders, but little about trader spouses. Many of these, I believe, should be on a fast track towards sainthood. The stresses of trading, the challenges of changing markets, and the day-to-day and year-to-year lack of certainty about income and performance make it impossible to not take problems home. It is a rare spouse who understands trading well. enough to appreciate the stresses of their partners. It is also a rare trader who appreciates the difficulties of spouses who must tolerate ups and downs of mood and income with little control over the situation. And Scott had known each other for 31 years before getting married. In November 2004, it was a beautiful ceremony with Sean Colden, the same singer whose music had kept the lonely young trader company in 2001, providing the music. Anne's work is in special education. This has provided her with extra doses of patience and understanding as she works with students who struggle in school and are frequently frustrated. And has a calming effect, Scott explained to me. After bad days, I have the ability to forget about it, but not right away. I think the world is coming to an end and will say, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Having been a teacher and pointed out, that's what I've done all my life. This isn't the end of the world. You're going to read at the end of the year. Expert spouses are ones who retain the perspective that their partners temporarily lose. Then, Anne said something revealing. It sounds strange, but I went to school in order to marry him. Theirs is a team effort within providing a stabilizing influence. With the recent birth of their daughter, Sophia, and Scott have. So it is with those who aspire to Hall of Fame level trading. Talent, skill, drive, and resilience. These are the building blocks of success. We can learn from experts in all fields. In Scott, we see an embodiment of so many ideas from the previous chapters. The importance of finding a niche that exploits one's talents, the role of immersive experience in accelerating implicit learning, and the need to constantly evolve with markets. In Scott, we also observe the psychology of an elite performer, the young boy teaching himself baseball by hitting and fielding early in the morning, the pit clerk who adapts to unspeakable stress to establish his toehold in a career field, and the trader who concentrates years of market experience in months of self-directed training, building competence and confidence on the way to expertise. Early in his trading career, when Scott lost every day for 6 weeks, he hit a financial low point and had to borrow $100 from his mother. There's no bigger pressure than losing every day when you're broke, Scott explained. If I can handle that, I can handle anything. 4 months later, when many would have given up and many firms would have given up on him, Scott was earning a solid 6 figures. That's why I never give up on a skilled trader who is willing and able to make the effort to adapt to changing conditions. Having watched Scott, I realize deep in my heart that great things will always be possible when talent and preparation meet opportunity. Conclusion: difficulties show men what they are. In case of any difficulty, remember that God has pitted you against a rough antagonist, that you may be a conqueror, and this cannot be without toil. Epictetus. We're nearing the book's end. It has been both a challenge and a pleasure to
Right.
Writing is so much more than a mere transcription of one's thoughts. In putting those thoughts into words, we inevitably analyze them, play with them, and rework them. Enhancing trader performance has captured my ideas about what it means to become an expert trader, but it has also honed those. If anything, it has made me even more respectful of the talents and efforts of those who have sustained success in the markets and developed themselves as elite performers. The writing has also crystallized a few crucial ideas that, no doubt, will guide my work with traders and my own development as a trader going forward. Let's see if we can summarize those ideas and explore their relevance for your trading career. The essence of trading performance. In these pages, a few themes have emerged and re-emerged, capturing the essence of trading success. Trading is a performance field. It is not a routine mechanical task or the automatic expression of an innate talent. Trading, like athletics or the performing arts, is a field that demands an initial degree of talent and develops this talent over time to achieve increasingly refined performance. As a performance field, trading requires the high-level enactment of skill under competitive conditions and pressures. Trading consists of a variety of performance niches. Trading success hinges, in part, on finding an optimal fit between one's talents and interests, the markets one trades, and the ways one trades those markets. Trading performance is a function of training. This training may be formal and structured or self-initiated, but expertise in trading, like that in other performance fields, results from the learning initiated by deliberative practice. Trading expertise is a developmental process. Expertise, in all fields, progresses from beginning levels through competence and expertise.
The
Tasks needed to move from phase to phase, and the role of mentors at each phase vary considerably. Sustained success in trading, like that in other performance fields, requires years of development and exposure to a variety of market conditions. The learning curve of trading expertise can be accelerated. Learning is facilitated by breaking trading down into component skills, rehearsing these under realistic, simulated conditions, and gathering detailed performance feedback to guide future rehearsals. Expertise development in trading is an ongoing process. The changing nature of markets ensures that traders will experience learning curves throughout their career. Much of their long-term success will hinge on their risk management during these periods of relearning. The majority of emotional disruptions of trading are preventable.
they
Stem from three sources. 1. Inadequate training and resulting frustration. 2. Mismatches between trader strengths and the demands of their trading niches. And 3. Deficiencies in risk management leading to overtrading. Emotional disruptions of trading tend to be episodic, triggered by distortions of cognitive and emotional processing under conditions of heightened perceived threat and danger. They result in altered coping and a diminished ability to act planfully. Traditional talk counseling and self-help methods are of limited benefit to traders experiencing emotional disruptions. These disruptions result from conditioning that has bypassed normal conscious processing and require interventions that similarly bypass explicit thought. The most effective psychological help for traders is methods that have proven success in the treatment of trauma. These include cognitive and behavioral methods that treat emotional disruptions as the results of partial traumatization. Such methods permit a reprocessing of conditioned patterns of thought, feeling, and action, extending traders' capacity for intentional behavior. So, what do these conclusions mean for you and your trading career? A few important implications stand out. Build on your strengths. You are most likely to find trading success by exploiting what you are already good at. Your trading niche will take advantage of distinct competencies that you already possess and already employ in other facets of your life. There is much in the trading world you will need to filter out. If trading is indeed a performance field, there is no reason to believe that elite performance will be found in better indicators, faster or more comprehensive software, newsletter tips, or coaching advice. Only a directed developmental process will allow you to internalize market patterns and act upon these with confidence. Better golf clubs will not turn a duffer into a pro. The finest wrenches will not make one a master mechanic. You will hear many promises of quick rewards in the trading world, but these cannot replace training. Peaks and troughs in trading performance are likely to be the norm rather than the exception. If markets indeed change their patterns of trending and volatility over time, traders never really reach the end of their learning curves. There are apt to be periods in which market cycles change and the new patterns have not yet been internalized. These are also likely to be periods of drought in traders' profits. What is important is to survive these performance troughs through proactive risk management, a prudent savings plan, and a determination to not traumatize oneself and thereby preclude fresh learning. An excellent predictor of long-term trader success is the ability to prepare for inevitable lean times when the earnings are good. Your emotional experience in trading will reflect your success in structuring your training. Properly structured training will generate sustained experiences of learning, mastery, and confidence. They will contribute to a sense of efficacy These positive emotional experiences are precisely what you need to be able to handle the inevitable stresses of risk and reward as you increase your size. Properly configured training will also serve as training to enter and sustain the flow state in which we activate our brain's executive functions and will make our best decisions. If your learning experience is understructured, you will be at greater risk of emotional frustrations and conditioning effects that disrupt coping. In sum, my best advice is to truly treat trading as a profession if it is to be your career. A profession is a field that requires extended education and specialized training. It is a field that demands that you be responsible and that you execute that responsibility with professionalism. Trading can be a wonderfully challenging and rewarding activity, but it can also leave the unprepared, emotionally wounded, and financially bereft. Don't be too quick to put your account at risk in hopes of making money now. Take the time to learn and build a career that will sustain you for a lifetime. Concluding advice from Larry Connors. I recently posed this question to Trading Markets founder, money manager, and market author/researcher Larry Connors. In your experience, what's the one thing traders most need to do to improve their performance? Larry's response was so thoughtful that I presented in its entirety. First, you need to find a systematic method which removes most, if not all, of the emotion and discretionary judgment from your trading.
Be
prepared. This could take years. Once you have identified a system that can be profitable over the course of time, then you have to develop a mindset in which you 1. Focus on executing your system perfectly for each individual trade. 2. Focus on weekly or monthly gains and not the results of individual trades. 3. Track and quantify your performance mercilessly. 4. At the end of each day, each week, and month, evaluate your actions. And then commit to doing better tomorrow. 5. Stay positive in your thoughts and spoken words. 6. Stay away from negative influences that cause you to have doubts and fears about your ability as a trader. 7. Teach others to maximize their performance and, in so doing, maximize your own. Please make note of what Larry is saying. To succeed in the markets, first, find your edge, then work on yourself. Your first task as an aspiring expert is to find your opportunity. Next to that, all else is secondary. The ultimate goal of trading. If a successful trading career requires such effort and training, why bother? Come to think of it, why trade at all? Why exercise every day, straining muscles and lungs? Why train to become a successful athlete, dancer, or chess master? Why try to master stress by exposing yourself to traumatic cues not once but repeatedly? Why risk your life savings on an entrepreneurial vision? We could just as easily put our money in savings accounts, watch performance activities on television, avoid danger, and plant ourselves in secure jobs. We could avoid all risk and discomfort, but we don't.
why
There is only one reason that makes sense: to become the best that we can.
be
We'll never know our strength until it is tested. We can never increase that strength unless the tests become ever more stringent. Arrayed against all the potential pain, loss, and fatigue of the performance quest is but a single reward: the pride of accomplishment and the security of knowing that you have made something of yourself, that you have not squandered your time on earth. I wrote this book about trading, but it is not a trading book. Rather, it is a book about freedom. Trading, like those other glorious performance fields we've touched upon, is simply one venue for the development of freedom. What it means to be free. Let us not forget what it means to be a trader. It means that I am free to own property, shares of a private company, or contracts in a commodity. I can take delivery of my property and dispose of it as I wish, or I can trade it to others. My decisions are mine to make. I need not follow the dictates of those who would put other interests, those of gods, governments, or guns, above my
own.
If I lose, it is my loss. If I profit, the gain is mine. Freedom means that I have a voice. If I like an investment, I can tout it in online bulletin boards and blogs. If I don't like the way the government is managing the economy, I can vote my conscience not only at the ballot box, but in the marketplace by investing or withdrawing my funds. But freedom is even more than that. Freedom is the ability to make one's living by one's judgment and not being limited to subsistence through the toil of his or her hands. Freedom is the ability of a single individual sitting right here, right now, at a personal computer to write words that can be read years later in faraway lands. Freedom is downloading reams of market data and conducting research that, just years ago, would have taken weeks to complete. Freedom is the ability to see who is bidding, offering, buying, and selling in global marketplaces. It is the unfettered opportunity to participate in the economic vigor of developing nations. Without freedom, there is no trading. Trading is a celebration of economic and political freedom. Slaves are traded, they do not trade. All this freedom, however, is for naught if we, ourselves, are not free. It is the deepest of ironies that we experience greater freedom, far broader potentials, than those who came before us. And yet, in our lives, in our abilities to master ourselves, we are no freer. Amid opportunity, we remain partial, tethered to our conditioning. What it means to be free is to be able to choose, to live with intention. The free life is one that we guide, a life lived with purpose, direction, and meaning. Trading, like all the great performance activities, is an opportunity to cultivate the intentional life. Pursued properly, it is a path to freedom. Training for freedom. What are we really developing when we train for expert performance in any domain? We develop skill and knowledge, to be sure, but we also develop more than that. We cultivate will, the ability to formulate goals and direct our actions toward reaching those goals. Every training session is a battle of will, a struggle to overcome our limitations and reach a particular performance goal. Was it really so important when I was at Duke University for basketball team members to make 10 consecutive free throws before they ended practice for the day? As a foul shooting exercise, it perhaps had benefit, but as training of the will, it was exquisite. When every fiber of your being wants to get home after a hard practice, you learn to focus your foul shooting under pressure. Filtering those pressures out helps you tune out pressures on game day, and those help you overcome pressures in the tournament. We train for freedom, freedom from external and internal constraints. To formulate and follow a trading plan in the absence of pressure is relatively easy. It is in the heat of trading, when profit beckons and loss threatens, that our abilities to plan and execute plans are tested. Military officers refer to the fog of war, the uncertainties surrounding all decisions and actions. A great deal of military training is designed to help soldiers perform high-level tasks automatically even amid the fog. Trading, too, is conducted in fog. It offers substantial risk and reward, opportunity and danger. There is no certainty, ever. The trader who trains for expertise is no different from the soldier in training, expanding his or her capacity to act intelligently and intentionally in the midst of fog, to create and follow a plan. In the face of every conceivable disruption, that is freedom. Ultimately, however, training brings freedom from our limitations. The artist finds new and better means of expression. The scientist develops better ways to study, identify, and predict facets of nature. Athletes better their scores or times. When the pit crew performs at the NASCAR race and sends its car off in record time, it has overcome one more limitation. To that degree, it is less controlled by outside forces. It is more self-determining. Look at the self-control developed by ballet dancers, race car drivers, major league pitchers, and world-class marksmen. Theirs is the victory of intention over randomness and chance. When you enhance your performance as a trader, you replace a small piece of randomness with intention. To that degree, your outcomes are self-determined. If you train yourself properly, you will become not only a successful trader, but a more self-determining human being. What places you In the state of flow will also be what enhances your skill and enables you to perform in any facet of life. Flow is the path to freedom. It will immerse you in the activities you require to be self-determining. Gradually, inexorably, training will lead you to your freedom. What is important? A. Parting word. It is not important that you make money on your next trade. It is not important that you trade at all. What is important is that you discover a focus for your life that develops you as a free, self-determining human being. It is not critical that you become a world-class trader or an elite performer in any particular field. What is crucial is that you have some field of performance, some domain that expresses your talents and allows you to become what you can be. Maybe it will be as a parent, as a business person, as a teacher, or as a healer. Perhaps it won't be as a trader. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you have a limited time on this earth, a finite set of talents, and the freedom to make the most of these. If that involves trading, my deepest hope is that you find some of the ideas in this text eye-opening, helpful, and inspiring. If trading is not your path, my equally fervent wish is that you find your performance niche and the deep satisfaction of a life well
Lived.
Live free, and you will live well. Appendix. Resources for performance. The bibliography includes many of the written resources that went into the writing of this book. Following are specific resources that I have found useful in my own trading and in my work with traders. Please note that I am not commercially affiliated with any of these products or services. Trading platforms. NeoTicker, www.tickquest.com. This is a very impressive platform with considerable depth of features. It includes flexible charting, customized market scans, and a variety of unique indicators such as NeoBreadth, customized breadth measure for any basket of stocks, and customized tick measures. It links to many brokerage services for order execution and is particularly powerful for system development. The simulation capability is powerful and flexible with excellent replay features. NinjaTrader, www.ninjatrader.com. This platform has many strategy management features that automate the order execution process, taking advantage of specific tactics such as automatically adjusting stop losses to break even when a profit target is hit. The simulation version of the program is free, and it includes a module for the collection of trading metrics as well as market replay capability. It connects to many brokerages and data feeds. Flexible charts depict traders' orders and positions. CQG, www.cqg.com. This platform has evolved tremendously with a chart trader feature that allows order entry directly from a chart, side by side depth of market information and charting, a trade flow measure to track demand and supply, and highly customizable charts. The platform supports simulation and market replay, and the charts can depict almost any indicator formula or stock basket you define. Charts also display traders' orders and positions, with room for annotation. A deep database supports the platform, including up to 999 days of tick charts, and a backtesting feature facilitates system development. Trading Technologies, www.tradingtechnologies.com. TT, as it's known, has recently added a number of charting and data features to its well-known depth of market and order execution capabilities. The charting includes volume analysis and spread charts. The platform also comes with a simulation module and a module called Trade Analyzer for collecting metrics. Order entry and execution are right off the depth of market display, with support for multiple order types. TradeStation, www.tradestation.com. TradeStation is best known for its trading system development program, but this program is now embedded in a larger discount brokerage service. There is a large forum of users who support each other in system development and a large number of third-party vendors who offer trading tools that integrate with TradeStation, market data, and charting. Decision Point, www.decisionpoint.com. Best single resource for sector, charting and technical indicators. Pinnacle Data, www.pinnacledata.com. Excellent source for daily indicator data and end-of-day prices for indices and commodities. Tick Data, www.tickdata.com. Best source I've found for historical intraday data on futures and individual stocks includes very useful software for breaking data into time frames. Realtick, www.realtick.com, actually a charting and order execution platform, but its historical data and links to Excel particularly stand out. Bar Chart, www.barchart.com. Flexible charting of futures and stocks. But the real draw for me is the wealth of data on sector and individual issue performance, stock screening, and market analytics. Market Delta, www.marketdelta.com. Intraday real-time charting that segments volume based upon whether it occurs at the bid versus ask
Price.
best measure of short-term sentiment that I know of. WINDTRER, www.windowtrader.com. Very flexible implementation of market profile that includes many features for volume analysis, excellent graphics, and highly customizable. Trader DNA, www.traderdna.com. The best implementation of trading metrics I've yet found, with charting of trader performance statistics and numerous breakdowns over a variety of measures and time frames.
My
Favorite feature is a breakdown of markets into their type, trending, non-trending, etc., so that traders can separate out their P/L as a function of market condition. Mind over markets. This Jim Dalton classic text is the best source of insight into the market auction process that I know of. Trade Ideas, www.trade-ideas.com. Comprehensive and creative screening tool that really shines in intraday analyses. Allows for layering of screens on multiple time frames. This is my favorite program for scanning the market for historical patterns that possess a directional edge. John Markman, www.johnmarkman.com. John's columns for MSN Money offer some of the best stock-picking insights I've encountered. John also edits two publications, Strategic Advantage and Trader's Advantage, which provide longer and shorter-term stock selection, respectively. MSN Stock Scouter, www.minicentral.com. Longer-term screen that includes technical, fundamental, and institutional ownership criteria. Quite likely the best free trading/investment tool on the web. Power Ratings, www.tradingmarkets.com. This relatively new service rates stocks from 1 to 10 based upon projected short-term performance, utilizing historical pattern research. There is much information on the site for using the ratings to construct strategies and portfolios. AdaptTrade software, www.adapttrade.com. Mike Bryant's work on system development, www.breakoutfutures.com, is excellent, and he
publishes an informative newsletter.
His system analyzer software aids position sizing and risk management with detailed performance reports. Historical pattern research. TraderFeed, www.traderfeed.blogspot.com. This is my free research blog that tracks short-term historical patterns primarily in the stock indices. Daily postings identify where there might be an edge in short-term trading. Stock Traders Almanac, www.hersherg.com. Very interesting and useful research on seasonal and daily patterns in market history.
The
companion book and newsletter called the Almanac Investor also include historical patterns among sectors, supplemented by an online research
feature.
Sentiment Trader, www.sentimenttrader.com. First-rate research on a variety of sentiment measures as they influence the stock market. Jason Gopfert tracks short-term and intermediate-term market models for trading guidance. Market history, www.markethistory.com. markethistory.com. Excellent statistical analyses of market patterns. The real draw here is the coverage of multiple trading markets, including stocks, fixed income, and currencies. Trade like a hedge fund. James Altucher's book describes a number of specific trading patterns and also provides insights for developing new
ones.
Informative websites, blogs, and books. Trading Psychology, www.steenbarger.com. This is my personal site, and it includes the largest archive of articles on trading psychology on the web. Also part of the site are performance resources for traders, a weekly blog devoted to trader performance, and a daily summary of the stock index market that incorporates a number of unique measures of strength and weakness. Daily Speculations, www.dailyspeculations.com. This site, led by Victor Niederhofer and Laurel Kenner, offers a treasure trove of insights into markets, often drawing upon ideas from other disciplines. Trading Markets, www.tradingmarkets.com. One of the most comprehensive sources of market perspective. It includes columns from well-known analysts, blogs, educational programs, mentorship resources, market data, and stock ratings based on Larry Connors's research. MSN Money, www.moneycentral.com. Excellent comprehensive resource for market data, news, and perspective from columnists.
Stock
Selection is a particular strength, with experts sharing their portfolios. Minionville, www.minionville.com. Todd Harrison's site is distinguished by expert commentary on markets in real time.
The
commentary is archived, and Matt Ford reworks the content to provide
a couple of moments.
Trade to Win, www.trade2win.com. Online community of traders with articles from guest writers and many discussion boards. Lively and active. Teach Me Futures, www.teachmefutures.com. John Connolly has done a fine job of coordinating and archiving a variety of online educational programs for traders, including many sponsored by the futures exchanges. Pit Instruction and Training, www.pit-now.com. This is the site for the training school that trains NASCAR pit crews. The articles in the press archive on performance are most enlightening. The Kirk Report, www.kirkreport.com. Charles Kirk is an excellent source of market insights scoured from all over the web. He offers market and stock selection ideas in a down-to-earth manner and conducts monthly Q&A sessions with readers. Trader Mike, www.tradermike.net. One of my favorite stock selection blogs that also includes a comprehensive set of links to other blogs and resources. CXO Advisory Group, www.cxoadvisory.com. This is my favorite blog. The Big Picture, http://bigpicture, typepad.com. Barry Ritholtz brings his experience and vantage point as a money manager to this blog. His Apprenticed Investor articles model ways of thinking about markets. Daily Orphan Report, http://adamsoptions, blogspot.com. This blog covers the world of options and volatility with astute and engaging commentary from Adam Warner. ETF Trends, www.etftrends.com. This is an excellent, comprehensive resource for tracking developments in the rapidly expanding world of exchange-traded funds. Stock Ticker, www.stocktickr.com. Very interesting social investing resource that allows you to view and monitor the watch lists created by users. An excellent set of interviews provides windows on different trading approaches. Declan Falland, www.fallandpicks.com. Very impressive stock selection resources and an enormous database of market blogs and sites. His trading blog provides nice insight into the stock selection process. Fickle Trader, www.fickletrader.com. FICKLETradeblogspot.com. John Tate offers regular watch lists for stock selection, a large number of links to other resources, and valuable trading perspectives. Ticker Sense, www.tickersensc, typepad.com. Excellent market research blog with a unique sentiment survey of other bloggers. John Malden, www.frontlinethoughts.com. Well-known blog with unique perspectives on markets and the economy.
Consistently thought.
Provoking. The psychology of trading. This is my synopsis of trading psychology. The emotional factors that influence traders and strategies for changing patterns that disrupt trading. The education of a speculator. Victor Niederhofer's autobiography is a fascinating look at the life and mindset of a performance-oriented trader, with plenty of insights into markets as well. Practical speculation. Victor Niederhofer and Laurel Kenner debunk a great deal of received wisdom in the markets and illustrate the relevance of the scientific method in market analysis. The essentials of trading. John Foreman has assembled a much-needed market primer with excellent guidance on developing trading plans. How markets really work. Larry Connors's research into short-term market patterns, including many interesting counter-trend strategies. Mastering the Trade. John Carter's book covers a range of trading topics, from hardware and software to trading psychology, specific trading patterns, and business planning. Trading Risk. Kenneth Grant's book is the best non-technical presentation of risk and risk management that I've seen, with guidelines for portfolio managers and traders of individual positions. Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns. Thomas Bulkowski's thorough exposition of chart patterns and statistical evidence of their value is a landmark work. Mentoring resources. Woody's CCI Club, www.woody'scciclub.com. Ken Wood has pioneered the use of hot-com conferencing to create a variety of trading rooms in which traders can watch experienced traders follow the markets in real time. There is a great deal of teaching, much of it focusing on patterns in the Commodity Channel Index, CCI. Very supportive and dedicated group. Linda Raschke, www.lbrgroup.com. Linda offers online trading rooms for the futures markets and individual stocks, with an emphasis on short-term trading. She illustrates setups and trade management, and an online room allows members to learn from each other. Guest lectures and classroom sessions supplement the real-time trading rooms, and trading room transcripts are available on an end-of-day basis. Trade the Markets, www.tradethemarkets.com. John Carter Service offers a live trading room featuring short-term setups across a variety of markets, including the mini Dow and fixed income. The service teaches specific strategies and makes these available for TradeStation users. Seminars supplement the online teaching in the trading room. Trading Markets, www.tradingmarkets.com. The Trading Markets site offers a variety of books, video courses, and mentoring services for day traders and swing traders. Many of these also include daily alerts for trade ideas. Many of the courses and systems emphasize original research on trading patterns. Journey to Wild Divine, www.wilddivine.com. This is an excellent introduction to biofeedback, consisting of software and hardware that allow you to play games on the computer and control your heart rate and skin conductance levels. Bibliography. Abernethy, B. Attention. In R.N. Singer, H.A. Hosenblas, and C.M. Janelle, EDS Handbook of Sport Psychology, 2nd edition. New York, John Wiley and Sons, 2001. 53-85. Albert, R.S., Edition Genius and Eminence. 2nd edition, Oxford. Pergamon Press. 1992. Allard, F., and J.L. Starks. Motor skill experts in sports, dance, and other domains. In K. Erickson and J. Smith, eds Toward a General Theory of Expertise, Prospects and Limits. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Cambridge University Press, 1991. 126 to 152. Altucher, J. Trade Like a Hedge Fund. New York, John Wiley & Sons, 2004.
Armstrong, L.
It's Not About the Bike. My Journey Back to Life. New York, Berkeley Books, 2001. Armstrong, L. and C. Carmichael. The Lance Armstrong Performance Program. New York, Rodale, 2000. Beck, J.S. Cognitive Therapy. Basics and Beyond. New York, Guilford, 1995. Beck, J.S. and P.J. Beeling. Cognitive Therapy. Introduction to Theory and Practice. In M.J. Dewan, B.N. Steenbarger, and R.P. Greenberg, eds. The Art and Science of Brief Psychotherapies, A Practitioner's Guide. Washington, D.C., American Psychiatric Press Incorporated, 2004. 15 to 50. Bloom, B.S., Edition Developing Talent in Young People. New York, Ballantine. 1985. Borer, D., America's Special Forces. St. Paul, Minnesota. MBI Publishing, 2002.
Bollettieri, N. Bollettieri Esteni Sambuc.
Champaign, Illinois, Human Kinetics, 2001. Brown, C. In the Balance. The New York Times Magazine, January 22, 2006. 43 to 49. Buckingham, M. and Dio Clifton. Now, Discover Your Strengths. New York, Free Press, 2001. Bulkowski, T.N. Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns, 2nd edition. New York,
John
Wiley & Sons, 2005. Burton, D. S. Naylor and B. Holiday. Goal Setting in Sport. Investigating the Goal Effectiveness Paradox. In R.N. Singer, H.A. Hosemblas and C.M. Janelle, eds Handbook of Sport Psychology, 2nd edition. New York, John Wiley & Sons, 2001. 497 to 528. Carter, J. Mastering the Trade. New York, McGraw-Hill, 2005. C.C., S.J., S.M. Barnett, and T. Kanaya. Developing Childhood Proclivities into Adult Competencies, The Overlooked Multiplier Effect. In R.J. Sternberg and Yel Grigorenko, eds. The Psychology of Abilities, Competencies, and Expertise. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2003. 70 to 92. Charnas, N. Expertise in Chess, The Balance Between Knowledge and Search. In K. Erickson and J. Smith, eds Toward a General Theory of Expertise, Prospects and Limits. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991, 39 to 63. Charnas, N. R. Cramp and U. Mayer. The Role of Practice and Coaching in Entrepreneurial Skill Domains, an International Comparison of Lifespan Chess. Skill Acquisition. In K. Erickson edition. The Road to Excellence. The Acquisition of Expert Performance in the Arts and Sciences, Sports, and
Games.
Mahwah, New Jersey. Earlbaum, 1996. 51 to 80. Chase, W.G., and H.A. Simon. The Mind's Eye in Chess. In W.G. Chase, ed. Visual Information Processing. New York, Academic Press, 1973. 215 to 281. Clearmans, A. and L. Jimenez. Implicit Sequence Learning. The Truth is in the Details. In M.A. Stadler and P.A. French, eds Handbook of Implicit Learning.
To sandwaks, K. Sage, o 1998.
323 to 364. Collins, J. Good to Great. New York, Harper Business, 2001. Connell, M.W., K. Sheridan and H. Gardner. On Abilities and Domains.
In
R.J. Sternberg and Yel Grigorenko, eds Abilities, Competencies, and Expertise. New York, Cambridge University Press, 2003. 126 to 155. Connors, L. and L.B. Rashke. Street Smarts. Los Angeles. M. Gordon. Publishing, 1996. Connors, L. and C. Senator, How Markets Really Work, A Quantitative Guide to Stock Market Behavior. Los Angeles. Trading Markets Publishing Group. 2004. Costa, P.T., Jr., and R.R. McRae.
NOPIR Odessa, FL, PAR, ANC, 1992. Couche D.
The Warrior Elite. The Forging on Seal Class 228. New York. Crown Publishers. 2001. Csikszentmihalyi, M. Creativity, Flow, and the Psychology of Discovery and Invention. New York. Harper Perennial. 1997. Csikszentmihalyi, M. and I.S. Csikszentmihalyi, eds. Optimal Experience. Psychological Studies of Flow in Consciousness.
Cambridge, Cambridge.
University Press, 1994. Curran, T. Implicit Sequence Learning from a Cognitive Neuroscience Perspective. What, How, and Where? In M.A. Stadler and P.A. French, eds. Handbook of Implicit Learning.
Tosandoaks, K. Sage, o 1998.
365-400. Dalton, J.F. Markets in Profile. Profiting from the Auction Process.
New
York, John Wiley and Sons, in Preparation. Dalton, J.F., E.T. Jones, and R.B. Dalton. Mind over Markets. Power Trading. With Market-Generated Information. Chicago. Probus, 1990. Deacon, J.M. and S. Cobley. A Search for Deliberate Practice. An examination of the practice environments in figure skating and volleyball. In J.L. Starks and K. Erickson, eds. Expert Performance in Sports. Champaign, Illinois. Human Kinetics, 2003. 115-132.
Dewan, M.J., Ben Steenbarger, and R.P. Greenberg, eds.
The Art and Science of Brief Psychotherapies. A Practitioner's Guide. Washington, D.C., American Psychiatric Press Incorporated, 2004. Duvall, S. and R.A. Wicklund. A Theory of Objective Self-Awareness.
New
York. Academic Press, 1972. Erickson, K. The Acquisition of Expert Performance. An Introduction to Some of the Issues. In K. Erickson, edition. The Road to Excellence. The Acquisition of Expert Performance in the Arts and Sciences, Sports, and
Games.
Mahwah, New Jersey. Lawrence Erlbaum, 1996. 1-50. Erickson, K. Development of Elite Performance and Deliberate Practice. An update from the perspective of the expert performance approach. In J.L. Starks and K. Erickson, eds. Expert Performance in Sports. Champaign. I.L. Human Kinetics, 2003. 49-84. Erickson, K. The Search for General Abilities and Basic Capacities. Theoretical Implications from the Modifiability and Complexity of Mechanisms Mediating Expert Performance. In R.J. Sternberg and Yell. Grigorenko, eds. The Psychology of Abilities, Competencies, and Expertise. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2003. 93-25. Erickson, K. and N. Charnas. Cognitive and Developmental Factors in Expert Performance. In P.J. Feltovich, Cam Ford, and R.R. Hoffman, eds. Expertise in Context.
Cambridge, MIT Press, 1997, 3-41.
Feltovich, P.J., R.J. Spiro, and R.L. Carlson. Issues of Expert Flexibility in Contexts Characterized by Complexity and Change. In P.J. Feltovich, Cam Ford, and R.R. Hoffman, eds. Expertise in Context.
Cambridge, MIT
Press, 1997. 125-146. Folkman, S. and R.S. Lazarus. 1988. The Relationship Between Coping and Emotion. Implications for Theory and Research. Social Science Medicine, 26. 309-317.
Forman, J.
The Essentials of Trading, From the Basics to Building a Winning Strategy. Hoboken, New Jersey, John Wiley & Sons, 2006.
Gable, Des coaching ou wrestling successfully.
Champaign, Illinois. Human Kinetics, 1999.
Goldberg, A.
The Executive Brain, Frontal Lobes, and the Civilized Mind. New York, Oxford University Press, 2001. Grant, K.L. Trading Risk, Enhanced Profitability Through Risk Control. Hoboken, New Jersey, John Wiley & Sons, 2004.
Greenblatt, J.
The Little Book That Beats the Market. Hoboken, New Jersey, John Wiley & Sons, 2005. Gutman, B. Tiger Woods, A Biography. New York, Archway, 1997. Hall, C.R. Imagery in Sport and Exercise. In R.N. Singer, H.A. Hosenblas, and C.M. Janelle, EDS Handbook of Sport Psychology, 2nd edition, Hoboken, New Jersey. John Wiley & Sons, 2001. 529 to 550. Hatmaker, M. Boxing Mastery. Chula Vista, California. Trax Publishing, 2004. Heller, A. 2005, December 26. Israeli is world's top blind golfer. www.ocusource.com/main CFM page =info topic =pressroom article =362. Hembry, Ye, D. Roth, D.A. Bucks, and EBFOA. Brief Behavior Therapy. In M.J. Dewan, Bien Steenbarger, and R.P. Greenberg, eds. The Art and Science of Brief Psychotherapies, A Practitioner's Guide.
Washington, D.C.
American Psychiatric Press Incorporated, 2004. 51 to 84. Hirsch, J.A. and J.T. Brown. The Almanac Investor. Profit from Market. History and Seasonal Trends. Hoboken, New Jersey, John Wiley & Sons, 2006. Hirsch, Y. and J. Hirsch. Stock Traders Almanac, 2006. Hoboken, New Jersey, John Wiley & Sons, 2006. Janelle, C.M. and C.H. Hillman. Expert Performance in Sport. Current Perspectives and Critical Issues. In J.L. Starks and K. Erickson, eds. Expert Performance in Sports. Champaign, Illinois. Human Kinetics, 2003. 19 to 48. LaValle, D. J. Kramer, A.P. Moran, and M. Williams. Sports Psychology. Contemporary Themes. New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2004. Lazarus, R. S. Stress and Emotion and New Synthesis. New York, Springer, 1999.
Redoux, J.
The Emotional Brain, The Mysterious Underpinnings of Emotional Life. New York, Touchstone, 1996. Lee, T.D., C.J. Chamberlain, and N.J. Hodges. Practice. In R.N. Singer, H.A. Hosenblas, and C.M. Janelle, EDS Handbook of Sport Psychology, 2nd ed. Hoboken, New Jersey. Wiley, 2001. 115 to 143.
Liker, J.K.
The Toyota Way. New York, McGraw-Hill, 2004. Locke, E.A., and G.P. Latham. A Theory of Goal Setting and Task Performance. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey. Prentice Hall, 1990. Lonsdale, M.V. Raids, A Tactical Guide to High-Risk Warrant Service.
Los
Angeles. STEU, 2000. Makowicz, R.J. Unleash the Warrior Within. New York, Marlowe and Company. 2002. McNabb, C. The SAS Mental Endurance Handbook. Guilford, Connecticut. Lyons Press. 2002. The SAS Training Manual. St. Paul, Minnesota. MBI Publishing. 2002.
Niederhofer, V.
The Education of a Speculator. New York, John Wiley and Sons, 1997. Niederhofer, V. and L. Kenner. Practical Speculation. Hoboken, New Jersey, John Wiley and Sons, 2005. O'Donoghue, W. J. Fisher, and S.C. Hayes, EDS cognitive behavior. Therapy, applying empirically supported techniques in your practice. Hoboken, New Jersey, John Wiley & Sons, 2003.
Ouspensky, PD.
The Fourth Way. New York, Vintage, 1971. Patel, VL and G.J. Groen. The General and Specific Nature of Medical Expertise. A Critical Look. In K. Erickson and J. Smith, EDS toward A. General Theory of Expertise, Prospects and Limits. Cambridge, University Press, 1991. 93 to 125. Patel, VL, Dr. Kaufman, and S.A. Magder. The Acquisition of Medical Expertise in Complex Dynamic Environments. In K. Erickson edition. The Road to Excellence, the Acquisition of Expert Performance in the Arts and Sciences, Sports and Games. Mahwah, New Jersey. Lawrence Erlbaum, 1996. 127, 167. Patel, VL, and M.F. Ramoni. Cognitive Models of Directional Inference in Expert Medical Reasoning. In P.J. Feltovich, Cam Ford, and R.R. Hoffman. EDS Expertise in Context.
Cambridge, MIT Press, 1997.
67 to 99. Persig, R.M. Zen, and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, an Inquiry into Values. New York, William Morrow, 1974. Ranger Training Brigade. Ranger Handbook.
Washington, D.C., Pentagon.
Publishing, 2004. Root Bernstein, R. and M. Root Bernstein. Sparks of Genius. New York. Mariner, 1999. Rose Smith, I. Angry Young Man. Trader Monthly, December/January 2006. 76 to 81. Ryan N. and T. House. Nolan Ryan's Pitcher's Bible. New York, Simon and Schuster, 1991. Salthouse, T.A. Expertise as the Circumvention of Human Processing. Limitations. In K. Erickson and J. Smith, EDS toward a General Theory of Expertise, Prospects and Limits. Cambridge, University Press, 1991, 286 to 300. Scardomalia, M. and C. Bereiter. Literate Expertise. In K. Erickson and J. Smith, EDS toward a General Theory of Expertise, Prospects and Limits. Cambridge, University Press, 1991. 172 to 194. Schwager, J.D. Market Wizards. Interviews with Top Traders. New York. Perennial, 1990. Swartzer, R. and R.A. Wicklund. Anxiety and Self-Focused Attention. London. Routledge, 1990.
Chekerjian, Der Comment Genius.
New York. Viking, 1990. Simonton, D.K. Greatness. Who Makes History and Why. New York. Guilford, 1994. Sloboda, J. Musical Expertise. In K. Erickson and J. Smith, EDS toward A. General Theory of Expertise, Prospects and Limits. Cambridge, University Press, 1991. 153 to 171. Sloboda, J. The Acquisition of Musical Performance Expertise. Deconstructing the talent account of individual differences in musical expressivity. In K. Erickson edition. The Road to Excellence. The Acquisition of Expert Performance in the Arts and Sciences, Sports and Games. Mahwah and J. Lawrence Erlbaum, 1996. 107 to 126. Smith, S. The Jordan Rules. New York. Pocket Star Books, 1993. Starks, J.L., J.M. Deacon, F. Allard, and J. Hodges, and A. Hayes. Deliberate Practice in Sports. What is it anyway? In K. Erickson edition. The Road to Excellence. The Acquisition of Expert Performance in the Arts and Sciences, Sports and Games. Mahwah, New Jersey. Lawrence Erlbaum, 1996. 81 to 107. Starks, JL, and K. Erickson, eds Expert Performance in Sports. Advances in Research on Sport Expertise. Champaign, Illinois. Human Kinetics. 2003. Starks, J.L., W., Helson, and R. Jack. Expert Performance in Sport and Dance. In R.N. Singer, H.A. Hasenblas, and C.M. Janelle, eds Handbook of Sport Psychology, 2nd edition. New York, Wiley, 2001. 174-204. Steenbarger, B.N. The Importance of Novelty in Psychotherapy. In W. O'Donoghue, N.A. Cummings, and J.L. Cummings, eds Strategies for Becoming a Master Psychotherapist. New York, Academic Press, 2006. 277. 290.
Steenbarger, B.N.
The Psychology of Trading, Tools and Techniques for Minding the Markets. Hoboken, New Jersey, John Wiley and Sons, 2003. Solution-Focused Brief Therapy, Doing What Works. In M.J. Dewan, B.N. Steenbarger, and R.P. Greenberg, eds The Art and Science of Brief Psychotherapies, A Practitioner's Guide. Washington, D.C., American Psychiatric Press, Incorporated, 2004. 119-156. Steenbarger, B.N. and D. Adderman. Objective Self-Awareness as a Non-Aversive State, Effect of Anticipating Discrepancy Reduction. Journal of Personality, 47. 330-339. Stoneberger, B.A. Combat Leaders Field Guide, 12th edition, Mechanicsburg, PA, Stackpole Books, 2000.
Tinius, T.
New Developments in Blood Flow Hemoencephalography. Binghamton, New York. Hayworth Medical Press, 2005. Walters, J., and H. Gardner, H. The Crystallizing Experience, Discovering an Intellectual Gift. In R.S. Albert, Edition Genius and Eminence, 2nd edition, Oxford. Pergamon, 1992. 135-156. Williams, A.M., and J. Starks. Cognitive Expertise and Performance in Interceptive Actions. In K. Davids, et al., eds Interceptive Actions in Sport. Information and Movement. London, Routledge, 2002. Williams, A.M., and P. Ward. Perceptual Expertise, Development in Sport. In J.L. Starks and K.A. Erickson, eds Expert Performance in Sports. Champaign, Illinois. Human Kinetics, 2003. 219-250. Williams, T., and J. Underwood. The Science of Hitting. New York, Simon and Schuster, 1986. Wilson, C. New Pathways in Psychology, Maslow and the Freudian Revolution. New York, Taplinger, 1972. Winner, E. The Rage to Master. The Decisive Role of Talent in the Visual Arts. In K. Erickson edition. The Road to Excellence, The Acquisition of Expert Performance in the Arts and Sciences, Sports and Games. Mahwah, New Jersey. Lawrence Erlbaum, 1996. 271-302. Womack, J.P., and D.T. Jones. Lean Solutions. How Companies and Customers Can Create Value and Wealth Together. New York, Simon and Schuster, 2005.
Zavorel, N.
A Season on the Mat, Dan Gable and The Pursuit of Perfection. New York, Simon and Schuster, 1998. Zeitz, C.M. Some Concrete Advantages of Abstraction. How Experts' Representations Facilitate Reasoning. In P.J. Feltovich, Cam Ford, and R.R. Hoffman, eds Expertise in Context.
Cambridge, Ma. MIT Press, 1997.
43. 65. About the author. Brett N. Steenbarger, Ph.D., is Associate Clinical Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at SUNY Upstate Medical University in Syracuse, New York, and author of The Psychology of Trading, Wiley, 2003. As Director of Trader Development for King Street Trading, LLC in Chicago, he has mentored numerous professional traders, and coordinated a training program for traders. An active trader of the stock indices, Brett utilizes statistically based pattern recognition for intraday trading. Brett does not offer commercial services to traders, but maintains an archive of articles and a trading blog at www.brettsteenbarger.com and a blog of market analytics at www.traderfeed.blogspot.com. His work on brief therapy has been featured in several reference volumes in psychology and psychiatry, and he has published over 50 peer-reviewed articles and book chapters in the field.